Hello friends, welcome back to our channel. So in today's session, I would like to share some information about the Python programming, the general information. So all of you know about this Python programming language is a most popular language these days. So in every applications we are using this Python programming. So in this regard, I am getting a lot of questions to my WhatsApp or to my comment section. So regarding this Python programming, so those who want to begin this Python programming. So in this session, I would like to share about the things, the general things before learning Python programming. So the first question I am getting these days is, who can learn Python? So I'm getting a lot of comments that we are from mathematical background and we are from civil background, we are from mechanical background. So whether we are, is it possible to start our career in Python? Is it possible to learn Python easily? And all these questions I am getting these days. So anyone can learn the Python programming. This programming language can be learned by anyone. So irrespective of the discipline. Okay. So even if the people from mechanical, mathematical or electrical backgrounds, that means other than the computer's background, so anyone can learn this programming language. So why we have to choose this programming language? See, why we have to choose this programming language? So apart from the C, C++ and Java, this is a very simple to read and write the syntax, and it is very easy to understand the syntax. And definitely the number of lines is also very reduced when compared to other programming languages. And even if you are not having any prior programming knowledge, you can learn Python easily. So that it is a platform independent, and moreover it is a open source software. That means you can freely download it from the internet and you can make use of writing the programs. So this is the main reason why we have to choose the Python program. And the next question I am getting is, how long it required to learn Python? So in order to get the Python basics, so it requires around 4 or 5 weeks. So if you are having any prior knowledge about programming, and if you are not having any prior knowledge about programming, so it requires around 7 to 8 weeks hardly. Okay, and one important thing is you need not have any instructor, right? So just by watching the videos, so in the YouTube you will be having a lot of sources, so you can select the source. So even our channel is having the Python programming videos both in English and Telugu language, so you can visit our channel, visit our videos also. So there is a lot of source in our YouTube, so you just follow the YouTube videos, and if you are having any material, you can follow that material. So you need not have any instructor to learn Python. So that is a very user friendly, right? So even you are not having any knowledge in the programming, you can easily understand this programming language, right? And if you are having any knowledge, then it would be very easy for you to learn this language. So you can learn this language very fast. So if you are not having any prior knowledge, it may take some time. Okay, and one more thing, you have to spend more time on writing programs. That means a practical oriented, so implementations. So only listening to the videos or only reading the books is not sufficient to get a knowledge in Python. So not only the Python, any programming language, you need to spend more time on writing programs. So that is the only option to be strong in any programming language. So apart from other programming languages, the Python will be very simple. And the last question, so what we can do and where we can apply this Python. So a vast of applications, in every application we can use this Python. So basically if you want to develop any web-based applications, you can use this Python. And if you want to develop any games, you can use this Python. And if you want to apply some data analysis on the large data, or if you want to visualize the data, so then also you can use this Python, that field called as a data science. And also even if you are interested in machine learning and the robotics and artificial intelligence, then this is the best choice. The Python is the best choice to select the programming language, because by using this Python program, Python programming, you can easily implement all the tools of machine learning and AI. Right? So these are the basic questions arised in your mind if you want to start learning Python. So hope all the queries are cleared. Programming language, so Python programming. So this is also the programming language uses similar to our C programming. So let us see the features of this Python program. So first one, it is a high level language. So we will use a normal English words to represent the syntaxes and everything. And second one is, it is very simple in every aspect. That means in order to write the code, it is very simple. In order to understand the code, it's very simple. And when compared to the C language, right? The third one is GUI, that is a graphical user interface. So in easy steps, we can achieve this graphical user interface using this Python programming. Case sensitive. It's a case sensitive language, just similar to our C program. That means A is differ from capital A. So both are different. So as an alphabet wise, it is a small letter, it's a capital letter. But in programming language, this is a separate, this small a is different from capital A. Platform independent. So this programming language can run in any platform. So Windows, Linux, Macintosh, in any operating system we can execute these Python programs. The one more feature is no compilation and linking is required. So coming to the C program, in order to execute any C program, first the step is we have to convert the high level language to the low level language. So in that process we are using some compiler. So the compiler will convert this and then we will execute the program. But here in this Python program, there is the compilation is not required. Automatically when you write the code, that code will be automatically converted into bytecode. So no compilation and linking will be used. There is no chance of compilation and linking in this Python programming. So directly after writing the code, directly you can execute the programs. So one of the important feature is it's an object oriented programming is also. So it is not only a structured oriented, so it's an object oriented also. So it will have some OOPS concepts, right? Another important feature is it requires a few lines of code than C language. So when compared to the C language, the number of lines of code is very less. So the worst case complexity of any program is measured as the lines of code, right? So this programming language will reduce the lines of code. So another feature is no type declarations are required. So in C language, before using any variable in the program, first we have to declare that variable. So here in this Python programming, that declaration is not needed. Directly initialization of a variable will automatically treat it as a declaration. We'll consider it as a declaration. So for example, if you want to initialize some 5 to a, in C we have to declare it as a, then a is equal to 5. So this is the code for declaring or assigning a value of 5 to variable a. In Python programming, just simply by writing the single one, a is equal to 5, automatically the 5 will be assigned to a, which is declared with an integer type. So here no explicit declarations are required. So no data types are required to declare the variables explicitly. Directly initialization itself declares a variable with a data type. So here a is equal to 5, that means a will be declared as int and assigned to 5. That will be done with only one line of code. So no type declarations are required. So these are the features of Python programming. Now let us see the applications of Python programming. So where we can use this Python programming. So in which type of applications we can develop by using this Python program. Applications. The first one is web designing. So by using these Python scripts, we can develop web pages, we can develop websites, right? Next. So one of the feature, graphical user interface. So GUI development. So graphical user interface. So front end. So for any application, the front end gives a more important. So that graphical user interface can also be developed by using this Python programming. Next. So all types of business applications can be developed by using this Python programming. So games can be developed and 3D graphics can also be achieved by using this Python programming. So by using this Python programming, we can achieve all these things. We can use this Python programming for web development, GUI, business applications, games and 3D graphics, and also accessing the database. Accessing the database. And this Python programming is a free software. It's a free software. So it's an open source. So it will be directly available in the internet. So we can directly download this Python programming and we can install in any platform. That means either in a Linux operating system, in a Windows operating system, or in Macintosh operating system. So in any operating system, this Python programming can be installed, right? So we can install this and you can directly run the programs. So these are some of the applications of Python programming. So now we will see how to install the Python program, I mean Python software. So there are different versions of Python. So now let us see how to install the latest Python software.
Now let us see how to download the Python software and how to install that in our system. So it's a, as I said that it is a open source, that is it's a free of cost, it's a freeware. So go to the Google. So type Python, Google search, so that you will get a first link, that is python.org. python.org. Open that python.org. This is an official site for Python. So go to the downloads, all releases, and the latest version of Python is 3.7.0. So there will be different versions as we know that. So by adding some additional features, the version will be changed. So now the latest version of Python is Python 3.7.0. So click on this um, button, so you can see run, save and cancel. So directly you can run to install the software, or save it before installing the software. So just I will run the software. So it shows it will take 2 minutes 1 second, around 2 minutes to install the to complete the installation of Python. So as in a C language, the extension of C files are using .c, right? All the C files will be having the file extension .c. So by seeing that file extension, we can know that the file consists of the C programming, right? Similarly, the Python files will be having the file extension .py. So all the Python programs will be saved by using the file extension .py. So as I have said, when compared to the C language, it is almost and very much simple, and very simple and easy to understand and to write the code. So here no need of using data types, right? A separate data types to declare a variable. So there will be a data types, but there is no need of declaring that variable before using that in the program, as we have to do in the C programming, right? So in the C programming, first we have to declare a variable and then we have to use that variable in the program. So here directly we can assign a value to the variable, so that single statement itself declares a variable with a data type, right? So almost it's completed. It's a 74%. So and also the main feature is, that means the main applications of this Python programming is, so by using this Python programming, so we can develop the websites. That means in web development it will be used, and in order to develop some games, so business applications and etc., we can use this Python programming. Simply we can replace the C programming with Python programming, so that the complexity will be very less. So mainly the complexity of the program depends upon the lines of code. I mean, the worst case complexity is lines of code, and that can be reduced in Python programming when compared to the C programming. See, now I got a pop-up that is run, so just I will run that. So install now. So directly we can install the Python. Yes. So it's an interpreter, it's not a compiler, it's an interpreter. So line by line execution will be done here. So in some IDLEs, so we can see that line by line executions. So here the compiling is not required, the compilation is not required. Directly while we are typing the program, or while we are writing the program, that will be directly converted into bytecode. Directly we can run the program so that we can get the outputs. So in order to keywords also, the number of keywords are very less when compared to the C language. So we know that C language consists of 32 keywords, and here there will be less than 32 keywords. And very simple and very easy. It also supports the object oriented programming. That means it will follow the OOPS concepts. So it can, by using this Python, we can get the graphical user interface. So in order to develop this graphical user interface, that means a front end, we can use this Python programming also. So almost finished. So this we call it as a interpreter, Python interpreter. So here we will get the Python shell. So in that Python shell we can execute the commands. It's an interpreter. So in order to execute a more number of lines of code, so we have to open a new file and we have to save that program, and then we have to run that particular file in Python shell itself. So without the Python shell we can't execute the programs. And one more important feature of this Python is we can also embed the C programs into this Python program. So we can use the C programs in a Python program. See, the installation is completed. Now we can see the Python in my programs. See, let us see. Go to the all programs. Now let us search for the Python. See, here you can see Python module docs, IDLE Python. So this one is the interpreter. See, this is the Python interpreter. As I have said that it's an interpreter, the line by line will be executed. So a is equal to 5. So there is no need of declaring the variable a. So the simple statement a is equal to 5, it implies a variable a is declared as an integer and 5 is assigned to a. So simply we can print a. Directly the a value will be printed, right? So line by line execution will be done. So if you want to write some lines of code, if you want to write a program, and then if you want to execute that, just open this file, new file. So new window will be appeared. So here write the code. So write the code, a is equal to 5, print a, save the file. So save the programs in any folder. So we can save the file by using .py, right? Test.py. Now after saving this program, just click on run button, run module. Automatically the Python shell will execute that particular program. So without Python shell you can't execute the programs. So this is called Python shell. And here itself a line by line execution can be done. And if you want to write a complete program, you can go to the file, new file, and write the program here and save the file and go to the run command and apply click on the run module so that you can get the run, right? So Python 3.7.0 shell. So hope you understood the installation, downloading and installation of Python software. So go to the official website, that is python.org. There you can find the downloads, and from the downloads you can download the Python 3.7.0 shell.
Hope you understood this, how to install or how to download the Python software from the internet and how to install it in our system. So first, how to execute a program. So a very first step is we have to write the code. That means we have to write the instructions. So for writing the instructions we need to open the editor. So here in the previous session we have installed one IDLE. So you can find this in your system after installing the Python. So open this IDLE. Right? So you will get a window. With these symbols. So there you can find file menu. So open this file. So open the new file. Open the new file. And now after opening the new file, write down the instructions. Write down the instructions, right? So instructions are nothing but a program, right? So program is a set of instructions. So we have to write the instructions and then save the file with a file name with extension dot py, and after saving the file, now directly run the program from IDE. So for running the program, we can directly press F5 all, or directly you can find the option run. So click on this run so that you can find the run program. So click this run so that you get the Python will be, the program will be executed in the Python shell script. Right? So this is the procedure to execute the any Python program. So first we have to open the IDE, open the new file, write down the instructions, and then save the file with the file name, any file name. So but the extension should be .py. So in the C language, the extension should be in a .c. Here the extension should be in .py. And the last step, we have to run the program using the IDE. That means directly we can click by using F5. So this is the procedure to execute the program. Now let us look on to the literals. So all these are the basics of Python. So literal constants. Literal constants. Now here in this literal constants, we are going to focus on two things. One is on numbers, another one is strings. Right? So numbers can be integers, floating point numbers, you can say it as a fractional numbers, and even a complex numbers. So strings can be single character or group of characters. Right? So these are the different literals we are going to discuss. The numbers, integers, floating points, and complex numbers. Now let us see one by one. First we will move on to the numbers. So how many ways, how many categories, and how many ways of different numbers we can use in this Python. So as we know, the integers. So integers are some like 3, 5, 7, 100, 350 and so on. All these are the integers. So there will be no fractional part, only the integral part. Next, floating point numbers. So floating point numbers consist of fractional part. So fractional part like 1.4, 5.6, 3.1423 and so on. So all these are the floating point numbers. Right? Next, coming to the complex numbers. So here in Python we can also use these complex numbers directly, where in C language we can't use these complex numbers. In order to execute these complex numbers, we have to use the structures concept to perform the operations on complex numbers. But in Python directly we can use these complex numbers by using some data type, right? So complex numbers in terms of a plus ib, like 5 plus 3i. So all these are the complex numbers. So here, if we want to store a long integers, that means with large values, right? So long integers or large values. So see, long integers, if you want to store or assign a value to the variable as a long integer, we need to add a suffix L or capital L. So any number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5. So this number is a very large number and it can be stored in long integer, and this number is represented as a long integer if we add L as a suffix to this number. So in order to represent these long integers, we have to suffix the L to the particular number. So unless you add the suffix L, it will not be represented as a long integer. Right? For every long integer, this L must be suffixed. It can be in a small case, I mean lowercase or uppercase. But the suffix must be added. Right? So here we can have the three possibilities using these numbers. So for example, as I have explained earlier, if A is a variable, A is equal to 5 is valid, A is equal to 5.43 is valid, A is equal to 5, 4, 3, 2, 7, 8, 9, 4, 6, L is valid, and A is equal to 5 plus 4I is valid. Right? So this is the integer, this is a float or fractional, this is the long integer, and this is the complex, number. Right? Next, so here in this Python programming, there are three possible cases while performing the arithmetic operations on two numbers. So first one, arithmetic overflow, right? Arithmetic overflow problem. Next, arithmetic underflow problem. Next, loss of precision problem. Right? So there are three possible problems we can get in this Python programming. First one, arithmetic overflow problem. That means if we are trying to multiply two large numbers, so multiply two long integers, right? Long floating point integers. You can simply write as a two long floating point numbers. That means into, right? So if you want to try to multiply two long floating point numbers, obviously we can get the result as INF, which is called as infinity. That means we will get the result as a very long integer, right? So very long integer or a floating point. So it's very long, so that's why the Python will return the value as INF, that is infinity. So this will happen only when the two large floating point numbers are used to multiply. Next, underflow. So here also, so if two, this problem will comes in division, right? So here, if the numerator, if the denominator is large than numerator, if the denominator is larger than the numerator, then it will result, the Python will result it as a 0. So for example, 1 divided by some 10,000 So it will result as 0.0001. Sorry, 01. So this kind of result, the Python will give the 0, right? That is almost equal to 0. So this is one problem, that is arithmetic underflow problem. This will occur when you perform the division operation in Python. Next, loss of precision. So here also this occurs when you perform the division operation. So if the numerator is divided by denominator and the result is a never ending, then we call it as a loss of precision. So if that, for example, so I will explain it. For example, if you perform 10 divided by 3, so what is the result? So 3.3333 and so on. And so on. Right? So there is never ending. So in these cases, we will get the loss of precision. Here also, the best example I can say, so 1 divided by 3. 1 divided by 3. Right? So 0.333 and so on. Here also. So in these cases, we will get the problem, that is the loss of precision. Here this we call it as a precision. So after decimal point, the values we call it as a precision. So there is no finite ending of these precisions in such cases, 10 divided by 3. So in such cases, this problem will be arised. So these are the 3 problems may occur in Python programming. So by using these arithmetic operations. So first one, arithmetic overflow, that will occur if you multiply 2 large floating point numbers. So the result will be given as infinity, INF. And arithmetic underflow problem, so this will occur when you perform the division operation. So if the denominator is large than the numerator, then automatically the Python program will result it to 0. And loss of precision problem. So this will also occur when you perform the division operation. So if there is no limit on precision value. So example 10 by 3. So this is also one type of problem. These are the 3 major problems we can get in number system. And also in this Python programming, we can represent any number in a hexadecimal format or octal format. So it will be allowed. Right? Next. Next one, we will move on to the second literal, that is strings. Strings. Right? So strings, here we will use single quote, double quote, triple quote. So single quote is represented using this one, double quotes are this one, triple quotes are this one. So here in our Python programming, the strings can be represented in any 3. That means by using a single quote or a double quote or triple quote. So these 2 are same. Single quote and double quote are same. So we can represent the string in this way or in this way. There is no change among these 2. Coming to this triple quote, we have to use this triple quote in a multi-line string. Multi-line string. Right? So that means for a paragraph, we can simply say that for a paragraph we can use these triple quotes. That means if any string is represented in more than one line, then that multi-line string can be used. That means a triple quotes. So for example, So if you had a string, welcome to Python programming. So this string is in 2 lines. So we need not use single quote, double quote. We have to use this triple quote because this string appears in more than 1 line. So triple quote. Use the triple quotes. Right? Hope you understood these strings. Now, next. Escape sequences. Escape sequences. So if you want to print the text as what's your name, simply by writing the print statement, this won't give the correct output. It will show the error because this symbol, the single quote symbol, cannot be represented in print directly. So for printing this single quote, we have to use some escape sequences, right? So in order to print the special symbols in the print, I mean on the screen, we have to use this escape sequences. So this we call it as a backslash constants in our C language, right? So in order to print the single quote, we have to represent that as backslash single quote. Backslash single quote, right? So in order to represent the slash, so this represents the single quote, slash, in order to print the slash in display screen, slash double quote, right? Slash double quote, slash n, that is for new line, that we know in the C language. So new line, slash t is a tab space. This also we know in the C language. Similarly, slash o is a represent the octal value, right? So octal value, slash x is for hexa value, hexadecimal value, right? So in order to represent this one, so just we have to rewrite this one. So print what slash single quote, yes, your name. So this will print the correct one because this single quote is represented by using the escape sequence slash single quote. So these are the different escape sequences. So we will use more in the programming this slash n and slash t rather than this single quote slash double slash and all these things. We will use these 2 escape sequences in our programming. So this is for new line character, that means printing in the new line, and then this is for tab space, right? Hope you understood these escape sequences. Now let us move on to the raw string. Raw string means whatever you are writing on the printf, using this printf, the same will be displayed on the screen. So whatever the information you are writing in print, the same will be printed on the screen. So it will not allow any escape sequences. So for that we have to represent R in print for printing the raw string, right? So if you represent R in print, the text whatever you are writing in the print, that will be exactly will be displayed on the screen. So for example, the same statement, so this statement will print the output as this one, right? Because here single quote in order to print the single quote, we are writing slash single quote. So if the same print I have modified as R comma, so I am representing as R, that means raw string. So user or a programmer is insisting the interpreter to consider the complete text as a raw string. So the escape sequences not be allowed. So here, if you write the same what slash single quote yes your name, the output will be the same what slash single quote yes your name. So here the interpreter will not consider this as a escape sequence, because here the programmer insisting the interpreter to print the raw string. So for this raw string we have to place R in the beginning of print, right? This is all about the escape sequences. Now string formatting. String formatting. So string formatting means just alignments. So alignments can be left alignment, right alignment, and center alignment. Right? Left alignment, right alignment, and center alignment. So this is represented as a less than symbol, left justify, right greater than symbol for right justify, and cap symbol. You can observe this cap. That means in C language we call it as an bitwise OR operator, XOR operator, right? So this is the cap. This symbol represents the center alignment. Let me explain with an example. So if you want to print hello, right, or we can simply by writing print hello comma, see inverted commas, less than 30. This implies 30 characters. That means total length is 30 characters, and this implies the left alignment, right? Sorry, or left justify. So the text will be displayed on the right side itself, from the rightmost. So here the spaces will begin from here to here. The total length is 30 and the text will be printed here, right? And similarly print hello greater than 30, that is a right justify, so the text will be on the left side. So if this is the total length of characters 30, the text will be printed on the right side. So this is the left justify. So justify, this is for justify, left justify, right justify. So which we can see in our Windows Word, right? Justification. So by using this justification, the space will be considered, right? The space will be adjusted so that the complete text will be in a same alignment. So here one more thing, left justification means does not implies the text is printed on the left side. The spaces will be justified, right? So left justify means the spaces will be justified on the left and the text will be printed on the right. And right justify means the spaces will be justified on the right and the text will be justified on the left. Next, print hello cat 30. That is, if the total length is this one, that means 30 characters. The cat means center element. So the spaces will be equally justified on left side and right side after displaying the text. Right? Hope you understood. This is not alignments of the text. This is the alignments of the spaces. Right? So that's why we are specifying the total length of the string. So here this statement implies the total length of the string is 30. Right? Total length is 30. And it is justified. This one, the justification is on left side. That means the complete spaces will be on the left side after displaying the text. And here, right justification. This is the center justification, center alignment. So here the rightmost spaces and the leftmost spaces are equal after displaying the text. So likewise, the text will be aligned in the center. So hope you understood this string formatting, right? So let us stop here. So we have seen different these two literal constants, that is the number constants and the string constants. So in that numbers, here in Python programming, the interpreter will accept the numbers, integers, floating points, and the complex numbers. And in that, three problems may arise while performing the arithmetic operations, that is underflow, overflow, and loss of precision. So underflow will overflow will maybe existed if the operation is on multiplication. That means if we are trying to multiply two large floating point numbers, then the possibility of that overflow may occur. And coming to this underflow, if the denominator is a large number than the numerator, then that underflow may occur. That means a division, if you are performing the division. And the loss of precision also may occur when you perform the division. Right? If there is no finite steps to get the precision value. So example we have seen, and then we will move on to the strings. There we have seen the string can be represented by using the single quote, double quote, and the triple quotes. So here a single character will be also considered as a string. So there is no separate characters, right? So every character is also a string. So the double quotes and a single quotes both are having the same meaning. So we can use a single quotes or double quotes for representing the string, and for representing this multi-line string we have to use the triple quotes. And then we have seen the raw string, so escape sequences. So in order to print a special symbols on the display screen like single quote, double quote, or a slash, backslash, and everything. So and a new line character and the tab. And finally we seen the string formatting, the justification of the spaces. So left justify, right justify, and the center justify. So once you execute this program, so that you can clearly understood this. Variables and identifiers. So as we know, the variable is an alternate name given to some memory locations. So this we have seen in C language also. So in our system, everything will be stored in a memory, and that memory will be having the unique addresses, which is in a numerical form, and in order to remember that addresses is somewhat difficult. So that's why we are giving some alternative name to that particular memory address. So that we call it as a variable. So as the name itself indicates, according to the logic, according to the expressions, or according to the instructions, the value of that variable may vary. So it's not a constant, it's a variable. If it is a constant, the value in that memory location will not be changed. As it is a variable, the value of that memory location can be varied. That means, so we can assign a value to the variable, and we can also reassign the value to the same variable. So we can update the variable with one more value or with the same value, right? So here the one more thing we have seen, that is identifiers. The name itself indicates identifier is used to identify the elements, right? So here the variables comes under an example of identifiers. Similarly, some functions, objects, classes, everything will be comes under this identifiers. For everything we are giving some name. So by using that name we are identifying that particular object or class or a function or this variable, right? So a variable is a name given to memory location, right? Next, identifiers, examples, variables, classes, objects, modules, functions, and also constants, right? So all these are the examples of these identifiers, right? So for any identifier we have to follow some rules while giving a name to that particular identifier. So which is similar to our C language. So we have to give some name to that memory location, and that must be done by following some set of rules. Now let us see the rules to be followed for giving the naming of identifier. Rules. The first and foremost rule is, so like the in C language, here also there are some keywords. So as we have discussed in the C language, a keyword is a reserved words given by the compiler or an interpreter which is having a specific task. So for every keyword there will be some specific meaning and some specific work to be done. So first and important and foremost rule is, the variable name should not match with any keyword name. So the variable or identifier, we can call it as both, a variable or identifier. Variable name should not match with keywords. So in Python also there are different keywords, so I will explain you later, right? So first we will see the rules. So variable names, that means identifier names, should not match with any one of the keywords. Second one, the name consists of alphabets or numericals, that means digits, right? So every identifier name should start with either character or underscore. Variable name should start with character or underscore, the symbol underscore, right? Underscore symbol. So except this underscore, we should not use any other special characters in the variable name. And this character can be uppercase and lowercase. It can be both, right? Anyone, either uppercase or lowercase. And also it can start with underscore. And in variable name, only except the underscore, no other special symbol will be allowed. The third rule, it can be alphanumeric, right? Variable name can be alphanumeric. That means characters plus digits, numericals, right? But the variable name should only start with the character and underscore. It should not start with numbers, numericals. And the fourth one, right? It's a case sensitive. Variable names are a case sensitive. Case sensitive. That means, example, if I write ABC, or simply we can write a name, right? So name is a variable and it is different from name because here n is capital, here n is small. So these are the two variables. The interpreter will treat it as a two variables, name and name. So capital N. So it's a case sensitive. Should follow the variable name, right? And so these are the some rules to be followed while giving the name to the variables or identifiers. So we have to follow these rules, right? Now let us move on to the data types. Hope you understood this simple thing. So the same we have seen in the C language itself. So if you compare this Python with the C, everything is same coming to the variable and identifiers. Now we will move on to the data types. See, data types. So when compared to the C language, here we can see the change because coming to the C language, so for every data there will be some data type, and for every variable should be declared before they are using in the program by using these data types, right? So if you want to declare one integer variable, so if you want to use one integer variable, first we have to declare that variable by using this data type. So the declaration is main, right? So before using them, here there are different data types, that is numbers. So in numbers we will get integers, float, complex. Everything we will treat it as a numbers. Next, strings. Here we will consider character and strings, right? So there is no special character data type, right? So like in the C language where we will be having some char in order to represent one character data type, I mean one character. So here even there is a single character, we can treat it as a string. And apart from these two, there are different things, that is list, tuple, dictionary. So all these are the different data types, right? So numbers, strings, list, tuple and dictionary. Coming to the numbers, there will be integer numbers, floating numbers, complex numbers. And strings, there are two categories and strings, right? So we will keep these three aside. First let us see about these two, numbers and strings. Now, so in C language, if you want to declare an integer data type, so what are the steps? Int, we have to use a keyword int a, that is the declaration part. A is equal to 5. This is the initialization part. So this is the declaration, this is the initialization, right? Initialization means assigning the value to the variable. But so this is the C language. Now coming to this Python, it becomes very easier, right? It becomes very simple. So a single statement A is equal to 5 automatically includes the initialization and declaration. Right? So there is no specific data types to declare a variable. The assigning a value to the variable itself treats as a declaration and initialization in Python programming. So these two statements can be replaced with only one statement in Python programming. So this statement implies A is variable to store numeric data and assign 5. Assign 5. So here the single statement in our Python programming will gives the declaration and initialization. So there is no specific data types to declare the variables. Directly we can assign a value to the variables. So if you want to add two numbers, so in C language, if you want to add two numbers, in C language, simply we have to declare two variables, int a comma b, and also third variable c. Next, a is equal to sum 5, b is equal to sum 6, c is equal to a plus b. Right? Coming to this Python, directly we can declare a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6. So that implies two variables are declared by using the numbers, integers, and directly c is equal to a plus b. Only three statements. So there is no declaration part in Python. That's the very most important point. Directly we can assign a value to the variable. It will automatically declare. It gets the declaration. So hope you understood this. Then let us take the examples. So name is equal to Python. Version is equal to 3.6.5 something. Next, price is equal to 300. Okay. Next, simply we can write some c is equal to 5 plus 4i. Right. So directly these four statements implies the name, the variable name is having the value Python, and version is declared as, this is declared as a string, this is declared as a float, okay, 3.6, and price, this is declared as an int, and this is declared as a complex. Directly a single statement will get the declaration and initialization. Hope you understood this example. Next one. Coming to the comments. So how these comments can be used in Python programming. So in C, comments. In C we have to use these symbols. So whatever the data which is written in between these two symbols will be considered as a comment. So that particular data will not be executed by the compiler. So in Python, the comment is represented with hash. So whatever the data which is having the hash at the beginning, that line will be considered as a comment. It's a single line comment. So it is not used for multi-lines. Right? If you want to give a comments in 2 lines, so you can use 2 hashes. Simple. Right? Now, in this Python, the assignment of variable can be done in multiple ways. So multiple assignment. In a single line, more than one variable can be assigned. Multiple assignment, right? So for example, sum is equal to 0, flag is equal to 0, A is equal to 0, B is equal to 0. So if you want to declare these things, if you want to assign the values to these variables, this can be written in a single line by using this multiple assignment. Simply you can write sum is equal to flag is equal to A is equal to B is equal to 0. So the single line statement will give a multiple assignment. So variable sum is assigned to 0, flag is assigned to 0, A is assigned to 0, B is assigned to 0. So all the 4 variables are assigned with a single value, that is 0, and that can be represented by using single statement in Python. Next, if, see, so if you want to assign this one, sum is equal to 0, some flag is equal to 1, name is equal to Python, and version is equal to 3.5. If you want to declare these 4 variables, and if you want to assign these 4 variables with different values, this can also be done by using a single statement in Python. That is, see, sum, comma, flag, comma, name, comma, version is equal to, see, 0, comma, 1, comma, Python, comma, 3.5. So this is the single statement we are going to use in Python for multiple assignments. So here all the 4 variables are assigned with the 4 values, 4 different values. So this is also a valid statement in Python. So it will check the order, right? Sum is equal to 0, flag is equal to 1, name is equal to Python, version is equal to 3.5. So this happens only because here the declaration part is ignored. So there is no explicit declaration part. Directly assigning the value to the variable will give the declaration. So this can be done in Python. Right? Hope you understood the multiple assignments. We can assign multiple values to multiple variables using a single line. Right. Now, if more than one line to be represented in a single line, so here the most important thing is no statement will end with semicolon. So in our C language, every statement will end with a semicolon. Semicolon indicates the termination of that particular line. But here Python, there is no semicolon. There is no way of using this semicolon. Right? So simply A is equal to 5. That always terminates the line. So B is equal to 6. It also terminates the line. So no, this semicolon is not required in every line. Okay. Now, if we want to represent more than one line, more than one statement in a single line, that means more than one instruction in a single line. So this will be correct, right? So if you want to represent more than one instruction in a single line, so A is equal to 5 and B is equal to 6. If I want to represent this in a single line, directly we can write A is equal to 5, A comma B is equal to 5 comma 6. This is one way, and the another way is by using semicolon. So if you want to represent more than one instruction in a single line, so this can be written A is equal to 5 semicolon, B is equal to 6 semicolon, C is equal to A plus B. Right? So in order to represent more than one instruction in a single line, we have to use this semicolon. Right? So we need not require the semicolon for every line of Python program. Hope you understood this, the different data types, variables and identifiers, and the rules to be followed to give the name for identifier, and then assignment. So assigning the value to the variable. So no specific declaration part, and then multiple assignments. So we can reassign the value. So if first line consists of a is equal to 5, and then the second line b is equal to 6, third line a is equal to 6, automatically this 5 will be replaced with 6. That means reassigning. So because here it is a variable, we can update the value, right? Reassignment is possible. Multiple assignments will be possible in a single line, and the comments are used by adding hash as a prefix to every line, and then semicolon is used to differentiate two instructions, right? So if you want to represent more than one instruction in a single line, we have to use this semicolon. So hope you understood all these things.
So in today's session, I would like to discuss about the types of assignments in Python. So let's go with the IDE. So I am using this Jupyter notebook, and here we'll see how many ways we can assign the values to the variables. So there are different ways. So first one is a basic assignment, so which we'll normally use in our programs, just giving the variable name is equal to operator and giving the value, so that the value will be stored in the particular variable. So this is a normal basic assignment. Okay, so I will write here basic assignment, and there is one more assignment, that is a tuple assignment. Tuple assignment. So we can assign a variable, assign the values with the help of tuple, right? By using the tuple. See, for example, a comma b is equal to, so take the two variables, a is equal to b, and you can assign two values by using a tuple. So give some 10 comma 20, so that a will be having 10 and b will be having 20. So on the left hand side, we are giving the multiple variables and we are giving the multiple values in the tuple format. And see, if you give this one a comma b two variables, and if you give the three values here, so automatically we'll get the value error because the number of arguments mismatch. So too many values to unpack. So how many variables we are giving, that many values to be assigned. Okay, this is a tuple format, and we can use the same thing by using the list format, list assignment. See, the same thing, taking the two variables and assign the values in the form of tuple, so that a will be holding the 10 and b will be holding the 20. So here also the same way, give the two variables and give the three values, automatically we'll get the error, because here also too many values to be unpacked. So how many variables we are assigning on the left hand side, so that many values to be given on the right hand side, but in the form of a list, The next one is a sequence assignment. That means we will assign the values, but not by using the tuples or a list. Directly we will assign the values, right? So this is called a sequence assignment. Right? See, if I give the values a comma b comma c, three variables. If I take some three variables, I need to give the values, three values. So this is called a sequence assignment. So here we are not using any tuple or a list. Directly we are assigning the values. So whatever the variable count we are giving on the left hand side, that many values should be given on the right hand side just by using the comma separated. So you can see a holds 10, b holds 20, c holds 30, right? So this is called a sequence assignment. And the next one is extended sequence assignment. Extended sequence assignment, right? See, for example, if you go with a comma b comma c is equal to, if you go with high, then see, A holds H, B holds A, C holds I. Now, if the same thing A comma B is equal to Python, if you view the same thing, okay, then we'll get a value error, too many values to unpack, similar to our which we have seen in the previous thing. A comma B is equal to giving more than two values here. So 2 comma 30 comma 40. So the argument count mismatches. On the left hand side we are giving two variables, and on the right hand side we are giving some three values. So we'll get the same error, right? Too many values to unpack. So in such cases, the same thing happens here also. A comma B is equal to Python. So A holds B, so here too many values to unpack, because A holds P and B holds Y, and there are no variables declared on the left hand side for THON. In such cases, just suffix the variable star B, okay, is equal to Python, so that you can observe A holds P and B holds all the remaining values in the form of list only, in the form of list. Hope you understood. This is the extended sequence assignment. So first it will go with the variable assignment, normal variable assignment. A holds the value P, and here star B means this variable can hold multiple values in the form of list. So all the remaining characters will be taken as in the form of list and get taken. So I will go with the previous example. A is equal to B, 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50, right? So if you execute, we'll get the value error. If I give the star as a suffix and execute, you can observe A holds a 10 and B holds the remaining elements in the form of a list, right? So star B means the variable can hold multiple elements in the form of a list. Okay, then the next one is a multiple target assignment. Next one is a multiple target assignment. So here you can observe, so if you want to give the same value for multiple variables, just go with this one. A, B, C is equal to, A is equal to, B is equal to, C is equal to, D is equal to 10. So automatically A holds 10, B holds 10, C holds the 10, and similarly D holds the 10, right? See, if you give the same thing like this, A comma B comma C comma D is equal to 20, again we'll get cannot unpack non-iterable int object. So only one value is here, and we have assigned some 4 variables on the left hand side. So automatically we'll get the type error. So instead of comma, you have to use is equal to. A is equal to, B is equal to, C is equal to, D is equal to 20. So that implies the 20 is the value saved in all the 4 variables. Okay, all the 4 variables hold the value 20. So this is called a multiple target assignment. And the next one is the augmented assignments, which we have seen in the assignment operators concept. Augmented assignment. So in order to, if any variable need to update, then we'll go with the augmented assignment. So simply, if A is equal to 10, and if I want to update the variable, that means changing the value of A and storing the result in A. So then we can go with A plus is equal to 2. That means A holds 12. So A plus is equal to 2 means, that implies A is equal to A plus 2. So not only the addition operator, we can also go with the subtraction, multiplication, division and everything. We can use this augmented assignment. So these many ways we can assign values to the variables. The first one we have seen is the basic assignment. So normally by using the is equal to assignment operator, and the next one is the tuple assignment, so that the variables on the left hand side and the values on the right hand side should match. And next one is the list assignment, and then A and B. So this is the list assignment, and this is a sequence assignment, and extended sequence, as well as we have seen extended sequence and the multiple target assignment and augmented assignment. So these are the different ways we can assign values to the variables.
input and output. So input function or a statement, output function or a statement. So in C language, the input function is scanf function. So here the scanf function is used to read the input from the user at the time of runtime. Right? So here, similar to the scanf, here also we will use a one function for reading the input from the user at the runtime. Right? So that is the input function itself. Sorry. Input function. So this is used to read the data from the user at the time of execution, that is the runtime. Runtime initialization can be done by using input function. And output function, as we have seen in the C language, the printf statement is the output function. Here also there is a output function that we call it as a print function. So eliminate the F, right? So print function and input function. So input is used to read the input, print is used to display the output, right? So similar to scanf in C, similar to printf in C. Right? Now here, so in C language, so as there is a declaration before using the variables, so there are different data types and there are different type specifiers. So by using those type specifiers, we will read the data. And here there are no separate declaration part. So by using this input statement, always the user reads the string data. That means, so always whatever the input taken by the user will be in the form of strings. So as we know, strings have a group of characters. So in our computer programming, everything in a keyboard will be treated as a character. So which we are followed in the C language itself. So alphabets A to Z, uppercase letters and lowercase letters, and special symbols, and also the numeric data 0 to 9, and enter, space, and every button in the keyboard will be considered as a character. So obviously the string is a group of characters. So here 55 can be a number or a character, right? So here if A is equal to 55, this will be treated as a number. If A is equal to 55, that means if 55 is enclosed in double quotes, that 55 will be considered as a character. So 5, 5, 2 5s. So we should not call it as a 55, 5, 5. Next, here in this Python programming, the input function always reads the string data. So the input will be always string. So if you want to perform some addition or some multiplication or some arithmetic operations, so we need to convert this string into particular data type. So that we call it as a type conversion, right? So here also there are different type conversions. So there are different functions. So it is very simple to convert this from any data type to any data type. So type conversion is very simple in Python. So there are all built-in functions, right? So always the input will be in a string. So here also in the input, whatever the information we are writing in between the double quotes will be considered as a normal text. So the same as a printf statement. So text in double quotes will consider as normal text and display on the output screen, right? For example, if you want to write input, some a is equal to input enter number, a is equal to input enter number. So here the text is written in between two double quotes. So at the runtime, if the user press some 5 as input, a is equal to 5 will be, 5 will be assigned to a. Here 5 is a string, right? Here 5 is treated as a string because the input function always takes the string as an input, right? So if the user enters some ABC, this is also a string. If user enters some 3.4, this is also a string. So it will treat it as a string. So whatever the data the user enters at the runtime, that will be considered as a string, right? So, and whatever the text we are writing in between the double quotes in the input function will be directly displayed on the output screen. So in the screen it will be displayed as enter number, and if the user prints 5, A5 will be assigned to A. If user prints ABC, ABC will be assigned to A. If user prints 3.4, 3.5 will be assigned to A. But all these three are in string format, right? So in order to change this format, we have to use a type conversion. So we will see the type conversion in the next video, right? So whatever it may be, so always the input function will take the string format. Next, print. Here also, whatever the text displayed, text in double quotes or a single quotes, anything, will be considered as a normal text and display on keyboard. Monitor, output screen, right? So if you want to, for example, see, print hello, automatically on the display screen hello will be printed, just like our printf. So here remember, so the line should not end with semicolon, right? That means we need not mention semicolon at the end of the line. Next, if you want to print the value of a variable, right? So if you print the value of a variable on the output screen, in C language we will use some type specifiers. So if we use a %d in printf, in the place of %d, the value will be printed. The integer value will be printed. If you use a %f in the printf, so the float value will be printed at the place of %f. But here, if you want to print a value of a variable, we need to write that variable in after the double quotes, after ending the double quotes, right? So whatever the text we are writing in the double quotes will be treated as a normal text, and whatever the variables, whatever the names we are writing outside the double quotes, that will be considered as a variable. A simple thing. So the names writing after the double quotes will be considered as a variables. See, for example, a is equal to 5, right? If you want to print 5, simply we can write print a. So this will print 5 on the screen. If you write print a, this will print a as output, right? So if it is a, so here a is equal to 5, so direct assignment, and 5 is a new number, so a will be of integer data type, right? So 5 is a number, that is also an integer, so 5 can be assigned to a. Here 5 is assigned to a, so a is a variable with integer data type. Now if a is equal to 5.4, here 5.4 is a number and that is also a floating number, so a is having a float data type. And if you print this, if you want to print this a, directly print a you have to write. And second example, let us take text. Some name is equal to Python. So this is also a variable initialization. So the variable name is equal to Python. So here Python is a group of characters, so that will be considered as a string. So this will be considered as a character array. Now if you want to print this name, directly we can write print name. Directly we can get Python as output. If you want to write hello, close comma plus name. So if it is a string, we have to use a plus to print the output. So here we can get hello Python, right? If it is a string, we want to print in the display screen, we have to write a plus. So if this is the first example, let us do second example. A is equal to 5, right? If you want to print it, print a is equal to, so directly a is equal to will be printed, comma, we have to write only a, we should not write plus a. So here the plus is used only for concatenating the string, that means displaying the string on the screen. That is only used for string data type, to print the value of string data type, right? So in order to, if the variable consists of a string, then we have to use a plus in order to display, right? So if you want to display a normal number, should write just a variable name. So a is equal to comma a. So this prints a is equal to 5. Hope you understood this printf, print function, output function. So while writing the programs, we will see more number of options in this print function and the input function, right? So these are the just a basic input and output functions, basic formats of input and output functions, basic syntax. So there are different parameters we can use in print function and we can use in input function. So all the type conversions and all the different formats used in print function, that will be seen in the next video. We will see in the next video, right? Hope you understood this one. Let's say input function and output function. Input function is similar to scanf, output function is similar to printf. So here input function is input, output function is print. Input function always takes the string format, a data in a string format, and print function always display the data on the screen. So whatever the text displayed in between the double quotes will be considered as a normal text and it will be displayed as it is in the screen. Right? Here the text in double quotes will be considered as a normal text. It will also displayed on the screen, and the data which we are assigning to the variable will be considered as a string. Right? Next, here if you want to print the value of a variable, we need to use that variable outside the double quotes. So if you want to display the value of a string variable, we have to use a plus. So if you write some text in between double quotes, and if you want to add some value of that particular variable, if it is a character array, that means a string, we have to use this plus symbol. And if your variable consists of a numerical data, and if you want to print that numerical data along with some text, we can use a simple comma to print the output. So here hello Python will be printed in this format, hello, so double quotes and comma plus name, right? And print a is equal to, in double quotes, comma a simple a. So here we should not include plus, right? Hope you understood. This is the print and input functions. Today's session we'll see the map function in Python. So how can we use this map function and where we can use this map function? So this map function is mainly used to map the function and iterators, right? So for example, you can see if I want to take the multiple values, the space separated multiple values under same name, so I can go with a is equal to, so I will go with the input dot split, and here we need to give the delimiter. If you are not giving any delimiter, we will get the space will be acting as a delimiter. So if you execute this one, it will prompt for the inputs. So I can give multiple inputs in a same line separated with a comma. Okay, but if you observe, all the values will be stored in A in the form of list, and every input will be in the form of a string, right? So every input is in the form of a string. So we need to type convert it. So for this purpose, so we can use the map function to form a list of integers which are taking the input in a single line, right? So if you want to take the input in a single line, and if you want to store all the elements in the form of integers in a list, then we'll go with the map function. Not only the integers, if you want to go with the float also, we can go with the map function. So let me explain it one. So a is equal to, okay, use the map function. So it will create an object. Okay, it will create an object. So if you want to create a list, so you give the list. Inside the list, go with the map function and give the integer. Okay, I just want to map each and every value of the iterable into an integer. And now I will go with the input function dot split. So here you can observe input dot split. It will read each and every input in string format. Each and every input in string format. So that string format, that string will be converted into integer, and that will be inserted into a list. Okay, I hope you understood. I will execute this one. So just I will take the same example. So 30, 40, 50. So execute this one. So all the elements will be stored in the form of a list under the variable name a. So if you go with a, so these are the integers. These are the integers. See, let me explain. A is equal to, I will show you the difference. Input dot split. Okay, if I execute this one, it will prompt here. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So I have to give the inputs with a space separated, because here split we are giving some space. So if you want to separate with a comma, here you need to give the comma. Okay, so I will execute this one. So there is no error. So all the values are stored in the form of a list under the name a. You can observe type of a of 0, which is nothing but a string, but I need them as a integer. So instead of type converting each and every string into integer, I can use this one. Okay, I can use this map function, so that use the same inputs, give the same inputs. Say 20, 30, 40 and 50. So automatically a will be having some 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Now you can use the type function, type of a of 0. So automatically it will give the integer. The type of a of 0 will be integer now. So the execution of this one means, first it will read all the inputs, the space separated inputs in the form of a string, and each string will be converted into integer because we are using the map function, and the result, that means the integer format, will be stored in the list. So if you want to give a float, if you want to read the float values under a single line, just map into a float, execute. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and so on. So execute. So you can observe a will be holding the float variables. float values, right? Hope you understood this one, the map function. So if you want to convert the iterables into a required function, so here float and int are the type conversion functions. So in the type conversion function we have seen these functions, int function, float function, str function, right? So this is the function, float function. So whatever the input read from this input function will be converted into a float and it will be taking into a list. If you want to create a tuple, just go with the tuple. Instead of list, we can go with the tuple, so that we can read the multiple elements under a single line, space separated elements under a single line into a tuple. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So if you go with A, it will be a tuple, right? If you want to read multiple elements in the form of a set, then simply remove the list and go with the set. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So if you go with the A, it will be a set. Okay, like this we can map the iterables into the required data type. Okay, so in most of the competitive programs we are supposed to take the input with a comma separated values under a single line. So in such cases we can use this map function. So as we know that keywords are the predefined words given by the interpreter. So in C language we call it as a compiler. So these are the some predefined words given by the interpreter, and each one is having their own identity and a specific task, right? So the first and foremost important thing is, while creating a variable, while giving a name to the variable, the first thing we have to take care is those names should not match with these keywords, because if we create a variable with any one among these names, the interpreter automatically identifies it as a keyword rather than as a variable. So it will treat as a keyword. So every keyword is having their own task. So that particular task will be performed. So the first thing is, we should not use these keywords as a variable names. Now let us see one by one. So here and it can be used as a logical AND operator. So as we know, the logical AND is used to compare two different simple conditions, right? So for example, if you want to check whether the check the large number among the three numbers, you need to check two conditions, that is if A greater than B and A greater than C. So if A is greater than both the variables B and C, then only we can say A will be the bigger. So in such conditions, there if you want to check two conditions, so those we call it as a simple conditions, right? If you want to check two conditions, then we can use this AND, so logical AND. So rather than using the symbol, you can directly use this AND keyword. Similarly, break statement. So almost some of the keywords will be same as the working of keywords will be same as in the C language. So here break and continue. So break and continue, the same working which we have seen in the C language, the same will be applied in the Python also. So break statement is used to terminate the control from the loop. So that means whenever the control encounters this break statement, automatically the control will come out from the loop. So irrespective of the condition, even though the condition is false, the control will come out from the loop. Coming to the continue, it will skip the current iteration, so in which this continue has been written, and it will move on to the next iteration. So that means it will skip only one iteration where this continue has been written. So that is the working of continue. Next, del. So this del keyword is used to delete the elements from the list. So as we have discussed earlier, so there are 5 standard data types. One is numbers, strings, list, tuples and dictionaries. On last 3, that is list, tuples and dictionaries, all these 3 are the sequence of elements. So they can consist of multiple elements of different data types. So just like our structures. right? So list can be have more number of elements with different data types. So it can store numbers, floating point numbers, similarly integer, strings or complex numbers. So anything it can store in list. So if you want to delete one element among the number of elements in that list, we can use this del keyword. Next, def. Def is nothing but defining the user defined function. Def keyword is used to define the user defined function. Right? If you want to write your own function, so then we can use this def keyword. Next, elif. Elif is similar to the else if in C language. Else if. So multi-way selections. So if you want to check more conditions, then we can go for this elif. Else if is almost equal to else if. So here the keyword is elif, and in C language it is a else if. We will write as else if. Next, else. So this is a keyword which can be used in decision control statements. That is, we call it as a false block. So there will be two blocks, a true block and false block. Any one block will be executed, the another one will be ignored. So else block is a false block. Except. The except keyword is used in exception handling in Python. So in Python there will be a concept of exception handling. So in that exception handling, we can use this keyword except. Next, a class. So class is used in object-oriented programming. So here the Python can implement this object-oriented programming also. So in that we will use this class, a group of objects, constructor. Then execute, exec. That keyword is used to execute the Python programs dynamically. So if you want to execute the dynamically Python programs, we have to use this exec keyword. Next, finally, so this keyword is also used in exception handling. For, as we know, the for is an iterative statements. So if you want to execute more number of statements multiple times, we will go for iterative statements. In that iterative statements, one of the iterative statement is for. Next, global. So as we know, the variables can be global and local. So global variables means that those variables can be used both in main function or in the user defined function itself. So anywhere in the program we can use those variables. But local variables are restricted only where the variable has been declared. That means if it is declared in the main function, that will be executed only in the main function. That can be used only in the main function. That cannot be used in the user defined function. So if any variable is declared in the user defined function, that particular variable can be used only in the user defined function, and it cannot be used in the main function. So that is a local variable. Whereas if the same variable has been declared as a global, then we can use the variable throughout the program. So either in the main function or a user defined function. So if there are n number of user defined functions in our program, we can use that variable in any user defined function. So for that purpose we will use this global. If is again the conditional decision control statement, it's a true block. Else is a false block. If is a true block. Import. So here import keyword is used to import the package to the Python program. So for example, if you want to implement some mathematical functions, so there are different mathematical functions in C language, right? Square root, power, sine, cosine. So likewise, so number of user defined functions, predefined functions are there in C language. So in order to use those predefined functions, what we have to do? We have to include the math.h header file. So all the implementations will be residing on math.h header file. Similarly, in Python, so there will be some predefined functions, and these predefined functions will be available in the packages. So there we call them as a header file, here we call them as a packages. So in order to use those predefined functions in our program, we have to import that particular packages. Right? So there are predefined mathematical functions are there, that is as floor, seal, sine, cosine, square root, factorial. So there are different predefined functions in Python. So in order to use those predefined functions, one thing we have to do is we have to import math. That means math package. So all the implementations will be come into the math package. So we have to import the math package before using those predefined functions in the program. Next, in. In is a membership operator. So that is also used in a sequence of elements. So like comparing one element with the sequence of elements. So x in sequence, x in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, y in A, B, C, D. Right? So likewise, comparison of one element with a sequence of elements, we will go for this in, that is membership operator. So additional operator in our Python. Next, is. Is a identity operator. Identity operator. So if these two, in and is, gives the Boolean result. These two will give the Boolean result. So what is the Boolean result? So Boolean result means either true or false. So in our C language, the true is represented as 0 and a false is represented as, true is represented as 1 and a false is represented as 0. So here the true is represented as true itself, false is represented as false itself. Sorry, I have forget to write two more keywords, false and true. There are two more keywords, that is a false and true. So these two operators, that is two keywords, in and is, so both will result the Boolean result. That is either true or false. So true is represented as 1 and false is represented as 0. Here the true will be true, false will be false. We will get the result as true and false, not a 1 and 0. And is the identity operator. So if two variables are referencing to the same object, then it will return a true. If it doesn't reference to same object, it will return the false. Next, from. So this from is also used in importing the packages, importing the sub packages, right? So in the package importing, we will use this from keyword. Not, that is also similar to our logical not. So 1 becomes 0 and 0 becomes 1. True becomes false or false becomes true. Or is also the logical or. Pass. Pass is a null statement in our program. So it can be used only for a syntactic purpose. So it is almost equal to the null statement. So nothing will be happens while executing this pass. Print. So as we know that print is an output function. So which we have discussed in the previous session. Raise. Raise is used in exception handling. So raising the exception. Return, we know that return is used to return the value from the user defined function. Try is also again used in exception handling. While, so we have seen for here, now it is while, the another iterative statement. Next, with. So with is also used in a sequence of elements, right? Next, yield. Yield is used in exception handling. Lambda, it is used to create anonymous functions. Anonymous functions, we can use this lambda. Assert. Assert is used to raise the error. That means in order to print the error on the display screen whenever the exception raises, then we can use this assert keyword. Next, false and true. Those are the Boolean results, true and false, which represents a 0 and 1. Here it doesn't represent 0 and 1, it directly represents this true and false, right? So these are a few keywords, and there are many keywords, and the working of these keywords will be easier while programming the logics, right? So once we move on to the programming, you can feel the experience of all the keywords, right? So that's why I just give a brief overview of these keywords. So hope you understood these keywords or reserved words in a Python. So once again, a keyword is a predefined words given by the Python interpreter which is having a specific task or a meaning. And these names should not be used as a variable names. Because if you use these names as a variable names, the interpreter will treat that as a keyword rather than a variable. So that's why we should not use them as a variable names. Right? So hope you understood this simple keywords concept. Operators. So first, as we know this, arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators, then relational operators, unary operators, bitwise operators, logical operators, assignment operators, membership operators, identity operators. So these are the few operators, various operators in Python programming. So coming to this arithmetic operators, so addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, mod, and there are two more operators, new operators, that is floor division and exponential operator. So addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulo, floor division and exponential. So one by one we will see. Next, relational operators, not equal to, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. All these are the comparison operators. So which shows the relation between two variables. So it will give a Boolean result. Unary operators, unary plus and unary minus. Bitwise operators, bitwise OR, bitwise AND, XOR, complement, left shift, right shift. So all these are the bitwise operators. Logical operators are logical AND, logical OR, logical NOT. Assignment operators are is equal to, and all the shortcuts in operators, plus is equal to, minus is equal to, star is equal to, division is equal to, floor division is equal to, and so on. There are different assignment operators. Simply we can say is equal to is a assignment operator. And there are two more operators, new operators in Python when compared to the C, that is membership operator and identity operator. So membership operators are in, not in and not in. Identity operators are is, not. is and is not. All these are the different operators we can use in Python programming. Now let us see one by one. First, coming to this arithmetic operators and relational operators. Arithmetic operators. So arithmetic operators are addition. That means like a plus b, let us take a is equal to some 5, b is equal to some 3. The result will be 8. A minus b, minus is an operator, so we will get our result 2. So as we know that multiplication operator a into b, we will get a 15. Division operator a divided by b, and here the difference will be there. So in C language, if a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 3, a divided by b will give 5 by 3. That is, actual result will be 1.6 and so on, right? 1.6. But in C language, we will get the result as 1. In the C language, we will get the result as 1, but in the Python programming, the result will be the accurate result, 1.6. Right? So it will not, it doesn't gives the integer value, it directly gives the float value. So 5 divided by 3, we will get a 1.6 as a result in Python programming. We will get only 1 in C programming. Next, so in order to get the integer division, I mean integral part, there is another operator called floor division, and this is represented as double slash. So a slash slash b. Now it will give 1 as a result. So it's called a floor division. It will give the only integer part. Next, modulo operator, that is modulo, so a mod b, which gives the result 5 mod 3, that is 2. Next, one more operator, exponent operator. Exponent operator, it is represented as double star, so a double star b, that implies 5 to the power of 3. Exponent a power b. So we need not use this power function directly, we can use this exponent operator, 5 power 3, the result will be 5 power 3, so 125, right? So it's a 125. So this is called the exponent operator. So these are the arithmetic operators in Python programming. Now let us move on to the relational operators. So only a few are new when compared to the C language, that is floor division and exponent operator. And one more difference is, while you perform the division, we will get the accurate result. That is the only difference between the arithmetic operators in C language or Python program. Now coming to the relational operators, so anywhere these relational operators are same. So the working of relational operators are same as we have seen in the C language. So first one, not equal to, so these relational operators will give the result as a Boolean type, that means either true or false. So let us take a is equal to 5, again b is equal to 3. Now a not equal to b, a not equal to b, that implies it will result as Boolean result. So in C language we will get the result either 0 or 1. Here we have keywords true and false, so it will directly display either true or false. So a not equal to b, so true, so it will give the result as a true. double is equal to A is equal to B. So 5 is equal to 3. It's a false. So automatically the false will be printed. Next, less than, A less than B, 5 less than 3, false. Less than or equal to, A less than or equal to B, again it will return a false. Greater than, so A greater than B, true, because 5 is greater than 3. Greater than or equal to, A greater than or equal to B, it's again false. Right? So these are the relational operators. Not equal to, less than or equal to, greater than and greater than or equal to. So all these we have seen in the C language. So there is no change about these relational operators. Next, coming to the unary operators. So unary operators. So as we know that unary operators means that can be applied only on the only one variable. So these unary operators means only one variable will be there. So there are two operators, that is unary plus, so which is directly represented as plus, and a unary minus, that is, so which indicates the sign of that variable. Simply we can say it indicates the sign of the variable. So for example, A is equal to 5. So unary plus A, that means it's a positive number. Minus A, which gives a plus 5 as a positive number. And here unary minus means the sign has been changed to negative. So A is equal to 5. Unary minus A means we are changing the sign of that particular variable. So minus 5. So 5 is entirely different from minus 5. Right? So this is the unary operators. So this is also same which we have seen in C language. Now assignment operators. Simply is equal to we call as assignment operator, which we have seen in C language. The same assignment. That means A is equal to 5. It's an assignment operator. That implies the value 5 is assigned to variable A. 5 is assigned to variable A. So 5 is inserted into the memory location occupied by A. Right? So this can be here. There are more number of assignment operators, shortcut operators we call it as. So plus is equal to. So if you want to update the variable which is on the left side, so for example A is equal to A plus 1. So here we are updating the A value, right, and we are storing the same result in the same variable. So A is equal to A plus 1. So we are updating the A value, and again the result will be stored in A itself. So in such case we have to use this operator. If right hand side specifies the updation of left hand side variable and the same is stored in the left hand side variable itself, then we can use this plus is equal to. Similarly minus is equal to. Similarly star is equal to. Similarly division is equal to. So likewise there are different shortcut operators, but this is equal to itself we can say it as a assignment operator, right? So let us stop here. So in this session we have seen different types of operators, that is arithmetic operators, comparison operators. So comparison operators are also called as relational operators. Comparison operators, and then unary operators, plus and minus, which is changes the sign of the variable, and then we have seen this assignment operators is equal to, simple is equal to. So let us stop here. So in the next session we will see about the bitwise operators and arithmetic operators and the membership operators and identity operators. So the next 4 operators will be seen in the next session. So hope you understood these simple operators. So these are almost similar to the operators which we have seen in the C language. So there is no much complex in learning these operators. So bitwise operators. So here the name itself indicates this evaluation will be in between the bits. That means first we have to convert the decimal value to the binary value, and these operators will be performed only in between the binary numbers. So first let us see what are these bitwise operators. So bitwise or bitwise AND, bitwise XOR, complement, left shift, right shift. So all these are the different bitwise operators. So these operations can be done only between the binary numbers. So for example, so we know that OR means if any one is true, automatically the result will be the true. So both are false, then only it will return false. Otherwise true. AND operation. If both are true, then only it will return true. Otherwise it will return false. Both are true, it will return true. Otherwise false. Any one operand is true, then it will return true. Any one is true, it will be true. Oh, sorry. So we can write, we can slightly modify that. So both are true or false, it will becomes false. Otherwise it will return true. Complement. If it is true, it becomes false. If it is false, it gives true. Negation. Shift. Shifts the number of bits towards left. Here it shifts the number of bits towards right. Right? So these are the different bitwise operators. Now let us take an example so that you can clearly understood these bitwise operators. So first OR, bitwise OR is represented as a line. So if A is equal to some 5, B is equal to some 3, A or B. So binary representation of A in 8 bits. Eight-bit representation. I am giving the 8-bit representation. Similarly, the binary representation of 3. Right? So performing the OR, performing the OR. As we know, here in OR, if both are false, then only we will get the false. So 1 1 true, 0 1 1, 1 0 1, 0 0 0, 0 0 0, 0 0 0. So this is the result. So here 1 represents the true, 0 represents the false. So here in the OR, if both are false, it will return false. That means if both are 0, we will get the result as 0. Right? Here 1 and 1, so both are true, true. 0 and 1, 1 is true, so 1. 1 and 0, 1. 0, 0, 0, and all these things. Right? So the result is 7, decimal 7. Right? So, next, hope you understood this. Next, end. End. So let us take the same example. End. So end means if both are true, then only the result will be true. Otherwise, false. Right? So 1 and 1. So let us write it in a sequential, so it will be easy. Right. So 1 and 1, 1. 0 and 1, so 1 is false, so obviously it will be 0. 1 and 0, obviously 0. 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. So the result is 1. So A and B, the result will be decimal value 1. Right? Hope you understood this. Now move on to the XOR. Right, coming to the XOR, if both are true or both are false, it will be false. If both are true or both are false, in these two conditions, it will be false. So let us take it 1 and 1. So both are true, 0. 1 is true and 1 is false, true. 1 is true and 1 is false, true. Both are false, 0. Both are false, 0, 0, 0, 0. The decimal value 6. So A XOR B is nothing but the value 6. Next, complement. Complement. So this is a unary operator, that means it can be applied for only one operand. So if here the complement means negation A. That means if it is true, it will be false, and if it is false, it will be true. So coming to the A, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. Right? So if we use this negation A, here 1, so the resultant will be 0, here 0, it will be 1, here 0, here 1, here 1, 1, 1 and 1. So the decimal equivalent of this one will be the answer. Right? So let us take so we can add all these things. So add this one, this. Right. So 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8 plus 2. So total 10, 26, so 58. So 110, 122, here it is 122, so 122, it will be 0, 1, 250. So the result is 250. The decimal equivalent is 250. Hope you understood. The complement means negation. Simply we can raise that negation. So if it is 1, it will become 0. If it is 0, it will become 1. Right. Next, shifting operations. So this is also an unary operator. It can be implemented by using only one operand. First, let us see the left shift operator. So we need to we need to specify how many bits it should be shifted. So for example, A shifted with 2 bits. So A 2 bits should be left shifted. So first A value is 0 0 0 0 1 0 1. So left shifted, that means this side. So all the bits should be shifted towards its left side. Right? So discard this one. So these 2 bits will be shifted. So 0 0 0 1 0 1 0 0. So 2 bits will be added on the right side. So shifted. If we shift this, these 2 bits will be shifted, so that at the end we have to add the 2 bits. 2 zeros. So the value of this one is 20. If we shift A value 5 with the 2 bits, the resultant will be 20. Similarly, right shift. Right shift. Same. A is equal to 0 0 0 1 0 1. Right shift. That means here we are shifting 2 bits towards its left. Here we have to shift 2 bits towards it right. So these 2 bits will be discarded, and now 2 bits will be added here. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1. So 2 bits will be discarded. These 2 bits will be discarded. Right? So the result is 1. If you shift the same 5 towards its right with the 2 bits, we will get the result as 1. So hope you understood this one, a simple thing. So these are all the bitwise operators. So name itself indicates this will be performed on only bits. That means first we have to convert the decimal to binary equivalent, and we have to apply these bitwise operators on the binary numbers itself. Next, let us move on to the next one, next operator, that is logical operators. Logical operators. So as we know that logical operators are logical and it is represented as double ampersand. So these operators are same which we have already learned in C language. Right? Logical OR and logical NOT. So here also the same procedure. Here if both are true, then only the resultant will be true, otherwise the resultant will be false. Here also if both the results are false, then the result will be false, otherwise it will be true. Here negation, NOT is almost equal to the complement in bitwise. That means if it is true, the result will be false. If it is false, the result will be true. And these operators are mainly used in compound condition. So what is a compound condition? So if you are trying to compare two simple conditions, then we will go for this compound condition. For example, if you want to compare A greater than B and A less than C, or A greater than B or A greater than C. So this means we have to compare again the two conditions. This is a simple condition, and as a whole this is the compound condition. So in simple condition we will compare only two variables. Compare two variables. In compound condition we will compare two simple conditions. Hope you understood this. So whenever we want to compare two conditions, then we will go for this logical operators. So here we can use logical AND, logical OR. And again this logical NOT is for only, say, unary operator. It can be only applied for only one condition. So not A greater than B, right? If this condition is true, the result will be false. If the condition is false, the resultant will be true, right? So the same explanation which we have learned in C language, the same will be applied for this logical operators in Python. Now let us move on to the next one, that is membership operators. So two operators are there, that is membership operators. So membership operators are in, not in. So when we have to use this in and when we have to use this not in. So both are a Boolean result. Both will give the Boolean result. That means it will be either true or false. So these are applied in sequences. These membership operators are applied in sequence of elements. So here we have a sequence of elements in three data types. One is list, second one is tuple, and the third one is dictionary. These are the three standard data types which can contain multiple elements with the different data types. So list can contain the multiple elements, tuple can contain some multiple elements, and dictionary is also contain multiple elements. So different data types, it will accept a different data types. So in these three we can use these membership operators. So we can have a variable and we can check whether this variable is existing in this list or tuple or dictionary. So in such case we will use this membership operator. So variable in sequence. This sequence may be either list or tuple or dictionary, right? So here we have to use this membership operator. Similarly, not in. So here if exist, it will returns true, that means 1. Not exist, it will return false, that is 0. Similar to the membership operator, there is another membership operator, that is not in. So here also we have to write variable not in sequence. So here again the sequence can be either list, tuple or dictionary. So here if not exist, it will return true, means 1. If exist, it will return false, that is 0. Because here we are using not in. So these two are membership operators, can be applied on sequence of elements. Hope you understood this membership operators. Next, coming to the next one, the last one is identity operators. Again again there are two identity operators, is not. So here the comparison. If two objects or two variables reference to same object, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. For example, if A is having some value 5 and B is having a value 6, so A is B. So here A is referencing to 5, B is referencing to 6. So A is B will result as a false. Similarly, is not. If two variables not referencing to the same object, it will return true, otherwise false. For example, A is equal to 5, B is equal to 6, A is not B. So A references to 5, B references to 6. So A is not B. This statement is true because A and B are not equal, right? So here if A is equal to 6 and B is equal to 6, A is B, that means A is referencing the 6, B is also referencing to the same object, then it will result true. Hope you understood this. So apart from the operators in C language, there are two different operators, that is identity operator and membership operators. And here in C language, additional to this, we have also learned increment and decrement operators and conditional operators. So here there is no way to use these increment and decrement operators. So instead of using these increment and decrement operators, we have to use the assignment operators. So in C, if you write I++, in Python we have to write I is equal to I plus 1 or I plus is equal to 1. So instead of using increment and decrement operators, we have to use the assignment operator. And there is no way of using the conditional operator, right? So hope you understood this operators concept. So in the previous classes we have seen the arithmetic operators, relational operators or comparison operators, unary operator and assignment operator. And in today's session we have seen the bitwise operators, logical operators, membership operator and identity operator. So these are all the different operators we can use in Python programming. So now let us see the operator precedence in Python programming. So here the question is, what is the operator precedence? So if any expression is having more than one operator, so which part should be evaluated first, right? So that can be done by using this operator precedence chart. So every operator is having some precedence, that means a priority value. So we will give a priorities to the operators. So which one is having the highest priority and then the low priority. And now let us look at that priority, operator precedence chart. So the first priority is for operator precedence, operator precedence. The first priority is for exponent. So among all the operators, this exponent operator is having the highest priority, right? Next, complement plus minus. So that means here the complement Here minus is not an arithmetic operator, it's a unary plus unary minus. So as we have discussed that unary plus and unary minus are used to change the sign of a variable, right? Next, multiplication, division, modulo and floor division. Multiplication, division, modulo, floor division. So floor division, that means it gives the integer part as a result, right? Next, here the arithmetic operators: addition, subtraction. Addition and subtraction. Next, left shift and right shift. Left shift operators and right shift operators. Next, bitwise and. Bitwise and. Next, XOR and OR. Bitwise XOR, bitwise OR, right? Next, comparison operators. Comparison operators, right? And then equality operators. So equality operators are also part of comparison operators. That means is equal to and not equal to, right? Then assignment operators. So is equal to, plus is equal to, into is equal to, minus is equal to, and so on. So assignment operators. Assignment operators. So after the equality operators, then assignment operators. Next, identity operators. Next, membership operators. Next, and sorry, so we can simply write as and or not. So logical operators, right? So these are the operator precedence chart. So among all the operators, first preference is for exponent, next complement, unary plus and unary minus, multiplication, division, modulo and floor division, addition and subtraction, left shift and right shift, bitwise and, bitwise XOR and OR, comparison operators, equality operators, assignment operators, identity operators, membership operators and the logical operators. Now the question is, if the expression consists of the operators, more than one operator which is having the same precedence, then how the expression should be evaluated? right? So if the expression consists of multiple, more than one operator and all the operators are of same precedence, then how to evaluate? So then we have to follow the evaluation process from left to right. Left to right. That we call it as associativity. Associativity is from left to right. So we should follow from left to right. Right? So let us see the example so that you will definitely, your doubt will be clarified. So let us see here, left to right. I will write down just above. So associativity is from left to right. See, if the expression is some a is equal to 5 into 3 plus 4 minus 2. Right. Okay, so in this, which operation should be performed first? So here there are three operators: multiplication, addition, subtraction. So addition, subtraction, multiplication. So among these three, which one is having the highest precedence? Multiplication is having the highest precedence. First, these two values will be evaluated. So a is equal to 15 plus 4 minus 2. Now again two operators are left. So here addition and subtraction. See, here addition and subtraction are having the same precedence. Both are having the same precedence. Now we will go to the associativity. So that is from left to right. We have to evaluate from left to right. So from left, the first operator is plus. So first these two will be evaluated. So 19 minus 2. Now it will be 17. Right? Hope you understood this. So if the expression contains more number of operators which are having the same precedence, we have to follow the evaluation process from left to right. So this is the best example for this operator precedence. Okay, let us take one more example. Let us take this one. So here there are four operators: plus, multiplication, division and subtraction. So here the multiplication and division both are having the same precedence. So first, if both are having the same precedence, we have to follow from left to right. From left, the first one is multiplication. So this will be evaluated first. A is equal to 4 plus 15 divided by 2 minus 1. Right? So now the division operator is having the same precedence, highest precedence, 15 by 2. In Python we will get the accurate result, whereas in integers we will get only integer, because in Python there is another operator to get the integer, that is a floor division. Here we are applying the division. So 4 plus 7.5 minus 1. Right? So again we are having two operators. So these two will be performed, and now we are having two operators, plus and minus. So in the next step we have to follow from left to right. This plus will be evaluated, so these two will be evaluated. So 4 plus 7.5, that is 11.5 minus 1. Then the result will be finally 10.5. So hope you understood this example, right? So whatever it may be, so there is a precedence chart for all the operators, and we need to follow the precedence chart while evaluating the expressions. So if any expression is having more than one operator which are having the same precedence, we need to follow the evaluation from left to right. This is a simple thing, right? Hope you understood this one. So here, first of all, what is meant by these control structures? So this control structures means the name itself indicates this control structures says the control flow of the statements in the programming language. So it will show the control flow, right? So it will show the flow control, right? So these are of three types. One is sequential, decision control, iterative control. So sequential, decision and iterative. Coming to this sequential, a normal sequential execution of a statements, we call it as a sequential control flow. That means if you want to add two numbers, so that requires a two integers, so raise some two integers, a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6, and print a plus b. So here the control flow sequentially. So first line is executed, after that some 5 will be stored in a, and second line is executed, after that 6 will be stored in b, and the third line the result will be stored, that is, the result will be displayed, that is 11 will be displayed on the output stream. So this is a normal sequential execution, so line by line execution. So that we call it as a sequential control flow. So coming to this decision control flow, the name itself indicates there will be some decision, and based upon the decision the control will flow in one direction, only in one direction. So here there will be some condition, so based upon the condition it will execute either true block or false block. So the condition means, so relation between two operators. So simply we can say relation between two operators, or we can say that if the relational operators are used in between two variables, or the logical operators are used in between two simple conditions, then we call that as a condition or an expression. So based upon the result of this condition or expression, the particular block will be executed. So if this condition or expression is true, then some set of statements will be executed and the other statements will be skipped. And if the condition or expression is false, this true block will be skipped and only false block will be executed. So that means the control will flow only in one direction, either true or some false. Next, this is an iterative control structures. So iterative control structures means loops. That means executing some set of statements continuously until some condition or expression becomes false. So multiple executions of a same set of statements, we call it as an iterative, right? So let us see one by one. So first we will cover this decision control structures, and then we will move on to this iterative control structures. So first let us see the decision control structures. Right. Decision control structures. So here in this decision control structures there are four categories. One is simple if, if else, nested if, elif, else. So there are four categories comes under this decision control structures. One is a simple if else, nested if, elif, else. So in this session let us look about these two concepts, and in the next session we will move on to these two concepts. Now coming to this simple if. So coming to the simple if, here we are using the keyword small letters, right? Small letters if, and simply we can say if is a true block. Similarly, else is a false block. And as I have said in the previously, the decision control structures means we have to check the condition, and based upon the result of that particular condition or expression, the control will flow. So if the condition is true, true block will be executed. If it is false, false block will be executed. So here the question is where we have to write this condition or expression. So the condition or expression should always written in if block, right? So the condition or expression always it should be written in if, right? So if is a keyword and else is also a keyword. Now let us see the syntax for this. So here the name itself indicates simple if. That means we will concentrate only on the true block. So here if is nothing but a true block. Here we are using only if. That means we are only mentioning the true block. We are just ignoring the false block. So if the condition is true, that particular block will be executed, otherwise it will not execute anything. The sequential execution will start. Right? Hope you understood this. Now, how to represent a block of statement? So here, see, first let us say the syntax. If, so write the lowercase letters, if followed by condition or text expression. So anything we can call it, right? Text expression, colon. See, it's not a semicolon, it's a just colon. It's not a semicolon, it's a just colon. Next, statement 1, statement 2, and so on. Statement N. Statement X. Right? See, this is a simple syntax for this simple if statement. So here also we have to write a condition or a text expression. And in this block, so as I have said that if is a true block, so a block can be a single statement or a multiple statements. So this block consists of either single statement or a multiple statements. So that depends upon our logic. So how to represent a block of statements? How to represent this block of statements? So in C language, simply we can write if condition and the block of statements are represented in these curly braces. So if you include these curly braces, that implies all the blocks are, all the statements are related to this if block. Similarly, else, again we will write curly braces. So where we want to write a multiple statements, and whenever we want to combine all these multiple statements as a block, we will just represent all those multiple statements in curly braces in C language. But here in Python language, so we need not use this curly braces. So here everything will be done by following the indentation. So this is very important in Python. Indentation. So indentation means alignment. So all the same set of statements, the multiple statements which represents a block will be aligned in an equal alignment. So will be written in an equal alignment, right? So for this indentation, we have to include this colon after the condition. So here this one will call as header, and these statements we call it as should. So every header should end with colon. So if this header is end with colon, automatically in the next line the 4 spaces will be ignored, and from the 5th space the statement will be written. So automatically the cursor will skip these 4 spaces and the cursor always starts from the 5th space. So immediately after completion of this statement, if you press enter, again the cursor will skip the 4 spaces, and from the 5th space it will be displayed. So from the 5th space only we are writing the statement. So we can observe this. So all these multiple statements are aligned in an equal path. So this follows the equal alignment. So this represents indentation, which gives or which specifies the block of statements, which specifies the block, right? So here we are not using any curly braces. So this will be applied for all the iterative statements or all the decision control statements. So in Python, in general, we have to follow this indentation, and the indentation specifies the block of statements. So how to specify or how to represent the block of statements, and that can be done by including colon at the header of this control flow. So if you put this header, colon at the header, automatically the indentation will be followed. So whenever you complete this block of statements, automatically press the backspace so that the cursor will move on to the first line. Towards its left alignment will be done. And this statement represents the immediate statements after the if condition. So that we have to observe by using this alignment. So if condition, here there is an alignment, right, 4 spaces. So this represents a block of statements, and immediately after after completion of all these multiple statements, immediately we have to press the backspace so that the cursor should be moved on to the leftmost corner. And from here, again we have to write the statement. So this implies this statement is the immediate sequential statement, executes after the condition. If the condition falls, this statement will be executed. Or if the condition is true, after executing all these statements, this statement will be executed. So this is not an else part, because we didn't write any else part, only if condition. So this is called a simple if, right? So hope you understood. So let us see the program, simple program, so that you will identify, you will understand. So let us write a program. So here let us write a program whether the number is 0 or a non-zero. See. So first read the value. So for reading, we have to write n is equal to, here input of enter n, right? So this gives the string, right? As we have discussed in the input and output statements, input statement always gives the result as a string format. So here we have to check it's a number. So for this purpose, we have to use the conversion, type conversion. So we have to convert this string to integer. So for converting this string to integer, just add int, right, as a prefix, so that this string will be converted into int, and that will be assigned to n. Now n is a numeric, right? Now we have to check whether the n is a non-zero or 0. So if n is equal to 0, colon. So this is very, very important. So if you include this colon, automatically the cursor will start from here. Print 0, right? Okay, so this is a simple program. So we are not writing any else part, or just we are writing the only if part, that means a true part. Now let us move on to the next one, that is if else. If else. So here in the if else we have to use both the keywords if and else. So here if is a true block and else is a true block, I mean false block. So here based upon the text expression or the condition, so the result of the text expression or a condition, only one block will be executed, the other one will be skipped. So let us write the syntax here. So here also we have to follow the indentation. So if condition or text expression colon, so this is very important, statement 1. So we can write either it can consist of either single statement or multiple statements. Statement 2 and so on. Again else. So this ends the true block because here we are writing the else part from leftmost corner, right? So this alignment should be same. Else again we have to include the colon. So automatically the control or the cursor will start blinking from this alignment. That means it will leave the 4 spaces and it will start blinking on the 5th position. So statement 1, statement 2 and so on. Statement X. See here this condition or a text expression, so this is called a true block and this is called a false block, right? So if this condition is true, automatically all the statements comes under the true block will be executed and this part will be ignored, so it will not be executed. And if this condition or a text expression is false, automatically these statements will be ignored and automatically the control will move on to this else part because it's a false block. So these statements will be executed and after completion of these if else, this statement X will be executed. So statement, I am writing this statement X because it is a sequential execution. It will execute only after completion of this if else. Right? So this is a sequential execution. Here most important thing once again I am telling, that is indentation. So we have to follow this indentation. That means we have to differentiate this header and suit with a colon. So header colon, it automatically applies the indentation. Right? So hope this you understood this one. And now let us see an example for this if else. So let us check whether the given number is positive or negative. Positive or negative. So first again common, we have to read n value. So input enter n value. So it will return in a string format. So for this we have to typecast. So we have to convert into integer. Now n value is a integer. Now write down if n greater than 0. So if n greater than 0, so obviously any number, if any number is greater than 0, we know that it's a positive number. So write down. So if you include this column, then alignment will be applied. So that is called indentation. So print positive. Else, so if it is false, that means if the n value is less than 0, print negative, right? So this is a simple program, example program, right, for this simple if else. So here we are reading the n value and we are checking the condition, the text expression, if it is a greater than 0 or less than 0. So if it is a greater than 0, automatically we are printing it as a positive, and if it fails, automatically else part will be executed. So we need not write the one more condition here, right? So the important thing is this text expression or a condition should be written only beside the if statement. So we should not write this condition or a text expression beside the else part. So else part is always the false block, right? So hope you understood these two. Let us see the decision control statements. So in this session we will see the nested if and the second one if, elif, else, right? So this is nothing but else, if, ladder in C. Similar. So instead of writing else if, we will write this elif. Elif is also a keyword. So these keywords we have already discussed in the previous sessions, right? So if is a keyword, else is a keyword, and also elif is also a keyword. Now let us see one by one. First let us start with the nested if. So here the name itself indicates writing the if condition inside the if condition. So if the condition is true, again inside the if we will write another condition, right? So let us see the syntax so that you will understand clearly. So I will write here if is a true block, else is a false block. Next, indentation. That can be achieved by including this colon. So this means a block of statements. Block of statements. Now let us write the syntax here. So first, if condition or test expression colon. So if you include this colon, automatically it will use these 4 spaces, it will leave the 4 spaces, and from the 5th line it will be displaying, right? Now again, so in the place of statements we are writing once again the if condition. So if condition or text expression, again follow the indentation, again from here 4 spaces will be removed. So here also we can write either a single statement or a multiple statements. Again we have to write the else part, again we have to include this indentation. Again write the else part here for this if. Right? So first, if this condition is true, this completely represents the true block. Right? Again, in the true block, again we are comparing the condition, right? We are checking the condition. So here, this is the true block for this if, and this is the false block. So this is the false block. So this is the inner true block, inner false block. Right? So here we are writing the if condition inside the if condition. So this we call it as a nested if. Nested if. So if this condition is true, automatically this part will be executed. Right? So this part will be executed. And if this condition is false, all these statements are ignored and directly it will execute the else part. That means, for example, if this condition is false, automatically statement 1 and statement 2 will be executed. Right? So if this condition is true, this part will be executed. That means again one more condition will be implemented, and if the condition is true, these two statements will be executed, and if this condition is false, these two statements will be executed. Right? So this is a simple syntax for this nested if. So let us see an example so that your doubts will be clarified. Right? Now let us move on to the example for this nested if. So we can take a problem that finding the largest among three numbers. Largest among three numbers. So in Python, all the comments will start with hash. So if you include this hash as a prefix for any line, that line will be treated as a comment. Right? Now, so for this, first we have to read three numbers. So for reading the three numbers, we can take int of, that means type conversion, input, enter value of A, next similarly B. So we should not use a semicolon at the end of the statements, right? So just write down the statement and execute. So it gives us very simple representations. So value of B, similarly read the value of C also. Right. Now we are having three values A, B, C and integer values. So first here if you take any input, it will be in a string format. We are converting into integer. So now we are having three numbers. Now write the condition if A greater than B. Right? If A greater than B. Now we have to write the true block. Again we have to check if A greater than C. Then print A is large. Else, so here if A greater than B, it's a true, and A is not less than C, not greater than C, that means a false. So now the control will enter into this part. So here A is greater than B but not greater than C. So obviously the result will be C. C is large. Now else, right? So if A is less than B, okay, so if A is not greater than B, that means it's a false part. Now the condition will check here, right? Now condition will goes to here, the control will goes to here. Else, again we have to check the condition, so we can write here elif. So in the beginning I have said that the condition should be written only on the if, that means beside the if. We should not write any condition beside the else. So here we have to check one more condition. So if A is not greater than B, right, we have to check one more condition, then we have to print the result. So that's why we have to check the condition. We can combine both else and if, and we can write it as elif. Elif, sorry, B greater than C, B greater than C, print B is large. Else, so again this is a false part, print C is large. Right? So this is a simple program for finding the largest among three numbers. So let us take trace this one. So first let us take A is equal to 5, B is equal to 2, C is equal to 7. Now if A greater than B, so 5 greater than 2, set true. So this block will be executed. Now 5 greater than 7, A greater than C, false. So this part will be executed. So obviously it will print C is large. A simple thing, right? So if you want to write one more condition in the else part, we have to include if in that else part, and we have to write it as a elif. Elif, right? So hope you understood this nested if. Now let us move on to the next one, that is if, elif, else. See, if, elif, else. So the syntax is if condition or text expression, colon, this is very important. We can write a single statement or a multiple statements. Next, again, if you want to check one more condition, write the elif, write down the condition or text expression. Again, follow the indentation, that means use a colon. So we can write multiple statements or a single statement. And the false part, else part, we can write multiple elifs, right? So we can write a multiple elif statements. And finally we can write this else part. So this is a simple syntax for this if, elif, else. So one more thing, it's a case sensitive, so these keywords are in the lower case letters. So just for an heading purpose, I am writing in the capital letters, right? So while we are using in the program, we have to write the small letters. So just to go through the keywords, and we have to follow the same syntax of that keywords. So as we know that keywords are the reserved words given by the interpreter, and we have to follow the same thing in order to implement them in the program. Now, so let us see one program, a simple example for understanding this if, elif, else. So here the problem is, for writing the program, let us write a relation between two numbers. So we will write a program to to show the relation between two numbers. See, right. So what is the relation between any two numbers? So only there are three possible cases which shows the relation. That is, one is either both are equal. Second one is either the first number is greater than second number. And the third one is either the first number is less than the second number. So three possible cases. So this gives the relation between two variables. So is equal to, less than, or a greater than. Right. Now for this we have to read two numbers. So let us take A is equal to type conversion int of input of enter value of A, B is equal to int of input of enter value of B. Now we have two values A and B. Now we can write if A is equal to B. Follow the indentation. So include the colon. Print both are equal. Again we have to check one more condition, whether it is a less than second number or a greater than second number. So if A greater than B, follow the indentation, right, print the result. This implies if this condition is true, A is greater than B. So obviously if these two conditions are false, automatically A is less than B. So there we can write directly else part. So we need not check what the condition, one more condition, because the remaining condition is simple, that is A is less than B. So there are no more conditions to check. So that's why we can write only else part. Else print A is less than B. That's it. This is a simple program to show the relation between two numbers, and it's an example for if, elif, else. And one more thing we can write, that is giving a grade to a students, right? So we can read a number of subjects, and we can read a marks of those subjects, and we can find out the percentage, and based upon the percentage level we can give the grade. So if it is greater than 70, we can give as a distinction, and in between 60 to 70 we can print as a first class, and if it is in between 50 to 60 second class, and 40 to 50 third class, and less than 40 is a fail. So here we need to check all the conditions. So we can write a number of elifs, right? Multiple conditions, right? So hope you understood this simple thing. If, elif, else. So in today's session we have seen two decision control statements. Those are nested if and if, elif, else, right? So here the if represents the true block and else represents the false block. So in order to check one more condition in the else part, we have to use this elif keyword. So by using this elif keyword we can check the multiple conditions. See, before going to the iterative control statements, first we have to know which statements we call it as an iterative control statements. So whenever a block of statements are used to execute repeatedly for a number of times, that we call it as an iterative statements. Right? So for each time of execution we call it as an iteration. So for example, if some set of statements need to be executed 10 times, so that we call it as a 10 iterations. So every time we call it as an iteration. So 10 iterations. And then, so before going to that, we have to take care about the three things. One is loop variable initialization, second one condition for termination, third one updation of loop variable. So we have to take care about these three things. So before starting the loop, we have to initialize one variable, and the second one is at particular time the loop should be terminated. That means for getting the finite number of iterations. So if you fail to write this condition, it will go to the infinite loop. So that loop will not terminate. So it will continuously, the number of iterations will be increased. Next, updation of variable, loop variable. So we need to, for every iteration we need to update this loop variable. So based upon this loop variable, we have to write the condition. Right? So these three things we have to take care about these in iterative statements. So there are two types of iterative statements. One is while loop. So these iterative statements we call it as in loops, right? While loop and for loop. So in C language there is another loop, that is a do while loop. Here there is no chance of third one, only two categories are there. One is while loop and for loop. So let us see one by one. See, coming to the while loop. So as we have discussed in the previous session, so here the block of statements will not be represented in between these curly braces, and for every header, if you include the colon as a suffix, automatically the indentation will be applied and the cursor will leave 4 spaces on the left side, and the control will start, the cursor will start from 5th space. That implies, this alignment implies these are the some set of statements which are represented for this particular header. That header may be if else or while or do while, anything, right? So all the statements which are represented by using this indentation will represent a block of statement, right? So instead of using these curly braces, we will use this indentation, alignment, right? Now let us see the syntax for this. Syntax for while loop: while condition colon, automatically we have to write from here, statement 1, statement 2, and so on. So this may be a single statement or a multiple statements. So this alignment, so we can see this alignment represents the block of while loop. So that means until this condition becomes false, all these set of statements which are aligned will be executed repeatedly. So immediately after the condition fails, automatically the control will come out from the loop. That means the next statement after the while should be aligned from here itself. See this alignment. So all these alignments will comes under block of while loop, and whatever the statement we are writing which is equal for this while alignment, that will be the sequential execution. That means this will be executed after the condition becomes false, right? So this is a simple syntax for while loop. So let us see the example. See, this is a comment in Python. Print n natural numbers. Right? Now, for this first we have to read the n value. So n is equal to int of input enter n value so n will be having one value. Now initialize the loop variable, let it be I is equal to 0. This is a loop variable. So we have to remember loop variable initialization, next condition for termination, next updation. Now this is a loop variable while I less than or equal to n. So this is a condition where we have to stop. What we have to do? Print I is equal to I plus 1. Right? So we can write here print end of loop. See, this statement implies, so this is the first one, loop variable initialization. This one is the condition, so where we have to stop. This one is the updation. Right? So here, so in Python there is a no increment and decrement operators. So we have to replace those increment and decrement operators by using this augmented assignment, or simply we can use this assignment operator and arithmetic operator. So I is equal to I plus 1. We have to write it like this. So we should not write as I plus plus because there is no increment and decrement operators in Python. Right? So see, first n value, so let it be n is value is equal to 5. Now I is equal to 0. I less than or equal to 5, 0 less than or equal to 5, true, print I. So print I means 0 will be printed, I is equal to I plus 1. So I is equal to 1, n is equal to 5, 1 less than or equal to 5, print I. So 1 will be printed, n is equal to 5, I is equal to I plus 1. So 2 less than or equal to 5, true, 2 will be printed, 3 will be printed, 4 will be printed, after that I is equal to 5. So here we have written 5 less than or equal to 5. This is also true, 5 will be printed. Again I is equal to I plus 1. Now I is equal to 6. So 6 less than or equal to 5, here the condition false. So automatically the result will be 0 to n. Right? From 0, starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So if you initialize this 0 with 1, so here the display will be from 1 to 5. So hope you understood this simple thing. So while loop, so in this while loop we have to follow all these three things. Right? Now let us move on to the second one, that is for loop. For loop. So here also we have to initialize the variable, condition and updation, but in a different manner. So here we will write for I in sequence. So this sequence can be a tuple or a list or a dictionary or a range. So this sequence can be anything. So either it can be a list, tuple, dictionary or range. So I will be followed with all the values in this given range or in given dictionary or given tuple or given list. So all these four are the sequential data types. So that means these are the data types which will accept the sequence of elements with the different data types. Right? So let us see this range. So afterwards, in the coming topics, we will move for these three: list, tuple and dictionary. Now let us stick on to this range. See, I in range. Now let us see the syntax for this range. So range, start, stop, step size. So there are three arguments involved in this range function. So here we have to give the start value from where I will be included. Next, we have to give the stop value where the I should be end. This is the end value. Start value, end value. And this step size is the difference between the first iteration element and the next iteration element. So this is nothing but our updation, right? So this is a loop variable. We are initializing. This is the initialization. So start. So starting value. Stop. Where to stop? This is the condition itself. Here itself is the condition. So this stop element is the last element. And step size is difference between the first iteration and second iteration. That means updation. And the start, if you mention the start, that is well and good. And if you are not mentioning the start will be always 0 by default. That means I value in range function always starts from 0. And this step size, here also it's an optional thing. This should be mentioned by the programmer. If programmer doesn't specify this step size, the default value is 1. The default value is 1. That means just an increment. So if the I value in the first iteration is 0, then in the immediate next iteration the I value will be 1. In the next iteration I value will be 2. That means the difference will be 1. So if this step size is not mentioned by the programmer, and stop must be mentioned by the programmer itself. So if the programmer mentioned n, the last element will be n minus 1. Right? So if n is the last element, n is a stop element, end element, the value is n minus 1 will be the last element. So it will not include this value, n value. So that means simply a range of 0, n, 1. This implies 0 to n minus 1 with unit difference. Right? From 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, n minus 1. This function. Or else. Simply we can mention only range value, range of n. This implies 0 to n minus 1 with unit difference. Because here we are not mentioning the start, we are not mentioning the step size. So here whatever we are mentioning is the last size. So if there is only one argument, that argument is automatically the stop element, that is the end element. So end element, if end element is n, the last element will be n minus 1. So I will be iterated from 0. Here there is no start. So automatically by default it will take as 0, and here no step size. So automatically it will take it as 1 as a difference. Now let us see. Hope you understood this range. let us see. So range n, or simply range 5. Sorry, let us write the syntax first and then we will move on to the program. I in sequence colon, automatically the indentation will be applied. Statement 1, statement 2, and so on. So this is a simple syntax for loop. Now let us see an example by using sequence as a range. So we need not initialize this I before starting the for loop, because loop variable initialization, condition and updation, everything we are writing by in the range function itself. Range of m, so sorry, range of 5 colon print I. So here only one argument is there, so that argument is the end element. So by default it will be I value will be 0 and the last element will be 4. So first element and this is the last element, and the difference is 1 because there is no mentioning of step size. So the output for this one is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's it, because we are giving 5, so 4, up to 4 it will be printed. Now if we mention here the step size from 1 to 5, that implies the first argument will automatically consider it as a start element and 5 as a end element. So by default the last element step size is 1. So the output for this one is always start from 1, so starting element 1, right? If you are not mentioned here 1, it will be take it as a 0. So 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? Next, if you mention here 2, that means start is 1, last element is 5 minus 1, 4, and the difference is 2. Now output for this one is first start 1, 2 difference 3, 2 difference 5. So 5 is not included because the last element is 5 and only 4 is the last element. So 1 and 3 is the output for this. And simply if you write here start from 5, 0 minus 1, right? So this is simple output. It will start from 5, minus 1 we are giving. So 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and 0. 0 also will be printed. Next, so if you use here 2 minus 2, automatically 5, 3, 1. This is the output for this thing. So we can write ascending in an ascending order or a descending order. So this implies the updation. This implies the condition. That means the range is nothing but a condition. This is the initialization. Right? Start, stop and difference. So this is a simple example for using this for loop. It's very simple when compared to our C language. Right? So in C language we have to use 3 terms in the for loop. First initialization, condition and updation, and then a block of statements. So here just we can mention it, all these 3 things in a single function. That is a range with the 3 arguments. First one is starting element and the last element, I mean stop element, and then with a difference, that means a step size. So this is a very simple thing. So these 2 comes under our iterative control statements. Break and continue. So break and continue called as unconditional jumps. So here coming to first one, break. So the name itself indicates, so mainly first of all, these break and continue statements will be used in iterative control statements. Right? So that means either for or while. So either in for or while. So here coming to this break, the name itself indicates whenever the control reaches this break statement, automatically the control will come out from the loop. That means even though the condition is true, the control will skip all the remaining iterations and it will directly comes out from the loop. That we call it as a break statement. See, so syntax, just writing the keyword break. So small letters, break is a syntax. So whenever the control reaches this break, automatically the control will come out from the loop. See, the syntax is for variable in range, some statements, so colon, if condition or expression, so we can write anything, colon, break. Right? So whenever this control reaches here, it will directly skip all the remaining iterations and directly comes out from the for loop. Similarly, while also. While condition colon statements, if condition or expression colon break. Whenever this control comes out from the loop, automatically, wherever the control reaches this break, the control will come out from the loop. So whatever it may be, the break statement will skip all the remaining iterations and directly the control will be comes out from the loop. So if it is a nested for loop, right? If it is a nested loop, either it may be a two for loops or two while loops. See, for variable in range, so if, right, if the break statement is written in the inside for loop, that means inner loop, then whenever the control reaches this break, automatically the control will comes out from the inner loop and it will execute the outer loop. Hope you understood, right? So whenever the break statement is used in the inner loop, the control will come out from only the inner loop. That means outer loop will be executed continuously, right? So this is a simple syntax for this break statement. For let us see an example so that your doubt will be clarified. See, See, let us take this example, simple example. So here I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, that is 1 less than or equal to 10, print I. So in this case, so let us trace this example. So I is equal to 1, 1 less than or equal to 10, the condition is true, print I. So 1 is printed, I is equal to 5, that means 1 is equal to 5, the condition false. So obviously, again see the indentation. So this is the outside the loop, this statement is outside the loop because the indentation, follow the indentation. So if the condition is false, we didn't write any else part, so again the condition will be checked. Sorry, I have to write the updation. So I is equal to I plus 1, so I is equal to now 2. The condition fails and I is equal to 2. So I is equal to 2, 2 less than or equal to 10. 2 less than or equal to 10, condition true. So print I, so 2 will be printed. Next, 2 is equal to 5, again false. Again I is equal to I plus 1. Now I is equal to 3. Right? So 3 less than or equal to 10. Condition true. Then print I, so 3 will be printed. 3 is equal to 5. Condition false. So I is equal to I plus 1. I is equal to 4 now. Now 4 less than or equal to 10. Condition true. So print I. 4 will be printed here. And then 4 less than 4 is equal to 5. Condition false. I is equal to I plus 1. Now I is equal to 5. Now 5 less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. Print I. 5 will be printed. I is equal to 5. 5 is equal to 5. The condition is true. 5 is equal to 5. So break. Break means automatically the control comes out from the loop and the immediate statement after the loop will be executed. So here the immediate statement after the loop is this print statement. Now the printing will be stopped and this will be printed. Loop terminates. So this will be printed. Right? So this is the output for this program. So whenever we are writing the break, automatically the control will come out from the loop and it will continue its execution with the next immediate statement after the loop. Right? So similarly, we can write this break statement in for loop also. The same concept is implemented by using for loop also. Right? Now, hope you understood. So that's why we said that these unconditional jumps, that means a break and continue, should be used only in iterative statements. That means only in for loop or while loop. Right? Now let us move on to the continue statements. A slight difference between the break and continue. So here the continue will never brings the control out from the loop, but it will skip the current iteration, in which iteration we have written the continue statement, and it will continue with the next iterations. That means it will just skip only one iteration in which the continue is written. Right? Let us see that your doubt will be clarified. Now let us see the continue statement. So continue statement. So continue is also used in iterative statements, that is for or while. So here the syntax, just write the continue in small letters, the same which we have written in C language. See, that means it skips only current iteration. And continue with next iterations. Right? It will continue with the next iteration. Now let us see the working of continue. So similar for variable in range, if condition or expression continue, see, whenever this continue occurs, then immediately it will skip all the remaining steps which are involved in the current iteration. Again it will go with the next iteration. So that control will again go with the next iteration. So it doesn't comes out from the loop, but it will continue the execution with the next iterations. Similarly by using the while also. While condition, condition or expression continue. So here also whenever the control reaches this continue, automatically it will move with the next iteration. That means it skips all the remaining steps which are written in the current iteration. Right? So similar to the for loop also, inner nested for loops, nested loops. So if the continue is written in the inside for loop, that means inner loop, then the continue statement will be skip only one iteration and it will continue with the next iteration. It doesn't come from the inner loop, right? So slight difference between the break and continue. Now let us see the same example and let us test the output, right? Then we will feel the difference between a break and continue. See now, let us see an example. Now let us write this continue in using for loop so that we are covering both the for loop and while loop. So we have written while loop in break statement example, and now we will write the for loop in continue example. See, this is a simple example. The same example, printing 1 to 10 elements, so which we have written in the break statement also. So now let us take this one. So as we have discussed in the iterative control statements, in the for loop we have to use a range. That means we have to use a sequence of values. So the automatic updation will be done. And in this range function we are using the 3 fields. One is the start, second one is the end, last one is the step size. The difference between first element and second element. So we are not giving the third element, third argument, that is a step size. So by default it will be 1. So here the starting element is 1, so I will be initialized with 1. And the last element will be here 10, so n minus 1 is the last element. 9 is the last element here. So I will be repeated from 1 to 9. So first, in the first iteration, I is equal to 1, 1 is equal to 5, that is a false. So print I. So 1 will be printed. Next, automatically again I is incremented. 2 is equal to 5. It's also again false. So 2 is printed. Next I is incremented. 3 is equal to 5. False. 3 is printed. I is equal to 4. 4 is equal to 5. Second false. 4 is printed. I is equal to 5. Incremented. So 5 is equal to 5. The condition is true. So continue. continue means it will skip all the remaining elements in the current iteration and it will move with the next iteration. So this print statement will be ignored because this statement continue, the control reaches the continue. So automatically the control moves to the again for loop. So again I will be incremented with 6. So nothing will be printed here. So I is equal to 6. So 6 is equal to 5. Again false. So 6 will be printed. I is equal to 7. 7 is equal to 5. Right? So again the condition fails. So 7 will be printed. And I is equal to 8 incremented. So 8 is equal to 5. Right? 8 will be printed. Next I is equal to 9. And 9 is equal to 5. So again condition fails. 9 will be printed. Right? So I value varies from 1 to 9 as we have mentioned here in the range function 1 to 10. So always the end element is n minus 1. Right? Hope you understood? Here only the one element is skipped, that is a 5, because in the fifth iteration 5 is I is equal to 5, so 5 is equal to 5, the condition becomes true, so continue statement will be executed, so it will skip all the remaining statements in the current iteration and again it will move back to the next iterations. So I will be again incremented and then the same procedure will be followed further. Right? So 5 will be skipped and all the remaining elements will be printed. If here we have written this break statement, automatically the program, the control will come out from the loop. So here after completion of this range, this print statement is executed because this this print statement is written after the for loop, because see the indentation here. Right? So just we have to follow the indentation in Python while writing the program. So after printing the 9, it will print loop terminates. This will be printed here. Right? So hope you understood this break and continue statement. And apart from these two, there is another unconditional jump statement, that is pass in Python. But this is a no operation statement. We call it as a no operation statement. So it doesn't affect any code, any part of the code in the Python program. So just a dummy keyword. Right? So there will be no operation is performed while whenever the control executes this pass statement. Right? So important things are break and continue. So hope you understood these simple break and continue statements in Python. So list is a sequence of elements. It is a data type and it consists of a sequence of elements, that means multiple elements, but here we can use multiple elements of different data type. So we can combine the numerical values as well as the string values or as well as the complex values, and everything we can combine and form this list. So similar to our array in C program, but the only difference is array is also a storage of multiple elements but of same data type, but here list is the storage of different elements, multiple elements with a different data type. Right? So here the list is represented in a square braces. So all the elements of a list are represented in a square braces. So this is very most important, because if we use this square braces, we call it as list. If we use this parenthesis, normal braces, that is called tuples. If we use this curly braces, we call it as a dictionary. Right? So for everything there is a specific meaning. So we must be very careful while representing the elements. So if you represent the elements in between these parentheses, it will be considered as a tuple, not as a list. And if you represent the elements in between these curly braces, it will be represented as a dictionary. It's not a list. So for every representation, that's the most important. Now, list. So all the elements of the list must be represented in square braces. Now, how to create a list? Right? So by using the direct initialization, by using this assignment operator, so we can write list is also a variable name. We can write a variable name. So let us write a sequence is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to represent all the elements in between the square braces by separating with the comma. So this is a list of numericals. So this is a string list, a list of with a string. So this is a one more list which can have all the different, multiple elements with different data types. So here this is a numerical, this is a string, this is a floating variable, and this is a string. Right? So like this, a list can be initialized with the multiple elements of different data types by using separated with the commas in between the square braces. Right? Now let us see how to initialize the list at runtime. So in C language, the reading elements, how to read the elements at the runtime by using a function called scanf. Here we use input function. Input function is used to read elements at runtime. Right? Read elements at runtime. So here for initialization we can use append function. Append function. So this append function is used to insert element into the list. So first we have to initialize an empty list, and into that empty list we have to use this input function, and we have to read each and every element from the keyboard at the runtime, and we have to insert that element by using this append function. Right? So syntax for this append is list name, so that means a variable name, dot append of element. Simple. List name dot append of element. So it will directly append this element into that list. Now let us see an example. So first initialize the empty list. So this is the empty list. Now use an iterative statement for I in range of 5. That means we are reading 5 elements, index from 0 to 4. Element is equal to input. So this input function will read one element from the keyboard and it will assign to element. Now we have to append this element to sequence. So sequence dot append of element. Right? So this is a simple example for reading the elements and assigning them to the list. So this is the code for reading the elements from the keyboard at runtime. So for I is equal to 0, from the input function, if you enter 10, so initially the sequence is empty list. So I is equal to 0, right? So 10 is the element read from the keyboard. So element is equal to 10. Then sequence dot append. So sequence consists of 10 now. Next, I is incremented. So I is equal to 1, which is less than 5. And now the second element, if you read 20 as a second element, that element will be assigned to ELE, and sequence dot append. this function will append this 20 in list, sequence list. Again, if I is equal to 2, 2 is less than 5. So again, if you read the element 30, it will be appended to the sequence 10, 20, 30. I is equal to 3. If you read the element I is equal to 40, next it will be appended to the sequence list 10, 20, 30 and 40. And if your I is equal to 4, and if you read the element is equal to 50, it will be appended to the sequence list. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Now I is equal to 5. So 5 is less than 5. The condition fails. So finally the elements in the list sequence is 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So this is one method to read the elements from the keyboard at the runtime and appending into the list. There is another method for reading the elements at the runtime. So let us see the second thing. So hope you understood this simple logic. So there is another method. The second method is split. So by using the split function, we can assign all the elements into the list, right? So simple thing, this is a simple thing. So sequence is equal to input dot split. So this is a simple single line statement to read all the elements from the keyboard at the runtime. So it will accept all the elements from the keyboard separated with the space. We should not use a comma. We have to read all the elements in a single line with separating with a space. So it will consider the space as a one element in the list. So for example, if you read the numbers like 10 space 20 space 30 space 40 space 50. So we should not press enter while reading the elements, right? We should not press enter button while reading the elements. We have to read all the elements in a single line separated with the spaces. So this split function will remove all the spaces and it will consider it as a multiple elements. So this implies sequence is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So 5 elements will be inserted. Right? So this is a single line statement used to add all the elements into the list. So this is one more way to create a list. So hope you understood the two ways. One is by appending, another one is split, and the third one is the direct initialization by using the assignment operator. Right? So one thing we have to remember in this split function is we have to read all the elements in a single line separated with the spaces. So whenever the space is occurred, automatically that will be treated as a single element. Right, let us stop here. In the next session, we will see how to access the elements from the list and how to slice the list, that means divide the list, how to concatenate the two lists. So what are the different operations done on list, and what are the functions, and what are the methods available in list. Previous session. Now let us see how to access the elements into the list, and how to update the elements into the list, and how to delete the elements in the list. Right? Now, so first let us create a list, and then we will go with accessing, updation and deletion. So for creating the list, so the concept is list. So for creating the list, we can use some sequence name, list name. So I will use a sequence is equal to, so 10, 20, 30, 40. So this is a numerical list. It contains all numerical values. So I have taken this list. The list name is sequence. Now, how to access the list? How to access the list elements? So similar to the array concept, every element in the list will have their own index values. So here also the index starts from 0 to n minus 1. So first element in the list, the index is 0. The second element in the list is 1, and so on. The last element in the list is n minus 1 if the list contains n elements. So if the list contains n elements, the first element index is 0. So this is the index values. The concept is similar to the arrays which we have seen in C language, right? So how to represent the particular element in the list by using these indexes? Simply by using sequence, square brace, index. So this will give the element which resides in the given index value. So see, if you take this example, sequence is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40, then that implies sequence of 0 is equal to 10. Sequence of 1 is equal to 20. Sequence of 2 is equal to 30. Sequence of 3 is equal to 40. Right? So this is the values how we can access the elements in the list. So if you want to access the fourth element, this element, by using this index value we have to access that. So if the element is 4, the index value will be 3, because so this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So the index value always starts from 0. So fourth element will be the index value 3. The fifth element will be having the index value 4. And the nth element index value is n minus 1. The first element index value is 0. So this is how we can access every element from the given list. Now, how to update the list? Let us see how to update the list. Update the list elements. Update the list elements means either we can delete the elements, or we can add the elements, or we can modify the elements, reassign the elements, right? So see, we can reassign, add, or delete, and this adding can be done by using append method, so which we have seen in the previous session, that is append method. So we have to write a sequence dot append, right, element. So by using this syntax we can add an element to the existing list. So where it will be added? It will be added at the last position. So if the element is 50, so if the element is equal to 50, need to be added into the list. So by writing this command, sequence dot append of 50, it will modify the list as 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So the element will be appended at the last. So that's the meaning of this method append. Append means the data will be concatenated at the end of the list or a string. It's a general meaning. So similarly here also, if you use append method, the element will be added at the end of the list. Next, reassign. Reassign means changing the value at the particular index. Directly we can done this by using a simple assignment operator. So if you use sequence of 1 is equal to 50, sequence of 1 is equal to 50. So previously sequence of 1 is having 20, and after executing this command, after executing this instruction, directly the list consists of, right, sequence consists of 10, 50, 30 and 40. So here the 20 is replaced with 50. So previously the element in the index value 1 is 20, and now after executing this instruction, that 20 is replaced with a value 50. So the final elements in the list after updating is 10, 50, 30, 40. So this we call it as a reassignment, right? Reassignment. That can also be called as updating the list elements, right? This is the reassignment. So by using the index values. Now coming to the delete. So how to delete an element? So here there is a command called del. Del command. So this is used to delete a particular element. So we have to mention the index value of an element which is to be deleted from the list. So if you want to delete the same thing, sequence of 1, we have to write delete sequence of 1. So after executing this instruction, automatically the element which exists at the index value 1 will be removed from the list. So there are two more built-in functions, remove and pop. So those two functions we will discuss in the next sessions, right? Those are built-in methods. So we will discuss in the built-in methods, list built-in methods. So present, this del command is used to delete a particular element from the list. So we have to mention the index of the element which is to be deleted from the list. So here I have given sequence of 1. So after executing this one, the list elements will be 10, 30 and 40. So before instruction, sequence is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. So index value is 0, 1, 2, 3. So I have deleted sequence 1. So first index value, this will be removed from the list, and finally the list will be 10, 30, 40. So this is the del command, right? So these are the simple operations we can perform on this list. I mean, these are the simple things we can perform on the list. So creating the list, right? Inserting the values into the list, and then accessing the values, accessing the elements, and then updating the list elements. That includes reassignment of elements into the list, adding the elements, and then deleting the elements from the list, right? So these are the basic things we can perform on list. Now let us see simple list operations. So hope you understood these things, right? Creation, insertion and everything, right? So for everything the reference is index value. For everything there is an index value. I mean, for everything the reference is index value. Here also the index value always starts from 0 to n minus 1. Now see, one more thing, accessing the elements. Let us see the thing. Accessing elements. So if the sequence consists of 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So all these are the 5 elements. So index values are from 0 to 4, right? So elements representations are from sequence of 0 to sequence of 4. Hope you understood. Now, so if I access this one, sequence of 1, what is the result? The first index. So here I am writing the index value 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Sequence of 1, it's a 20. Next, if you give a minus value, so if it is a positive value, then the index values are countable from left to right, right? So if it is a positive value, the index value is a positive, the index values are countable from left to right. And if it is a negative value, the index values will be starting from right to left. So the first element, if it is a negative value, the first element is minus 1. The index value of first element is minus 1 if we consider it from right to left. So here sequence of minus 1 will return 50. So minus 1 means from right, negative means Negative index means right to left. Positive index means left to right. So here sequence of -1 gives you 50. Now sequence of -3. So -1, -2, -3, -4 and -5. So obviously -3 is 30. So this is the negative index. This one is the positive index. Right? Next, we can give the range of index values to be represented in a separate list. So if you represent sequence of 1, 2, 3, that implies starts from 1 and ends with 3. So index value from 1 means 20. Last element is 3. That means 3 minus 1. So here the elements will be from index 1 to 2. Only 2 elements. So 2 is 30. Hope you understood. Next, I will show you one more thing. Sequence of 1 is to 4. That means index values will be from 1 to 4 minus 1, 3. So last element minus 1 till the last element minus 1. So this implies, this gives a result. The first element is 20, 30 and the third index value is 40. So this is the result of this thing. Right? So if you specify sequence of 4, only the end index. So colon is for slicing. This is called a slicing. Slicing, right? This is called a slicing. So this column represents, right? This column represents the beginning of the element index is starting from 0. If you are not mentioning the beginning index, so always starts from 0. Here it is a 4. So from the starting index, we have to consider all the elements until it reaches the index 4 minus 1, that is 3. So index values are from 0 to 3. The index values are 10, 20, 30 and 40. Right? This one will be done. Similarly, sequence of 2 colon. So here I am not mentioning the last index. So the starting index is 2. So the first element of the resultant list will be from the element index 2, and we are not mentioning the last index, so it will continue with the end element till the end element. So last element, I mean second element is 30, 40 and 50. So this one is the result. So this column represents the slicing, right? Slicing means just a sub list, creating a sub list. So for that we have to use this column. So hope you understood this list updations, right? List accessing the elements, list updations, list reassignment and deletion of the list.
It is a sequential data type. That means it consists of sequence of elements, so separated with the commas and represented in a square braces. So first a list will have some variable name. So A is equal to, in square braces we have to give all the elements separated with comma. So just by typing A is equal to square braces 1 2 3 4, a list has been created. So if you print just A, it will print the elements of a list. So this is direct initialization. And one important thing about this list is that items in a list, that means elements in a list, need not be of the same type. So a list can contain multiple elements of different type. That means, so a list elements can be either numerical, that means either both integer or a float, as well as strings. See,
I will give you one more example. B is equal to 1 comma A comma ABC comma 3.4. So here we have given first one is an integer, second one is a character, third one is a string, fourth one is a float. So it will also accept the elements of different type in a list. So if you print this list B, obviously you can get all these elements, right? Now, so as in the arrays concept, here also every list element will be having the index value. So the index value in a list always starts from 0, similar to the arrays, right? So in order to access the elements of a list, we have to use the index value in square braces. So that means the variable name, that means a list name, square braces, and the index. So if I want to access, see, A is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 5 comma 6. So total 6 elements I have created for a list A. So just I am printing the elements. See, so if I want to get the 4, that means fourth element, so index always starts from 0, the fourth element will be index 3. So I have to print A of 3. So that means A of 3, that is subscript. So here 3 is an index value of the elements in a list A. So automatically it will return the element which exists at the index value 3. So by using these index values, we have to access the elements from the list. Next, how to update the existing list. So if I want to add one more element at the end of the list, we had a directly append function. So by using append function, we can append the element, new element into the existing list. So the element will be inserted at the end of the list. See, the syntax is list name dot append of particular element. So for example 8. So 8 is the element to be appended to the existing list. Here the list name is A. So 8 is appended. So just print this A, you can observe the 8, right? So 8 is appended at the end of the existing list. So this is the updation, or else you can reassign the values of elements into the list by using the indexes. So simply I will say A of, let us say, so 0, 1, 2, the index values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So I want to update the sixth variable, I mean sixth element of the list to 7. So I am reassigning the sixth element of existing list to 7. So that means, see, now print the list A, automatically the sixth element is updated, that is from 8 to 7. So this is another way to update the existing list. One way is by appending, another one is by using the simple assignment operator. Next, so how to delete an element from the list? So we can delete the element from the list. So for that we can use this del command. Del, you have to mention the index from where the element to be deleted. So for example A of 6. So the sixth element of the list will be deleted. So here the sixth element is 7. So 7 will be deleted. So del A of 6. Now print A. So you can get only 6 elements. So last element is deleted. Now delete A of 3. That means fourth element. So here index value is 3. It is nothing but a fourth element because index starts from 0. So fourth element, what is the fourth element? 4. So 4 will be deleted now. Now print A, obviously it will give 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. Right? Now, so hope you understood these simple operations. So how to create a list. So how to access this list element. Next, how to
delete an element from the list, how to insert an element into the list. Now let us see some of the list operations. So we can find the length of the given list. So there is a direct command, method. So we can use length of A. It gives the length of the list A. len of A. It's a built-in function, right? Next, we can add a to list. So that means here plus. See, plus is for concatenation, star for repetition, right? So here two operators will be used in this list. So one is concatenation, repetition. Concatenation means adding to list. Repetition means repeatedly displaying the list. So let us see this example. So just I will create a two lists. A is equal to 1, 2, 3. Similarly, B is equal to 4, 5, 6. So I can add a two list. So A print A plus B. So the elements of a list A is 1, 2, 3. Elements of a list B is 4, 5, 6. So here we are performing the plus, that means a concatenation. So all the elements of A and all the elements of B will be concatenated and groups a single list. So the output will be, the list consists of both A and B elements. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And here one more operator we have seen, that is repetition operator, which is represented as star. So we can multiply the list with a numerical value. So here one thing we have to remember, that a two list, that this star operator cannot be performed on two lists. So this star operator can be performed on one list and one numerical value. That means just multiplying the list with a numerical value. So we cannot multiply one list with another list. Just we have to use one list and one value, integer value. So let us see. Print A into 2. So into 2 means the elements of a list A will be repeated 2 times. See, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if you print A into, A into some 5, so all the elements of A will be repeated 5 times, right? So that's why this star operator is called as a repetition operator. Similarly, and we can use the membership operator in this list also. That means by using a for loop, we can use this one. So in general, we have seen the syntax of a for loop, that we have to use a range function. We have to give some sequence of values. So here, instead of using the range function, we can directly pass this list as a sequence of values, right? So now let us see the slicing. So slicing means accessing multiple elements within the given range of index values. See, slicing means elements with given index values. So that is represented by using the colon in between the subscript. So from left part is the starting index and right part will be the last index. Let us see that. So I am creating the list with the elements. Right. So I have created 6 elements. So print A, it gives the 6 elements. Right. First find out the length of those elements. So 6. So what is the index values from 0 to 5? Now, so after by giving the slicing, right? So print A of starting index 1 to 4. Starting index 1, ending index is 4. So the element exists at index 1 is B, and the element at the index 4, so 4 is E, but here the elements will be printed up to n minus 1, that means last index minus 1, right? So starting index, the element will be printed from the starting index to end index minus 1, last index minus 1. So here we are giving 4 as the last index, so up to third index it will be printed. See, I will show you one more thing. Printf, I will print a of 1 5. So here we can see 0, index value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now it will be printed. So the element at the index value is 1 is B, 2, 3 and the fourth element is E. So here we are mentioning 5 as the last index, but the last index minus 1 element will be printed here, right? So this is called slicing. And here if you not mentioning anything at the place of last index, so here in this example, see, I have given 1 as a starting index and didn't give the last index, so it will be printed from the first element index value 1 to end of the elements. So all the elements will be printed from the index value 1 because we have not mentioned any last index, right? Similarly, the quite opposite, that is a of, we are not mentioning here the first index and we are mentioning here the last index, that means 4, that means third index, up to the third index it will be printed, right? 0, 1, 2 and 3. So these are optional, right? So giving the starting index and the ending index are the optional. And if you want to access the last element of the list directly, we can access by using minus 1. So always from the backward, the index value of the last element will be minus 1. So F is a minus 1, right? So from there we can get the next element, minus 2 will be the E, right? Here also incrementing 1. But the last element, if you doesn't know the length of the element, length of the list, we can directly access the last element as minus 1, right? So this is about all this slicing of a list. So here some built-in functions or methods we can see in the list, that is we can directly find the minimum value and the maximum value by using a direct function, right? So let us take it. A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So print A. So we can get a 6 elements. So now I want to find the largest element in this list. So max of A, simply it will give largest element in the list. Similarly, minimum of A, it will give minimum element of the list. Hope you understood this one, simple thing, right? Next, so if you want to take an input as a string and convert it into list, so see, string to list. So input we are taking the string and it must be converted into list. So for this we can use a split command. See, so for this we can use split method. So by using split we can convert the string to list. See, for reading the input we can write A is equal to input of some anything. So it will give hello, welcome to Python programming. So now A is a string, right? So how to convert this string to list? Simply A is equal to input, directly it will take input, just use the split command. So this split command will divide the space as a list. See, now print A, you can get all these things. So it will consider space as a one element. So here we have given a space after hello, so hello will be treated as a one element. So as I have said in the early beginning of this session, a list can contain a multiple elements, a sequence of elements of different types. So it can be either character or a numerical or a string. So here the elements are in a string. So here also we can access the elements by using the index values. A of 0, automatically we will get the element as hello. So if you want to print A of to 2 slicing, so that means the first two words hello, welcome, two elements will be printed here. Hope you understood this one.
Built-in functions. List built-in functions. First, there are few functions which will return a value but doesn't change the list. So there are few functions which will return some value but it doesn't change the existing list. For example, let us consider one list sequence is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Now, let us see some built-in functions which will return some value but doesn't change the existing list. First one is count. So the syntax for this count is list name dot count, right? Count value. So this count will return the number of occurrence of this value in the given list. Example, here the list name is sequence. So sequence dot count of, let it be 4. So this will return the number of occurrences of 4. So this will return occurrences of 4. So how many times 4 is occurred in this sequence? Only 1. So it will return the result as 1. If the sequence consists of 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. See, now if we apply sequence, see this one, let us take sequence 1. Sequence 1 dot count of 1. So it will count the number of occurrences of 1 in the given sequence. Right here we are searching for this sequence 1. We are counting the occurrence of the given value in the sequence 1. So here the value is 1. So count this value of 1 in the sequence 1. So 1, 2, 3. So this will result 3 as a value. That means the value 1 is occurred 3 times in the given sequence. Hope you understood this count. So this will return some value but it doesn't change the existing list. Just it will return a count value. Right? Next. So this is the first one. Let us see the second one. So second one is index of value. Here also same syntax is list name dot index of value. So it will return the index of this given value, the first which it appears first in the given sequence. So let us explain you. So index of 4. So as we have discussed in the previous session, here the index values will always start from 0. So this is the 0th index, first index, second index, third index and fourth index. Here this is first, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the index positions here for this list, and here this is the index positions for this list, right? Now we want the index value of 4 in the list sequence. So in the list sequence, what is the index value of 4? 3. So it will return 3 as a result. So it will return the index of given value, right? The index of a given value which appears first in the list. So which appears first in the list. So that means if we had a more number of values, same value repeatedly, the first index value will be returned here. See, let us take one more example so that you will understand. Index value of 1. So sequence 1 dot index of 1. Sequence 1 dot index of 1. So I am trying to get the index value of this 1 from the sequence, from the list sequence 1. So here in the sequence there are 3 positions, 1, 2, 3. 3 times 1 has been occurred. So what will it return? It will return the index of given value, that means index of 1, which appears first in the list. That means 0. So it will return the index position as 0. Right? So it will always returns value which appears first in the list. So in the previous case, here only 1 4 is there. 4 is not repeated. Right? So it will directly return the index of that particular value. If it is repeatedly done, then it will return only the first occurrence. Right? Now this is about the second one, index. So the third one is slight difference. One more argument will be there, value comma start. That means we have to specify the index value from where we have to find the index value. We are giving some range. So from where we have to consider, from which index value we have to consider. So that is a start. See, here also same, value comma start. For example, here let us take 4 comma 1. So the starting index value is 1. It will consider the starting index value is 1, and from the index position 1 it will find the index for value 4. From the index value 1 it will find the position of 4, that is 3. This is obviously perfect because 4 is not repeated, only one value. But in this case, in the second case, now if I put here some 2, that means I am supposed to find the index value of 1, but I have to consider the list from the index value 2. Right? Now I am giving the range. So the starting index value is 2. From the starting index value 2, I have to find the index of 1. So now the list is from 2. So here from this position, the search will be done. From this position to this position. Now sequence 1 dot index of 1, it will give the index of 1 which appears first. So from here, what is the first position of 1? 3. So it will obviously return 3. And if we mention here 4, that means range starts from 4 itself. We have to consider from 4 itself. So from 4, what is the index of 1? From 4, what is the index of 1? 5. So here 5 will be returned. right? So hope you understood this simple thing. The two variants of index. One is with one argument, second one is with value and starting argument. Right. Next. So these are the three methods we can see in this first category. Returns value but doesn't changes the list. That is a count, index, next index of value, comma, start. Right. Next, coming to the second category. Doesn't return a value but changes the list. It doesn't return the value but changes the list. That means this method doesn't return any value but the list will be changed. So in that, the first thing which we have seen in the previous sessions, that is append of value. So obviously this append dot value will append the given value at the end of the list. So append means adding the value at the end. So if we want to add some value in here, so list name dot append of 6. So here the 6 will be appended here. So if you print that sequence, obviously it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Right? Hope you understood. This function doesn't return any value but it changes the list. Right? So this is the first thing. So this already we have seen in the previous thing. Next, similarly extend. See, here extend means we can extend this list, means adding multiple values into the given list. So append will append only one value into the list, and this extend will is used to append more values at a time into the list. So here the list name dot extend. So here we have to mention the list which we want to extend. So 7, 8, 9. So if I execute this one 7, 8, 9, and if you want to, if you are trying to print this sequence, we can get the values inserted in the list. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So extend means adding multiple elements into the list. So here also it doesn't return any value but the list will be changed. Now coming to the third one, right? Insert. So a slight change with this insert function, that is, so by using append function we can add the element at the end of the list, right? By using extend function we can add multiple elements into the list, but here by using this insert function we can insert the element at the particular index value. So whatever index we want, we can add the value at the particular index. See, so sequence dot insert of, give the index 0, 10. So this implies I want to insert the element 10 at the index position 0 in this list of sequence. So what are the elements in the sequence? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So here what are the index positions? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Right? Now after executing this command, sequence dot insert of 0 and 10 at the index 0, 10 should be inserted. So we will get the result as 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So at the position 0, the value is inserted and all the remaining elements will be moved right side. Hope you understood. There is a slight difference between the insert, extend and append functions. So append will always insert the element at the end of the list. So here we can mention the index where we want to add or insert the element. Right. Next function is remove. Now how to remove the element from the list? So sequence element we have, list we have 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now remove function. So this remove function will remove the value from the given list. See, sequence dot remove 10. So this implies we want to remove the value 10 from the list sequence. So it will search for the 10 and it will remove it. So here also the first appearance of that value will be removed, right? So it will remove the first occurrence of the given value from the list. So remove the first occurrence of the given value from the list. So see, if you execute this statement, automatically the result will be sequence is equal to 10 will be removed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now second case, sequence 1 dot remove 1. So here in this, so two examples. Here we are supposed to remove the value 1 from the list sequence 1. But here in the sequence 1 there are 3 ones, right, in different positions: 0, 0th position, 3rd position, 5th position. But here we are not mentioning the index value. So it will remove the first occurrence of the given value. That means directly the value at the first occurrence. Here it is in index 0. So obviously after the execution, this sequence 1 will be 2, 3, 1, 4, 1 and 5. The first occurrence of 1 will be removed from the list. Right? So hope you understood this one. Remove function. So here also it doesn't return any value, but the list will be changed. Next, coming to the next one. Reverse function. Reverse function. So automatically the values of this function, values of the list, given list will be printed in a reverse order. Saved in a reverse order. So let us take an example. See, let us take in sequence. Sequence dot reverse. Here there will be no argument. So just a reverse function will reverse all the elements from in the list. So if you are trying to print this list, then this will return sequence is equal to 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and 10. So automatically the elements of the list will be in a reversed order. Right? Next. So this is about the reverse function. Here also no value is returned, but the list is changed. Next. Coming to the next one, that is sort. Sort function. So here, as we know that sort function is used to sort the given elements in the list. So if you take a list with unordered elements, so by using this simple sort function, we can sort all the elements in the list. See, let us take here sort. Here also we will not take any argument for this sort. Let us take this one. Sequence 1 dot sort. So if you try to print this sequence 1, so this will print sequence 1 is equal to, so here 1, and there are two more ones. So 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So this will be the result of this sort function. So it will sort in an ascending order. Right? So here also no value is written, but the list has been changed. Right. Third one. Now the last one is pop function. Let us take this pop function. So this pop function always removes the last element. It removes the last element from the list, right? So here also we are not giving any arguments in this function. So let us take this one, this example, right? So sequence 1 dot pop. So automatically it will return a value which element has been deleted, right? So this element has been deleted now. So 5 is the last element, so 5 element has been deleted. If you try to print this sequence 1, this will give sequence 1 is equal to 1, 1, 1, 2, 3 and 4, because 5 has been removed from the list. Hope you understood the simple functions. First one is list comprehension. That means we know that a list is a sequential data structure that will accept a more number of elements of different type. So these are represented by using comma, separated by using comma and represented in between square braces. So this is all about the list. Now what is the list comprehension? So in order to get the elements into the list, either we have to use the insert command or append command or extend command. Right? So first we have to create an empty list, and by using the iterative statements we have to fill the elements into the list. So without that, here this list comprehension will create a subsequence of elements that satisfy some certain condition. So directly by satisfying the condition itself, the elements will be inserted into a list. Let us take an example so that you will get a more clarification. So if I want to create a list of elements with squares, right? Now simply we can write it as, so create a list square is equal to, so open here, directly we can assign 2, 4, 9, 16, 25, right? Now this can be written in a single statement by taking the values, right? Square is equal to, open here, write down the condition here, expression. expression for variable in sequence or range. Right? So this is the syntax while using this list comprehension. Directly it will take the values from the sequence and it will satisfy this condition and it will be added into the list. So the same thing we can write it as square is equal to, so we need to square the elements, every element. So I into 2. So as we know, this double star is equal to is exponential, right? So this is nothing but I square. For I in range, sorry, this is not a 2, this is a 1. Okay, right. So we are specifying from 1, so 1 comma 25 to 6. Right. So as we know here, the range function will consider the starting element and end element minus 1. So this loop will be iterated from 1 to 5. So this will result as square is equal to, first I is equal to 1. So 1 power 2, 1 comma, next second iteration 2 power 2 is a 4 comma, next third iteration 3 square it's 9, next 4 square it's a 16, 5 square it's a 25. Right? So this will directly give this output. So like this also we can create a list. So in the previous sessions we have seen how to create means by using either append function or insert function or extend function. So append function will always append the element at the end of the list. Insert function will insert the element at the particular index value, and coming to this extend, the elements will be extended at the end of the index. So that means we can append more number of elements at a time. So the another way is by applying some expression. So every variable value within the range will satisfy this sequence, this expression, and it will be inserted into the list. Hope you understood this, right? Then next one is looping in list. Looping. So how to use the looping in list? So I will show the implementation part so that your doubts will be clarified more. Next one is looping. Looping in list. So far we have used only range function in the looping list. So that means for I in range. So we have to mention the last index. So here we have to generally we have to give 3 indexes. One is the starting index, the ending index, and the step size. So if you are not mentioning anything, for example, it will be like n. So the index values will be ranges from 0 to n minus 1. Right? So if you print here, print I, automatically that will be 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on, n minus 1. So here, this is not a mandatory to use only the range function. We may also use the list. So that means here we have to use a sequence of elements. So in this we have to use sequence of elements. So this sequence of elements may be by using the range, list, or tuple, or a dictionary, anything itself. So it must be a sequence of elements. So far till now we are using only the range function, and now we can use or we can replace this range with list. So I will show you that. For example, list is equal to some 2, let us take odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. right? 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. Now for I in list, print I. This will give the output as 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. Hope you understood this, right? So for I in list, print I. It will give. Now here I is not an index value. I is an element in the list. Right? I in list. So it will give the same sequence. Here I is not an index. I is an element in the list. Hope you understood this one. Right? Now let us combine these two concepts, list comprehension and looping in list, in one example. Let us see the one expression. So if you want to pair an elements where x is not equal to y. So for example, list 1 is equal to, let us take the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. List 2 is equal to 2, 4, 6, 8. 4 elements. Now I want to pair the elements, that means 1, 2. So that I have to pair the elements such that x must not be equal to y. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have to get the output like this. So for this we can use both the concepts, list comprehension and looping in list. See, so pair is equal to, write down the pair x, y. So we have to print this when for x in list 1, so list 1 is this one. Similarly, for y in list 2, this one, if x not equal to y. Here we have to write the condition. So that means form a pair x, y, consider x from list 1, y from list 2, and form the pair only if x not equal to y. So this small statement will give the result as this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that means I just want to say that here we can use the list in looping also. So till now we are using only the range function. So here the range is nothing but the example of sequence of elements. So we have to replace that range with sequence of elements. That means sequential data structure. That may be either list, tuple or a dictionary. So anything we can take it. Right? So this is all about the list comprehension and looping in list. So if you are not mentioning here in the here we are not mentioning any list. If you are mentioning the range, it will be the index value, right? The sequential elements. And if you are mentioning here the list, directly this represents the elements in the list, element in the list. So hope you understood this one. So let us see the implementation of this list comprehension and looping in list.
Hello friends, now let us see the implementation of list comprehension and the looping of list. So hope you understood somewhat while explaining on the board. So let us see the implementation part right now. So as we have discussed that the list comprehension means a list containing the elements which satisfies the given condition. So normally the list can contain the elements by initializing the elements with a normal initialization by using, separated by commas, elements separated by comma and represented in between the square braces, right? So print list. So if I want to create a list with only the square of elements, we can write in a single statement that square is equal to I into 2. So here double star represents the exponent operator for I in range 10. So here the range will be from 0 to 9. So the square will be consists of elements with a square from 0 to 9. Now if you print this square, we can get that all the elements with the squares, sorry, spell check. So 0, 1, 2 square 4, 3 square 9, 4 square 16, 5 square 25, 6 square 36, 7 square 49, 8 square 64 and 9 square 81. So here we are mentioning the range 10. Here there is no, only one argument is there, that will be treated as a last index. So the elements will be from 0 to n minus 1. So if you mention there some any other range, it will be considered like that. So let us take this square is equal to I exponent 2 for I in range some 4 to 10, right? So the elements will be from 4 itself. See 16, 25, 26, 49, 64 and 81. So like this we can get the elements into the list with a following the particular condition, satisfying particular condition. Next, looping in list. So list is equal to some 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Now for I in list, print I. So it will give the elements in the list. See 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So previously we are giving just a range function which gives the values. Range some 10, print I, it will give the values from 0 to n minus 1. But here we are replacing the range with a list with some elements, right? I in list, print I, it will give the elements in the list. Now let us combine both this list comprehension and looping in list. So we have seen in the explanation. So now we will see the implementation. So I want to pair the elements such that the two list from the two list where x is not equal to y, satisfying the condition x is not equal to y. So let us take odd list is equal to 1, 3, 5, 7. Even list is equal to 2, 4, 6, 8. So if I want to pair the elements from odd list and even list such that the odd list is not equal to even list. Now let us take that. Pair is equal to, so pair the elements x comma y when for x in odd, next for y in even if x not equal to y. So all the elements will be paired and it will be in pair. Now print the pair so that we can get all the elements with not equal to x not equal to y. So we can see 1, 2, 1, 4, 1, 6, 1, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 6, 3, 8, 5, 2, 5, 4, 5, 6, 5, 8, 7, 4, 7, 2, 7, 4, 7, 6 and 7, 8. All the possible pairs will be directly, we can get it into the list. So like this we can combine the list comprehension and the looping in list and we can simplify our complex logics. So hope you understood this one.
So here the concept of tuples is almost similar to the list concept. So the definition is also the same, but there will be a slight difference. So as we have seen in the list, here the tuple is also defined as the collection of multiple elements of different type. So this will also accept multiple elements of different type. So what is the main difference between the list and tuple? So the elements of a list are mutable. Elements of tuple are immutable. So this is the major difference between the list and tuple. So here the mutable means change, can change. Immutable means can't change. So whatever the elements available in the list can be changed, and whatever the elements available in tuple cannot be changed. And here in the list, all the elements will be represented by a sequential elements separated with a comma in between square braces. So within the square braces, right? So here also tuple also, it contains a multiple elements separated with a comma and represented in parentheses, right? So here 1, 2, 3, this is called a tuple because all the elements are enclosed in between the square braces. 1, 2, 3, this is called a list, and this is called a tuple. This is called a tuple because multiple elements separated with a comma and enclosed in parentheses. This is one thing. And these statements can be changed. That means these elements can be changed, these elements cannot be changed. That's the only difference. See, so that means a simple thing, change means we can add a more number of elements into a list by using some append method. So we have seen different methods: append, insert, and extend. So by using all these three methods, we can add more number of elements into the existing list. Whereas this cannot be done on tuples. We cannot update the elements of a tuple. So we can, instead of updating the same tuple, we can assign these elements along with some more elements into another tuple. So the same tuple will not be changed, similar to our constants, right? So here we cannot change the elements of a same tuple, but we can assign these elements with some other elements into another tuple. So we will see one example so that your doubts will be clarified, right? So this is the major difference between a list and tuple, mutable and immutable. See, hope you understood this basic thing. Now let us see how to create a tuple. First, let us see creation of a tuple, right? Then, so here there is no question of adding more elements, so there will be no append method, insert method, or any other extend method. So just we see how to update the elements of a tuple, how to remove the elements of a tuple, right? Next, slicing, that means accessing elements. So these concepts we will cover in this session. It's a very small concept, simple concepts. First we have to create a tuple, then we have to update the tuple, and then we have to remove the tuple, and how to access the elements of a tuple. See, let us start with the creation of a tuple. Similar to our list, here also we have to consider a variable name, or we can simply say is that a tuple name. Okay, anything is same. Variable name or tuple name is equal to, open the parenthesis, write down the elements, close the parenthesis. So this is the syntax for creating the tuple. Example, I am taking A as a tuple. A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is called a tuple with 5 elements. Tuple with 5 elements. So similar to our list, here also a tuple is also consists of index values and always the index value starts from 0. So this is the index 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So everything is common in between the list and tuple, and if we assign these elements to the particular tuple, we cannot update this tuple, right? We cannot add more elements into the same tuple, right? See, so this is the creation of a tuple. Next, here one more thing we have to remember is how to create an empty tuple. So A is equal to empty parenthesis. This implies the creation of a empty tuple. Next, A is equal to 1. So this is not valid because here 1 is not in a tuple. If you write this statement, it will consider 1 as an integer and A as an integer. So here A is not a tuple. In this session, A is not a tuple. So the interpreter will treat A as an integer. So by observing, we can see that A is a tuple with only one element. But the interpreter doesn't know it has a one element. It will consider it as a integer value. So A will not be considered as a tuple. Rather it will consider it as an integer. So how to create a tuple with one element? So just writing 1 comma, the first element comma. So we have to include comma so that the interpreter will know that A is a tuple consists of only one element. So in the absence of 1, the interpreter will treat A as an integer, right? Okay. So one more thing, directly by writing A is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. So this is also, it will consider is that a tuple. So we can avoid this parenthesis while assigning the values to a tuple. So here also, if you print A, it will print 1 comma 2 comma 3. So that means it will consider it as a tuple. So assigning multiple values to the same variable name will also consider as a tuple. So if you use this parenthesis, automatically it will consider as a tuple. If you are not using this parenthesis and I want to apply more number of elements to assigning more number of elements to one variable, that variable will automatically it will be treated as a tuple. So this is an empty tuple and this is the tuple with single element. So if you insert this one and if you write type A, automatically we can get A as int. If you use this type A, here we can get as tuple, right? So hope you understood this simple thing. So how to create a tuple, how to create an empty tuple, and how to create a tuple with only one element, right? Right, thank you. Next, moving on to the next one, that is updating a tuple. So how to update a tuple? So as we have discussed in the previous, just now we have discussed that the tuple elements are immutable. That means we can't change the elements of a tuple. That means not change means we cannot even add the elements into a already existing tuple. See, updating a tuple. So here the meaning of update means we cannot update the elements which are existing in the same tuple, but we can use the elements, or we can assign the elements with some more additional elements, and it can be assigned to another tuple. That we can call it as an updation. See, for example, A is equal to 1, 2, 3 and 4. B is equal to 5, 6, 7 and 8. So we can't add more number of elements into an existing list, right? So in both cases, we can't add another number of elements into A or more number of elements into B. But we can update these elements and assign to the another tuple, that is C. C is equal to A plus B, right? if you print C, C will be having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So this we can say is that it as an updation, because that means if you want to add a more number of elements to an existing list, we have to use this concatenation operator. So by using this concatenation operator only, we can add a more number of elements, and we cannot update the same tuple, so that we have to assign one more tuple. So here A cannot be changed and B cannot be changed. So we are updating these two by assigning the values of these two into third tuple, that is C. So in this tuples concept, this we call it as an updating of a tuple. So in order to update any tuple, we need to assign that into another tuple with some additional elements. So hope you understood this, right? Next, deletion of a tuple, deleting an elements from a tuple. So as I have said that the elements of a tuple are immutable, so that we cannot delete an individual elements of a tuple. See, so in the list we have seen del statement in order to delete an element, or a remove statement, remove method in order to delete an element, or a pop, right? So these three we have seen to delete the elements from the list, whereas these three cannot be used in tuples. That means we can't delete an elements from the tuple. See, example, A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So if you use A of 1, so this is a wrong statement. That means we can't delete the element of a tuple. For example, and if you use delete of A, this is the right, so it will delete entire tuple. So we can't delete the individual elements of a tuple, but we can delete the complete tuple at a time. So by using the same method, del. So del A, it will delete the tuple A. Whereas A of 1, it will not delete this way. It will not delete the individual elements, right? So next, accessing the elements of a tuple. Accessing the elements of a tuple. So as I have said that a tuple consists of, see, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So there are different elements of a tuple. So here the number of elements separated with a comma represented in parentheses. So this is a tuple. A is a tuple. So if I want to access the elements of a tuple, this can be done only by slicing. So this concept also we have seen in the list, slicing. So slicing means giving the index value, index range. So by using this index range, then only we can access the elements. See, so this is the indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the index, right? So if it is a list, A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, obviously by using A of 0, we will get 1. A of 0, it will be 1, and A of 1, it will be 2. Similarly here also, tuple of A is a tuple name, so A of 0, this is an invalid. So it will not return the element which present at the index value 0. So in order to access the elements, we have to use this slicing. So slice operator is represented as square braces with colon. So by using this representation, we can access the elements of a tuple. See, that means if I want to access, 4 elements. So I have to write it as A of here A is a tuple. See, first 4 elements. First 4 elements means the index starts from 0 and the last index is 3. So 4. A of 0, 4. It will return the elements 20, 10, 20, 30 and 40. So the starting index it will be printed and the n minus 1 will be printed till the n minus 1. So here we have mentioning 4 as the last index. So 4 minus 1, 3 index, up to 3 index it will be printed. Similarly A colon 5. So here we are not mentioning here the starting index, so by default it will be considered as a 0, from 0. So it will return 10, 20, 30, 40, 5. The index value is 5. 5 means 5 minus 1, so up to 4 it will be printed. 4 will 50. 50 it will be printed. Similarly, A of some 3 colon. So that means the starting index is 3. So what is the element at the index 3? 40. So it will start printing from 40 and we are not mentioning here the end index. So it will be printing continuously until the last element of the tuple appears. So 40, 50, 60 and the 70. So this is the slicing from the first element to the last element. So if you want to access directly the last element index value will always be minus 1, minus 2 and so on. So obviously we can use this minus 1 in the slicing operation so to access the last element. Right? So finally in order to access the elements of a tuple, this can be done by means of slicing operator, slice operator. Right? So hope you understood these simple things. So how to create a tuple, how to update the tuple and how to delete the tuple and how to access the elements of a tuple. So tuples concept in the basic operations. So first one is length, finding the length of a tuple. Concatenation, the second one. Third one, repetition. Next, membership operator. Iterative statements. Maximum element. Minimum element. Finding the index. Finding the number of occurrences. Conversion to tuple. So these are the basic operations we have to see in tuples. So let us see one by one. So first one is length. So by using this one, we can find the length of the tuple. That means how many elements are there in the tuple. And the concatenation we know, and this concatenation is denoted by using the plus operator. So it will concatenate the two tuples and forms the another tuple. Next, repetition, we call it as the repetition operator star. So that means the number of times the same tuple will be repeated. And the next, membership operator. So here the membership operator in or not in. So this is the membership operator. Next, iterative statements. So instead of using the range function, we can use these tuples in iterative statements, right? So next, maximum. So this is used to find the maximum element. And next, minimum. So this is used to find the minimum element of a list. Next, index. So this is used to find the index of a particular element. Next, count. So it will count the number of times the particular element occurs. And the next, the last one is conversion to tuple. So we can convert directly a string into a tuple or any list into a tuple, right? So for this, we can use a length command, right? So just we have seen in the list, right? Length of tuple. It will give the length of a C. For example, A is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. B is equal to 50, 60, 70, 80. Right? See. Length of a tuple. So that means length of A, len of A. So this will returns the length of A. That means 4. 4 is the length of A. Next, concatenation operator. So concatenation operator means A plus B. So A plus B means it will combine both the A plus B. So it will give the result as 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 and 80. Right? Next, repetition operator. So A star 2. That means all the elements of A will be repeated twice. This gives 10, 20, 30, 40, again 10, 20, 30, 40. So all the elements will be repeated twice. So if here, if you give A star 4, all the elements will be repeated 4 times. So that means this repetition can be done on between only the tuple and integer. So this cannot be done in between two tuples, right? Compulsory this must be done by using an integer. And here the concatenation must be done only in between two tuples. So this cannot be done in between the tuple and an integer value. So that means A plus 2, this is not an invalid, right? Similarly A star B, this is an invalid. So in between two tuples only we can perform the concatenation. In between one tuple and integer only we can perform the repetition. Next, membership. Membership means, so we can directly verify whether the element is in the tuple or not. For example, 10 in A. It will return either true or false, right? So this is a boolean, it will return true or false. So it will return true if the element is existed in the given tuple. If the element is not existing in the given tuple, it will return false. So here 10 in A, it will return true because already the element is existed in A. Iterative statements. So in order to, by replacing the range function, we can use these tuples. So here in the for loop, we have to use the sequential elements. So that sequential elements can be either range function or a tuple. See, for I in A, print A. For I in A, or simply we can write element, right? Here it is a variable, right? For element in A, print, element. So every element of A will be printed here, 10, 20, 30 and 40. Every element will be printed. So we can replace the range function by this sequence, that is tuple. So it can also be replaced with list also, right? So in the iterative statements, in the first statement, for loop, we have to give a sequential elements. So that can be either range or list or a tuple. Next, maximum. So directly max of A, it will return the maximum elements, maximum element present in A. That means here see, what is the maximum element? 40. So it will return 40, right? Maximum of A. Similarly, minimum of A. So it will return the minimum element of A. So what is the minimum element of A? 10. So it will return 10. Next, index. Index. a dot index of 10, a dot index of 10. So here we have to pass element as an argument. So it will search the index value of this particular element in the tuple a. So a dot index of 10, it will return the index value of 10. What is the index value of 10? 0. If it is 4, automatically it will return the index value as 0, 1, 2, 3. It will return 3 as the index value. Next, count. Similarly, a dot count of 20. Right? So, if this list consists of these elements 10, 20, 30, 40, 20. Now, a dot count of 20. It will give the number of times the element occurs in the A. So, how many times 20 is repeated? 1 and 2. So, it will return 2. If it is 10, how many times 10 is repeated? Only one time. So, it will return 1. So, it will return the number of times the particular element repeated in particular tuple. Next, conversion of a string or a list into a tuple. See, for example, directly for this we have to use a tuple method. Tuple method, right? So here we can write tuple of hello. It will give H E L L O. Directly a string can be converted into a tuple. So here tuple of hello will directly gives a tuple with 5 elements, H, E, L, L, O. All these are the individual elements. So it will convert the string into individual elements. Next, similarly, we can convert this tuple, list into a tuple. For example, some list is equal to 1, 2, 3 and 4. List is equal to 1, 2, 3 and 4. Right? Now, if you write tuple of list, it will directly convert this list into tuple. So it will give 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the only difference is here it is a list, here it is a tuple, because here we are representing in square braces, here we are representing in parentheses. So this tuple method will directly convert either string or list into a tuple. Right? So here we can extend the elements of a list, here we cannot extend the elements of a tuple. Right? Hope you understood these basic operations performed on tuples. So length, concatenation, repetition, membership, iterative statements, minimum, maximum, index, count, and the conversion to tuple. Right? So the only one major difference between the list and a tuple is sorry. So the elements of a list are mutable and the elements of tuple are immutable. So that means the elements of a list can be changed, elements of tuple cannot be changed. We can delete the elements of a list, we cannot delete the elements of a tuple. We can access the individual elements by using an indexes. Here we cannot access the individual elements by using the simple indexes. Here in this tuple we can access the elements by using the slicing operator. Right? So hope you understood this tuples concept. First one, what is meant by a string? So a string is known as a group of characters. So here a string can be a single word or a group of characters, that is a line of different words. Right? So now this string is represented by using either single quotes, double quotes or triple quotes in Python programming. Right? So usually this triple quotes we call it as a comment section. It's a group of paragraph. It's called as a comment, and we can use these two for representing a string. Right? So in C language, this is represented for a single character. This is represented for string. But here in Python, we can use either single quotes or double quotes to represent the strings. Right? Now, first of all, let us see how to initialize a string. So here string is also a sequence of elements. So as we know that the sequence of elements consists of, so far we have seen the list. So list means multiple elements of same, of different type. Here the string is also same. Right? So this is the first one, this is the second one. String is also same. But what is the difference between the list and string? So list, these elements are mutable and these elements are immutable. So mutable means the elements can be changed. Immutable means elements cannot change. So we cannot change the elements of this string. Right? So I will give you an example so that it will be clarified. This point will be clarified. See. So as we know, a list can be initialized directly like 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if you want to update this list, one thing is list of 1 is equal to 10. So after executing this 10 element will be inserted at the index value 1. So if you print this list, we can get it as 1, 10, 3, 4. So that means element of the list, the element at the index 1 in the list can be changed with the new one. And if you consider the string, str is equal to hello. So if you want to update this one, str of 2 is equal to some yes. This cannot be done because we cannot change the elements of a string. We cannot change the elements of a string. Right? So that's why we call this string as immutable elements. String consists of immutable elements. List consists of mutable elements. So hope you understood. So we cannot update or change the elements of a string. We can update or change the elements of a list. So that's the difference between immutable and mutable. Now let us see the initialization of a string. So directly this initialization. So first one is directly write the string name is equal to, use the double quotes or a single quotes. So it can be a line of statements, right? It is not restricted to a single word. It can be a line of statement. So this is a simple initialization of a string by using this assignment operator. So here also there will be an index values. So always the index starts from 0. Here also the index will start from 0 to n minus 1, where n is a length of string. N is the length of the string. The index value is 0 to n minus 1. So if you want to represent a particular element at the particular index, so we can write it as string of index value. Right? In the subscript we have to mention the index value so that it will return the element or a character which present at the index value. So this position can be index or any mathematical expression. So we can represent this index as a mathematical expression too. Right? I will give you an example. So if string is equal to hello, so this represents string of 0 is equal to H, 1 is equal to E, 2 is equal to L, 3 is equal to L, string of 4 is equal to O, right? Hope you understood. Similarly, everything is same which we have seen in the list concept. So always the last element index value will be -1. Index of last element. This is also similar to our list, right? So if you are implementing this string of -1, it will return more, right? So here, instead of using this one, we can use the mathematical expression string of, so let it be I is equal to 1, I into 2, right? So this will return string of 1 into 2, that is 2, and it will return string of 2, that is L. If I is equal to 2, string of 2 into 2, it will be 4, and it will be written 0. So that means the index can be a normal index, a normal integer value, or it can be a mathematical expression which returns only the integer, because the index will not have any floating point values. So index will always be integers. So it must represent only the integer value, right? So this is all about our string concept. So here the string is equal to welcome to Python program. Now the index values will be starting from here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. The space is also considered as a character. Space is also considered as a character. 7, 8, 9, 10, again the space, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, space, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So the length of the string is, right, the length of the string is 29 and the index is from 0 to 28. So here the string need not be restricted to a single word, it can be a line of sentence. So that can be initialized by using a simple assignment operator, or we can use the input function to read the string at the runtime. So name is equal to input. So as we have seen earlier in the earlier sessions, this input function is used to read the input from the keyboard at the runtime. So by default this input function will read only the integer, right? So it will always read the integer, that by default this input function will always read the string. So that string will be assigned to name, right? So if you use this one, the string will be assigned to the name. Now let us see the operations. So as we have seen in this list, we can use the concatenation, right, and repetition. So this concatenation is represented as plus, repetition is represented as star. So concatenation is represented as plus and repetition is represented as star. Coming to this concatenation, we can concatenate two different strings, right? So let us take str1 is equal to hello, str2 is equal to Python, right? So if you concatenate these two, we can write print str1 plus str2. So automatically it will concatenate these two and it will return hello Python, right? Next, this This repetition, automatically we know this repetition, that means a star as a repetition operator, that means we can multiply the string with any integer value. So here there are two constraints. While concatenation, so not possible with concatenating a string plus integer. So this is not performed. So we cannot do this. So we cannot concatenate a string with any integer. So only the concatenation can be done between two strings. Here the repetition cannot be done with two strings. Here the string into integer, this can be done. So hope you understood this one, right? So two cases, string plus int, string plus string. So string plus string means this concatenation operator can be performed only in between two strings, and this concatenation operator cannot be done in between the string and integer. Similarly, the repetition can be done only in between string and integer. It cannot be performed in between two strings. So if you write here print str1 into 3, this will return hello, hello, hello. That means the string will be repeated the number of times. I mean the integer which represents in the repetition operator. Hope you understood this one, right? So these are the main constraints, right? So if you use the split function, so in the previous sessions I have given you the example of split. So split is used to create a list in which the elements are represented in a single line separated by a space. Right. So let us give an example for that. Split, and we will stop here. Some str is equal to welcome to Python, right? So if you use this split function, it will create a list with elements of given string separated by space. That implies a list will be created. Now welcome will be the first element, comma, 2 will be the second element, comma, Python will be the third element, right? So it will treat this space as a difference of two elements, separation of two elements, right? So it will create a list with string elements. Hope you understood this one, split function, right? So let us see the implementation part of this thing so that your doubts will be clarified.
Hi friends, now let us see the strings concept. So hope you understood the strings concept explaining in the board. So let us do the implementation part. So string is equal to, so string initialization can be directly by using the assignment operator. So welcome to Python programming. So directly this line of code, line of string is assigned to a string. So any text is represented as string only when it is enclosed in between the single quotes or a double quotes or a triple quotes. Now if you print this string, we can get the direct string. So how to read the string at the runtime? So by using the input function. So as we know that input function is used to read the string at the runtime from the keyboard, right? So by default the input function will read only the string. So if you want to convert into the integer, we have to use the typecasting. So as now we have to read the string directly, we can read the string by using this input function. So directly call the input function, write down the string, let us print the string. So obviously it will be like this. Now here also there will be an index values. So if you want to get the index positions, I mean the elements in the index values, we have to use these index values in the subscripts. See, let us take that. Here also the index value starts from 0, str of 0. Directly it will print only the first character, that means the character which presents at the 0th index. Now print str of 2, so L, print str of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here the 7 is a space, because let us see, this is a 0th index, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now here 7. Here the space will also consider as a character. So the element which present at the index 7 is a space. So it prints the space. Now the last element will always be the index value minus 1, as we have discussed in the list, right? G, right? So we can also perform the slicing. That means we can give the index positions. So starting from 0 to 9, we can print the elements. Welcome T. Print str. So we can mention here 1 to 10. Sorry. Some 15 to end. So the index values must be represented in between the subscript, right? ON space programming. I mean the index value, the character or the element which presents at the index value 15 is O. So from there it will be printed till the end. And we can use the, if you want to print this string by using the iterative statements, see, let us initialize a single word so that you will be understood. String is equal to welcome. So for I in range 10, sorry, I in str. So we can, as I have said in the previous sessions, here we can replace the string with, I mean range with some sequential data structures in the iterative statements, right? So here I am replacing the range with str. Print I, it will print directly WELCOM and E, right? Now if you want to print with an index values, for I in range, we don't know the index, last index, so we can directly use a length function, str, length of str, print. If you print I, it will give only the index positions, str of I. If you print this str of I, you will get the values, right? See, slight change, I in range, length of str, print I, comma, str of I. So it will print both the index position and the particular element at that index position. So hope you understood now how to use these iterative statements, right? Now we can use both the concatenation operator and the star operator. As we have discussed it, that during the concatenation that can be performed only in between two strings, and the concatenation cannot be done in between string and integer. So str1 is equal to hello, str2 is equal to Python. So concatenate the string str1 plus str2, hello Python. Now let us try with one string with integer. Right. So you can see the error, can only concatenate string without, with only the string but not the integer. Right. Similarly, the repetition operator, it will be represented by using star print str1 into 3. Now 3 times it will be printed. str1 will be consist of hello, hello will be repeated 3 times. Now let us check with two strings, str1 into str2. Error. So hope you understood this concatenation and this repetition operator. Right? Right.
Hope you understood this strings basic concept, that is how to initialize a string. So by using directly assignment operator and using the input function. So and what are the index values of a string. So how to represent the string, how to display the string by using the iterative statements, and then string concatenation, string repetition, and then usage of split function.
Welcome friends. So let us implement the various built-in functions available on strings. So there are many functions. So let us see a few among them. So a string is a group of characters. So initialization can be done by directly using sum is equal to, that means assignment operator, right? So let us initialize one string to a variable. Let us take that a variable as some a is equal to, so as it is a string, so this must be initialized in between double quotes or a single quote or a triple quotes. Let us take a double quotes. So I am writing the message, hello, welcome to Python programming. So this is the string assigned to a string a. So let us print and see that. Yes. So hello, welcome to Python programming. So first function is capitalized function. Capitalized function. So this capitalized function means, so the first letter of the string will be converted into a capital letter, right? So only the first character of the given string will be converted into capital letter. So the syntax for this one is string dot capitalize. String dot capitalize. It will automatically, it will convert the first character of the string to uppercase. So let us see this. So here a is equal to hello, welcome to Python programming. Now let us apply this capitalize method. So a dot capitalize. See, you can observe this. So in the above, a consists of only hello, welcome to Python programming, where h is a small character, that means a lowercase. After applying this capitalized method, the h will be converted into capital H. And one more thing I would like to say is, this result of this function will not save in any other variable, right? It will not affect on the actual string. So if you again print a, the old string will be printed. So the effect, the conversion will not affect on the original string. So if you want to save this result in one more string, just assign one more string. So as result is equal to a dot capitalize. So if you print this result, automatically the conversion of first letter will be uppercase and the result will be assigned to res string. So hope you understood this one, right? So this is all about this capitalize function. Next, the second one is center. So this center function will take two parameters. One is width and another one is fill character. Center, width and fill character. So here it will result, the width represents the complete width of the string, and fill character means it will fill the remaining characters except the resultant string with a filling character. So let us see the example so that you will be clarified. So here also the syntax is string dot center width in integer and fill character in string, right? So if the width here, if the width is 11 and our fill character is with some x, so the total string width will be 11 and all the remaining spaces will be occupied with x. So let us see that. A dot, let us take here some b is equal to hello. So here the b consists of a string hello. So just I would like to apply this center some width 11 comma fill the character with x, right? So see, here you can see the total width of the string is 11. So you can count here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. So total width is 11 and the actual string will be centered and the remaining spaces on left and right side will be filled with the given fill character, right? So if you apply with the center on the string A, let us see. So there will be no change because here the width is given as 11 but the actual string of A is almost greater than 11. So there is no change can be applied. So here the width we are specifying is the total length of the string. So for the total length of the string, the string will be in a center and the remaining white spaces on right side and the left side will be filled with the fill character, right? Hope you understood this center method. Next, let us move on to the third one, count. Count the string. So here the count function will take a 3 parameters, string, beginning index and the end index. 3 parameters, string, beginning index and end index. So this function will count the given string from the given indexes. So it will return then integer value. So the count, it will return a count. So here the string, the syntax is the string dot count string beginning comma end, right? String beginning and end. Here beginning and end represents the range of indexes where to search and string is what to be searched. So which string to be count, right? So here the string means the input string. So let us take here. So a dot count of, so let us count the character O, beginning index 0. What about the end index? So we don't know the end index, directly we can use a command length of a string, right? So this automatically gives the length of the string, that means the end of the, the end index of the string, right? So it will count, it will give the count of the given substring in between the range from 0 to length of A. So let us count rows. Here 1, here it is 2, 3, here it is 4 and here is 5. So there are 5 O's in the given string of A, right? So 3 parameters should be given. One is string to be searched or string to be count. Second one is the starting index. Third one is the end index, right? Hope you understood this count. Next one, ends with. ends with. So here also this method will take three parameters as arguments. First one is the string to be searched, next one is the beginning of the index, the third one is the end of the index. So here also we have to give the range of indexes. So in that range of indexes, this method will search for the string whether the string is ending with the given substring. Right? The syntax is also same: string dot ends with string comma beginning comma end. So let us see this. So a dot ends with. So let us take G, the string as G, comma from 0 to len of A. So it will search for the string G whether it is an ending string for the given string, right? The index range is from 0 to length of A. It returns a Boolean result, that is, if the string ends with the given substring, it returns the true, or else it returns a false. Let us see one more example. Ends with some x from 0 to length of A. So we can observe in the given string A, the last character is G. So obviously it should result false. Right? So here we have the input of the substring can be not only the single character, it can be more than one character. So let us see one more example. A ends with ing 0 length of A. Yes, true, because ing is the last substring of given string. Right? So this is the Boolean result. If the string ends with the given substring, it will return true. If the string does not ends with the given substring, it will return false. So hope you understood this one. Next, let us move on to the next one. Next one is find method. So here also this find will also take three parameters as an arguments. So first one is the string, substring, and the second one is the beginning index, the third one is the end index. So here also we have to find the substring in the given string. So in the range will also be given, right? So it returns the index value of the first occurrence of the given substring. So it doesn't return the count value, it returns the index value of the string, occurrence of the first occurrence of the given string. So let us see this. Find. Right? So let us implement this. A dot find. So let us go for O. Beginning index 0, ending index A. So it will return the index value of O which is occurred at the first occurrence of O in the given string. So what is the first occurrence of O? So this is the first occurrence of O. So the index, what is the index value of this one? So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this function will returns 4. So if you find one more string, L 0 comma length of A, it will return the first occurrence of L in the given string. It will return the index value, right? Next, similar to the find function, there is one more function called index function. So this is also working of this function is also similar to the find function. Here also there are three parameters as arguments. So first one is the substring to be searched, second one is the beginning index, third one is the end index. So it will search for the index of given substring within the range of starting index and end index, right? So it will also return the integer value, that means the index value of the first occurrence of the string. The same working of this index value is similar to the find function. So the syntax is string dot index of starting, beginning and end. So let us see this. So both working are same. Find let us take L 0 length of A. Obviously the index value of the L, first occurrence of L index value is 2. So we can also change this M from 7th position to length of A. So 11. So here the starting index is 7. So here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So from here it will be changing. So here 8, 9, 10, 11. So M, the index value of M is 11. So it will return the occurrence of the first, the first occurrence of the given substring. Right? So sorry, I have to implement index, right? So index of M 7 comma length of A. So there is no change among this index function and the find function, right? So hope you understood this one. Next, let us move on to the next function, that is lower. Is lower function. So this function doesn't take any arguments, so it doesn't have any arguments. So the syntax for this one is string dot lower. So it will check whether the given string is in lowercase or not. If any one character of the given string is in uppercase, it will return false. That means this function also is a Boolean function, so it will return either true or false. So if all the characters of a given string are in the lowercase, then automatically it will return true, and if any one of the character in the given string is a uppercase, automatically it will return false. So let us see the implementation. So A, just print A. So here every character is in lowercase. Now let us check A dot is lower. So here every character in the given string of A is lowercase, so it must be written true, right? Then so if any one of the character is if any one of the character is in uppercase, automatically it will return false. So let us check it. So let us initialize hello to C, where H is a capital letter. So C dot is lower, it will return false because among the string one character is in uppercase. Then the next function is quite opposite to this one, that is upper. Is upper. Here also this function will not take any arguments, right? So this is also a Boolean function which returns either true or false. So here it will check whether the given string is completely in an uppercase letter or not. If the given string is in uppercase, automatically it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Even one character in the given string is in lowercase, it will return false. So let us check that one. So here see, print A. So A consists of hello, welcome to Python programming. Every character of this string is in lowercase. So if you apply this upper function, it should return false, right? So let us take one more thing. C is equal to capital letters hello, right? So if you apply this one, so as every character of the string is uppercase, so it will return true. sorry, I have given capital letter, so right. So it is true because C consists of the string with all the characters in uppercase. So hope you understood this one. Right? Next function is title. So this is also a boolean function. It will return either true or false. So here is title means title. So every word of the string should start with a capital letter. So it will check for that one. So if any one of the word is started with a lowercase letter, it will return false. So if the string consists of more number of words, so every word of the string should start with a capital letter. Right? So here the syntax is similar. String dot is title. Right? Let us see this. A is equal to D is equal to, let us see, hello, welcome to Python programming. See, if you observe here, I have initialized a string to D where every word of this string starts with a capital letter. So hello, H is capital, welcome, W is capital, to, T is capital, Python, P is capital, programming, P is capital. So if you check for this is title, it will return true because every word starts with a capital letter. For example, let us initialize something. So first word starts with a capital letter and remaining everything starts with a normal lowercase. So if you check this is title for this string, it should return false because here every word of the given string is not started with capital. So it returns directly false. So every word should start with a capital letter. That's the result of this is title function. The next one, as we know that length is a one function. It can be applied in everything. So length of string, right? So here the syntax is length of string. So this will return the length of the given string. So for example, let us take A. So if you apply length of this A, automatically it gives the total length of the string including spaces. Here the length includes the spaces. Right? So let us take one more example. F is equal to welcome to Python. So here you can observe the count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17 including the spaces. Right? So if you find this length of F, automatically we can get the length 17. So this length function will also count the spaces. Right? Next. So next function is lower. So this function doesn't take any arguments. So this directly converts the string into lowercase letters. So all the uppercase letters will be converted into lowercase letters. So here the syntax is string dot lower. String dot lower. Right? So let us see this. So here let us see the C. C consists of hello. Every character is a capital letter. Now apply this one lower. C lower. So automatically it will return the small letters. So here also the result will not be stored. So if you want to store this result, assign this function result to the one more variable. Right? For example, here we can write result is equal to C dot lower. So this will result the resultant in res. So hello. If you print this C, automatically we can get the capital hello. Hope you understood. This lower function will convert the capital letters into lower letters, lowercase characters. Next function is quite opposite this lower, which is upper. So here all the uppercase characters will be converted into lowercase lowercase character will be converted into uppercase characters. So string dot upper, right? So lowercase will be converted into upper. So if you print A, we can get the string hello welcome to Python programming, where every character is a lowercase character. Let us apply this upper for this one, A dot upper. So every character of the given string is converted into uppercase characters, right? Next, maximum function. So there are different functions available on strings, right? So maximum function. So it will return the maximum character of the given string. So here also this maximum function this maximum function will take one argument as a parameter, that is string name, right? So max of string, it will return the maximum character in the given string. See, so the syntax is max of string name, right? So let us take this one. So C, let us print C so that we can know what actual string available in C. Hello, capital letters hello. If you apply max of C, it will return O, because O is greater than all the remaining characters L, E and H. So it will return the maximum characters in the given string. So here this function also doesn't store this result in any other variable unless you assign this function to one more variable, right? Next, the next function is, so let us apply for this one, max of A, right? Print A. So this is the string available in A. So if you use this function max of A, it will return the maximum character in the given string, that is Y. So Y is the greater character among all the remaining characters, right? So it will return Y. Now next function is quite opposite, which is minimum function. It will return the minimum character in the given string, right? So minimum of C. So in C consists of hello. So here C consists of hello. In this hello, the least character is E, because all the remaining characters are greater than character E. So let us take it. Let us take this and apply for A function. See, space is having the least priority than any other characters. So in A we are having the string hello welcome to Python programming. In that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. So among those 4 spaces, 4 spaces. Here the space is having the least priority than all the remaining characters. So it will return the space, right? Or else, so simply consider D is equal to programming. So apply this minimum function for D. So it will return A, because A is a smaller letter in the given string. So all the remaining characters are greater than the character A, right? Next, the next one is starts with. So we have seen ends with, now we have to see the starts with. So this function also consider, it will take 3 parameters, that is string, beginning and end. And so here also it will search for the whether the string starts with a given substring in the given range of indices. So syntax is string dot starts with substring, beginning, end, right? So 3 parameters within the given range. It will check whether the string starts with a given substring. So let us see. So print A, let us check A dot starts with hello, give the range of index 0 to length of A. True, it is a Boolean function. So because here in A the string is hello, welcome to Python programming. So here the string starts with hello and here the substring is also hello. So automatically it will return true. Let us check the one more case. A starts with some P, starts with 0 index, length of A. So here the starting index and end index will be changeable, right? So it cannot be either 0, it can be any other index values. The range can be given by the user, right? So here the string starts with a H, but here the substring is a P, which is not equal to H, so it returns false. Next, rfind function. So here also it will take a string beginning and ending index. So this is similar to the find function which we have seen in the earlier cases. So in the find function which we have seen in the earlier case, so it will return the first occurrence index value, but here it will return the last occurrence of the given string, right? So the index value of the last occurrence, that means R indicates from the reverse side. From the reverse side, the first occurrence, or we can say the last occurrence of the given string, index value of last occurrence. So R find C. Let us say take this one. So C is equal to hello, right? As we know, if you give the find function and if you want to find L in the given range, that means L 0 and length of A, oh sorry, C, so we will get the result as C dot find L comma 0 comma length of C, right? So it will return 2 because here the H is index value is 0, E index value is 1, the L index value is 2, the one more L index value is 3, and O index value is 4, right? So here the find function will give the first occurrence. So the first occurrence of L is 2, so it will return 2. So if you apply the rfind function for this same, so 0 length of C, it will return the last occurrence of given substring in the given string, right? The index value of the last occurrence of substring. So here the last occurrence is, the index value is 3, so it will return 3, right? R indicates the reverse side, from the reverse side, right? Next, similar to index, here there is one more thing, that is R index. This is also similar, string dot R index, right? So here also there is no change. C dot index of L from 0 to length of C, it will give a 2. So if you give R index, it will return the last occurrence of given substring 0 comma length of C. It will return the last index, right? So hope you understood this R find and R index, just quite opposite with the find and index. So find will find the index value from the starting position, R find will find the index value from the last position, reverse order. Next, swap case. So here it doesn't takes any arguments, right? So here the syntax is string dot swap case. So it will convert all the lowercase into uppercase and uppercase into lowercase. See, let us see. So A is equal to, let us take one more thing, C is equal to so here C is equal to hello welcome. In that the letters E, L, W, C and are capital letters, all the remaining are the lower letters. So if you apply the swap case in this, for this C, so it will convert all the uppercase to lowercase and lowercase to uppercase, right? So here after applying this, the letters E, W, L, C all becomes a smaller case and all the remaining characters will come to uppercase, right? Swap case. So lower to, it changes the lowercase character to uppercase and uppercase characters to lowercase in the given string. So here also it doesn't return or it doesn't save this result. So if you want to save this result, you have to assign one variable to this function, right? Next, the last one, title. So as we have discussed in the previous earlier, so there we have seen one function that is isTitle. isTitle means every word should start with a capital letter. So it will check whether the every word starts with a capital letter or not. If every word starts with a capital letter, it will return true or it will return false. So this title function will convert every character of, every first character of word into a uppercase, right? So here also the function name, the syntax is string dot title. So it will convert the first character of every word into uppercase. So let us take this one. So A is equal to, so let us take print A. So everything in a smaller case. So if you apply here with A dot title, so it will convert, see, you can observe here, every character of the, every first character of each word will return, is converted into uppercase character. So in hello, H is converted into upper, in welcome, W is converted into upper, in to, T is converted into upper, Python, P is converted into upper, and the programming, P is converted into upper, right? So title function will convert the first character of every word into uppercase, right? So these are a few built-in functions or methods on strings.
Set. So set is also similar to the list and a tuple. So it is also a collection of multiple elements of different data type. But the only difference between these list and tuples and set is here the elements of a set is enclosed in between the curly braces, separated with a comma. Right? So S is equal to, open the curly brace, write down the list elements 1, A, 2.5, ABC. So this is a set, a multiple elements, collection of multiple elements of different data type separated with a comma and enclosed in between curly braces. So whereas in list the elements in square braces, in tuple the elements are in parentheses, whereas in set the elements are in curly braces, right? Next, and this set avoids the duplication. It avoids the duplications. If you write it here, S is equal to 1 comma 1, and if you print the S, the result will be only 1 because it will eliminate the duplicates. All the duplicates will be eliminated in this set concept. So this is the major difference between the list, tuples and set. Whereas in the list and tuples, the duplications will be allowed, whereas in set, the duplications are not allowed. It will not consider the duplications. Right. Next, how to create a set? So creation of set is simple, just S is equal to, open the curly braces and write down the elements. So these elements can be any type. And how to add more number of elements into the set? So if set consists of, see, this is an empty set, creation of an empty set, creation of empty set, right? Now, if you want to add an elements into a set, directly we can write as s dot add. So there is a function called add, open the parenthesis, it's a function, so we have to give an argument. That argument is nothing but a value. If you implement this one, the result will be 1. And again, if you implement s dot add of 2, the result will be 1 comma 2. And again, if you add one more element, the resultant will be 1 comma 2 comma. So like this we can add the elements into a set, or we can directly update the set with another set. Let us take s is equal to 1, 2, 3, and for example t is equal to 4, 5 and 6. So s dot update of t. So here observe, s is a set and t is also a set. S is set, t is also a set. And here if you print yes, we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Hope you understood. So if you want to add a more number of elements, directly we can consider a set and directly we can update the set into the existing set. So if you replace this function as t dot update of yes, and if you are printing t, then we will get 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. Right? So the update will be done into this set. Here both are sets, s and t are sets. So the update will be done on this set. Hope you understood. Next, see one more example I will explain you. S is equal to 1, 2, 3, t is equal to 3, 4, 5. And if you update this one, s dot update of t and print t, print s, it will give 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So this one will not be considered into a set because 3 is already in set S. So this set will avoid the duplications. Right? Next. Let us see the basic operations performed on set. Basic operations performed on set. The first one is add. So let us take here s is equal to 1, 2, 3 and t is equal to 3, 4 and 5. So s dot add of 6, it will give the s as 1, 2, 3, 6. Second operation, length of yes, length of yes. So this is a common operation performed on all the sequential data types. That means in either list or a tuple, we will use the same data, the same function. So length of yes means it will return the length of the set yes. So what is the here? Length of this S is 4. So it will return 4. Next, update. S dot update of T. So S is a set and T is an update. So all the elements of T will be added into S. So S is equal to 1, 2, 3, 6. 3 is already there. 4 and 5. Next, S dot remove of element. We have to give the element as an argument. Some 6. So automatically we will get S is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one is the element. It's not an index, it's an element. Next, S dot discard of 5. Here this function also performs the same thing which we have seen in remove function. So here also the output will be, it will remove 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So here also it will remove the element, given element. So here this is one also the element. So what is the difference between remove function and discard function? So in this remove function, if element not found, then it will return key error. It will return a key error. That means S dot remove of 6. If 6 is not available in this list, I mean set, it will return key error. That means see, if I am removing the element 7 which is not available in set, it will return key error. Whereas here error will not be raised. So even though the element is not found in the set, the error will not be raised. Okay, so that's the only difference between the discard and remove. Next, 6.1, S dot pop. So it doesn't take any argument. Blindly pop will remove the first element of the set and it will return the element which has been removed from the set. So here S dot pop. So S is 1, 2, 3, 4. S dot pop will remove the 1. So it will return only 1. That means it will return the element which has been removed from the set. And pop function always removes the first element of the set. So if you print yes, we will get only 2, 3 and a 4. Right? S dot pop. Next, S dot clear. And this function will clear all the elements of a set. That means it will be an empty set. S is equal to an empty set. It will clear all the elements. Right? So S dot clear. So for insertion, we are using add, update, these two. For getting the length, this one. And in order to remove the elements, we are using remove, discard, pop and clear. Remove function will remove the given element from the list, I mean set. Discard function also removes the given element from the set, but if the element is not found in the set, it doesn't raise any error. So S dot pop will always return the element which has been removed from the set, and a pop function will remove the first element of the set. And S dot clear will remove all the elements from the set. So hope you understood these basic operations. And one more important thing we should remember on set is slicing. Indexing and slicing cannot be performed. Indexing and slicing cannot be performed. We can't perform this indexing and slicing on set. Right? Next. So apart from these functions, there are a few more. Let us see that. Hope you understood these basic operations. It's a very simple concept. See, next one is, so let us take S is equal to 1, 3, 2, 4, 6 and 5. Let us take this one. So the next one is max function. Max of S. Max of S will return the maximum value in the set. What is the maximum element? 6. So it will return 6 as a result of this function. Similarly, min of S, it will return the minimum value. Which one is the minimum? 1. Next, sum of set. Sum of S. Sum of S means it will add all the elements it will return the sum of all the elements. So here sum of S will return the sum of all these elements. See, 5 plus 6 11 plus 4 15 17 20 and 21. It will return 21. Right? So directly there is a function called sum. So all these are the basic operations. So I will write the basic operations once again. So S dot add element, S dot update of another set, S dot remove of element, S dot discard element, S dot pop, S dot clear, maximum of S, and minimum of S, sum of S. So all this we have seen in this one, right? So for an empty set, S is equal to just open parenthesis. Right? Next, no indexing and slicing, and one more, no duplications. So these are all the overview of set. So in this session, let's have a look on some more important operations performed on set. So first one is subset. Is a subset. So we know that subset and superset. Let us take two sets. First one 1, 2, 3, and the second one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So subset here, S dot is subset of T, means S is a subset of T. That means every element of S must be presented in in set T. So here if you observe, set S consists of 1, 2, 3 and T consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here every element of set S is available in set T. So it will return true. For example, if you consider here some 10. So 1 is available in T, 2 is available in T, 3 is available in T and 10 is not available in T. In this case, it will return false. S is not a subset of T. So, right? So it returns a Boolean result. And the representation of this one, we can implement this by using this one, or s less than or equal to t. So we can implement by using s less than or equal to t. That means s is a subset of t. Second one is superset. Is superset. So is superset means reverse. So every element of t should be presented in s. So here I will write s dot is superset of t. That means every element of t must be presented in set s. So here there are 4, 5 and 6 which are not presented in set s. So this will return false. If s is equal to 1, 2, 3 and t is equal to 2, this will return true, because in set t only 2 is there which is available in yes also. So t, every element of t is available in yes. So it will return true in this case. In this case it will be false. So this representation can be written as s greater than or equal to t. S greater than or equal to t. Less than or equal to t means subset. Greater than or equal to t means superset. So these are the two operations. Let us move on to the third one. Hope you understood these two, subset and superset. The third operation is union. Union. Union means a new set will be created with all the elements of s and t without duplication. So the one of the major property of set is duplications are not allowed. So here if you write s dot union of t, it will return a new set. It will return a new set 1, 2, 3 and again 1, 2, 3 are there. So duplications will be removed. So 4, 5 and a 6. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So every element of both the sets will be created into another set without any duplications. So this is one. And this representation is s or t. S or t. Fourth one, intersection. So intersection means the elements which are available in both the s and t. So those elements must be presented in both the sets. Right? Simply we can say them as a common elements. The common elements which are available in both set s and set t. See, s dot intersection of t. This will create a new set with all the common elements which are presented in both s and t. So what are the elements in both s and t? 1, 2, 3. So only 3 elements, 1, 2 and 3. The result will be this one. And it can be implemented as s and t. Intersection can be implemented as s and t. Right? So here the result will not be saved into another set. Right? If after this operation, if you print s, it will print 1, 2, 3, and if you print t, it will print 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and 6. Right? So we can assign this operation to one more variable, or simply we can update the current variable. We can update the current variable. Hope you understood this intersection. It is represented as s ampersand t. Next, difference. Difference means the common elements will be removed and all the remaining elements will be printed. See, difference means S dot difference of T. That means all the elements of S will be, common elements of S and T will be removed and all the remaining elements of S will be printed. Right? So, all the elements of S except common will be printed. See the difference. So T dot difference, if you implement like this, T dot difference of S, it will print all the elements of T except common will be printed. Hope you understood this simple concept. So if you write S dot difference, all the elements of S will be printed except the common elements. If you write T dot difference, all the elements of T will be printed except the common elements. So the resultant of this one will be an empty set. The resultant will be an empty set because 1, 2, 3 are the common elements. So after removing 1, 2, 3, S is having an empty set. Here the resultant will be 4, 5, 6. Because after removing the common elements, what are the remaining elements? 4, 5 and 6. So this will be printed here. So hope you understood. So this is represented as S minus T, and this one is implemented as T minus S. Just like A minus B, B minus A. Both are different. So here also S minus T, T minus S. Right? So this is called a difference. Hope you understood. So let us move on to the last one, that is symmetric difference. Let us see that. Similar to the difference itself. So last one. Symmetric difference. So here the symmetric difference will give all the elements of both S and T except the common elements. So in the previous case we are printing only the elements of only one set. Here we have to print, the resultant will print all the elements of both the sets except the common elements. Let us write here. Let it be S is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, and the set of T is consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, if I write it as S dot symmetric difference of T, it will return all the elements of S and T except common elements will be printed. Right? So all the elements of S and T except the common. So the resultant of this one will be, so what are the common elements? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So what are the remaining elements? 7, 8, 9 and 4, 5, 6. Right? So this is the resultant of this one. And this is implemented by using S cap T. So we call it as an XOR in our C language, right? So X cap T. This is represented as S cap T. Right? Hope you understood this one. And the last one is sorted. One more operation is there, that is sort. So we have the direct inbuilt operation called sorted, so which sorts all the elements of a set. Sorted. So SORTED, sorted of. So let us take S is equal to, so 4, 3, 1, 2, 5. Right? Take this one. Sorted of S. It will directly sort all the elements of set S. So it will return 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So directly it will sort all the elements of a set. Right? So these are all the different operations performed on sets. See, at a glance, I will write everything. So first one, we have seen is subset, which is represented as S less than or equal to T. Second, is superset, which is represented as S greater than or equal to T. Next, union, which is represented as S or T. Next, difference, after the union we have seen intersection. Intersection, which is represented as S and T. Next, difference, which is represented as S minus T. Next one, symmetric difference, which is represented as S cap T. So these are the major operations performed on sets. So hope you understood this simple concept, that is operations on set.
So in this session, let's have a look on implementation of these sets and the basic operations performed on sets. So let us take one set. So a set is a collection of elements separated by a comma and enclosed in between curly braces. And the one important thing regarding these sets is set doesn't allow the duplications. So if there are any duplications in the set, it will be automatically removed. So let us create one set 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So print the same, you can get the set, that means enclosed in between the curly braces. Let us take one more set, T is equal to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Print T, right? So now we are having two sets, and from these two sets we can perform the basic operations. First of all, length. So to find the length of the set, the one method is len of S. Automatically we can get the length of the set, the number of elements in the set. Then the second operation is how to add an element to the existing set. So for that we have seen add method, s.add some element 5, so that 5 will be added. If you print yes, you can observe that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So fifth element, I mean the element 5 is added to the existing set yes. So there is one more thing, if you want to add a more number of elements at a time, we can use s dot update of T. So here we have to pass the set as an argument, subset as an argument. Now all the elements which are available in set T will be added to set S. So let us see s dot update T. Now print yes. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. All these three are common for both set S and set T. So it avoids the duplication and it prints only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Hope you understood this one. Add update. Now how to remove the element? s dot remove. So if you write s dot remove, the element will be removed from the set S. If you write t dot remove, the element will be removed from set T. 7. So if you print S, you can observe the 7 is missing in the set. Or if you try to remove any other element which is not existed in the set, it will return the key error, right? So if you try to remove the element which is not belongs to that particular set, then automatically it will give some key error, right? So next one is discard. This method is also used to remove the element. See, I am removing the element 6. So I am printing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here also, if you are trying to remove the element by using the discard method which is not available in the list, it doesn't return any error. That's the main difference between the remove and discard. So if you are trying to delete an element which doesn't belongs to that particular set by using the remove command, then you will get an error, that is a key error. If you are trying to delete an element which belongs to the set using discard method, you will not get any other error, right? So that is the difference between remove and discard. Now pop, s dot pop. So here this function will always delete the first element in the list and it will return the element which has been deleted from the set. Now s dot pop, so it returns 1 as a result. Here 1 means this function removes the element 1 from the set S. So if you print yes, you can't find the element 1 because 1 is deleted by using the pop method. So another one, s dot clear. This function will clear all the elements from the set. That means removing all the elements at a time. So if you print this yes, you will get empty set. Hope you understood this one. This is an empty set, right? Next, let us create the set, right? Now max of yes, it will return the maximum element available in set. So 4 is the maximum element, so it will be returned. Similarly, minimum of yes, it will return the minimum element present in the set. Next, sum of yes, so it will return the total sum of all the elements in the set. See, sum of yes returns the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, so that is 10. Right? So these are the general operations in order to insert or remove the elements from the list. Now let us see some more operations, important operations. That is, first one is subset. So let us take here 1 comma 2 3. Next, t is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6. See, first one is subset. Is a subset of t. This means it will return true if t is a subset of yes. That means every element of yes is subset of t if every element of yes is presented in t. Yes, s consists of 1 2 3 and t consists of 1 2 3 4 5 6. So every element of yes is available in t. So yes is a subset of t. And the one more way to represent is yes less than or equal to t. This is also a subset, right? Next, superset is superset of t. The reverse of subset, that is every element of t should be presented in set S. So here it will return false because t consists of 6 elements and S consists of only 3 elements. So it will return false. So one more way to implement this one is yes greater than or equal to t, right? Next, union, s dot union of T. It will combine both the sets S and T. So if you print S, you will get only 1, 2, 3. If you print T, you will get only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a new set is created, but it is not saved. So you can assign some value or variable to that particular union, so that if you print this result, the union of S and T will be printed, right? So for union, you can use S or T. S or T is a union, right? Next, intersection. S dot intersection of T. Now intersection means the common elements in both S and T. So whatever the elements which are presented in both S and T will be returned. So S consists of 1, 2, 3, T consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there 1, 2, 3 elements are common in both set S and T. So it will be returned. So the representation we can represent is S and T. Again it will return 1, 2, 3. Right? Next, difference. S dot difference of T. Simply the elements in S minus the elements in T. So it will return an empty set because S consists of only 1, 2, 3, T consists of 4, 5, 6. So S dot difference T, that means S minus T, it will give empty set. If you write T minus S, so there are 3 more elements in T, so it will be, those will be returned 4, 5 and 6. That means which are not common in both S and T will be returned. So common elements will be discarded. Right? If you write S dot difference, S minus T will be performed. If you write T minus S, T elements will be performed. Right? Next, symmetric difference. Now it will return all the elements of S and T except the common elements. So coming to the previous one, difference will return only elements of one set except the common element. But here symmetric difference means it will return the common elements, it will return all the elements in both the sets except the common elements. So before writing this, let us take that one. S is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And T is equal to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let us check this one. Now see, S dot symmetric difference. Symmetric difference of T. That means the new set will be getting both the elements of S and T which are not common. So here S consists of, in S and T sets, 4, 5, 6 elements are common. So the result will be all the elements except the common element, that means 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 and 9. Hope you understood this one, symmetric difference. So every element will be printed except the common elements. Next, the last one is sorted. So automatically we can sort all the elements by using a single method called sorted method. So let us take this one, 3, 1, 2, 6, 5, 7, 4. Okay. So let us take, this is a set, print this. Now apply the sorted of yes. Automatically it will return all the elements in sorted order, the list of all the elements in sorted order, right? So as I said that these sets will remove the duplications. So let us explain that one. S is equal to 1, 2, 3, T is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So if you perform this S union T, it will combine both the elements of S and T, but here it will only displace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because 1, 2, 3 is duplicated. If you combine this both S and T, 1 to 3 are duplicated, so 1 to 3 will be the duplicates will be ignored, right? So all these are the different operations performed on sets. So hope you understood this sets concept.
So in the previous sessions we have seen the sequential data structures like list, set, tuples, right? So we have seen a list, so tuple and a set. So these we call it as a sequences because it consists of a multiple elements. So here the dictionary is also consists of multiple elements, but in terms of key value pair. So that means both the key and value will be forming a pair, and this will be considered as a single element in dictionary. So we should call it as, we should not call it as a sequence, right? So this is called as mappings rather than sequences, right? So we should call it as a mappings rather than the sequences. So we should not call these as a sequences, right? So here also a key value pair, and this can be of any data type, right? Now let us see. Group of key value pairs separated with comma and enclosed in curly braces, right? This is important. Curly brackets. So whereas a list will enclose the multiple elements which are separated with a comma in square braces, and tuple will use a parenthesis. In a set again we will use the curly braces, and in the dictionary, similar to the set, it will also, the elements of a dictionary will also be enclosed in curly braces, but in terms of key value pair. Right. So this is the definition, simple definition we can say about this dictionary, right? So let us create dictionary is equal to curly braces. So here we have to give a key followed by the value, right? So let us take an example. Name is a key, and these key value pair are separated with colon. This key value pair is separated with colon. Name some A, B, C, comma. So this is all one element, right? This complete pair will be considered as a one element. So left hand side to this column will be treated as a keys, and right hand side is treated as a values. So this forms a key value pair. R number, roll number, comma, department. So here the dictionary consists of a key value pairs separated with a comma right? Separated with a comma, enclosed in a square bracket. So this is a key, this is a value. Hope you understood this one. This is a key, this is a value, right? So we are having three elements. So here we call these as items. Items of dictionary are nothing but name, ABC. So it forms a tuple, okay, comma, R number, some 512, comma, DEPT, CSE, right? So these are the items of a dictionary. So we should not call them, call these as elements. We'll call these as items. So why items means there is a function called items. So there is a method called items which will display all the elements of the dictionary. So we can treat these elements as items so that we can easily implement that thing. Okay. Now, so how to create a dictionary, right? So we'll say how to create a dictionary. Right. So how to create a dictionary? So an empty dictionary is created as, so this is an empty dictionary. So DICT is equal to open curly brace, closed curly brace. So this is how we can create an empty dictionary, right? Now, so how to create a dictionary with elements? Dictionary with items. Okay. So for that we have seen, so DICT is equal to open curly brace. So we can go with the key, colon, value. Sorry, I will write the syntax here. So key, colon, value 1, comma, key 2, colon, value 2, and so on. So this is a syntax for creating a dictionary with a multiple key value pairs. And if you want to write it in a single in multiple lines, we can also write it as DICT is equal to, so write the statement key, write all the pairs in individual lines, okay, colon, value 2, key 3, colon, value 3. So in similar way also we can create a dictionary. So writing the key value pair in single line, every key value pair in a single line, right? So this key value can be any data type. If it is a string, we have to enclose that string in between the single quotes or double quotes. So that's a common procedure. Okay. So and this is how we can create a dictionary, and also we can create a dictionary by using the dictionary function. So this is items, this is an empty dictionary. Next, dictionary function. So there is a function called DICT which is used to convert into the dictionary. It forms a key value pairs. So we can use this dictionary function to create a dictionary. So we'll see how it will be created. Dictionary function. So here we have to give a pair of key values in tuple. See, I will show you that. DICT of key 1 comma value 1, key 2 comma value 2, and so on. So in such a way we have to give the key value pairs. So this function will create a dictionary. This value will create a dictionary with the given syntax. So value 1 comma key 2 value 2 and so on. So it forms a okay, right? So directly we can create a dictionary, an empty dictionary, and we can create a dictionary by specifying the key value pairs in a curly braces in a single line, and we can create a dictionary with specifying the multiple elements and specifying each element in a single line, and also with the help of this dictionary function. And next, we can also create a dictionary using comprehension. So we have seen this list comprehension. So based upon the expression, the dictionary will be created. So we have to specify an expression, iteration, condition. So we have to follow the same order. So dictionary is equal to expression space followed by iteration space followed by condition. So this is the syntax for creating the dictionary with the use of dictionary comprehension. For example, let me explain it with an example. Some X pairs with, so this is a key value pair. So we have to specify the key and a column and value. So X star 2 followed by, for X in range 5, and here this condition is an optional. Here the condition is an optional, so we can use or we may not use. So let us take if X mod 2 is equal to 0. So this implies we have to give the X pair for all the values of X in between 0 to 4, which are nothing but which mod 2 is not equal to 0. Means simply it will fill 0, it forms a pair, comma 2, it forms a pair 4, and finally 4, it forms a pair 16. So it will give a result as this one. So X colon X double star 2. Double star is nothing but our exponent operator. So it will be treated as a X square. So 0, 0 square 0, 2, 2 square 4, 4, 4 square 16. So because here we are giving the condition X mod 2 is equal to 0. That means whatever the elements which are modulus 2 is equal to 0. So first the iterations will be executed, and based upon the condition this will be inserted into the dictionary. So this is called the dictionary comprehension. So while creating a dictionary, we can specify the condition, and based upon the condition we can create an elements into the dictionary, right? So if you are not specifying this condition, so here the condition is an optional. If you are not specifying this one, So then the result will be 0 0 1 1 2 4 3 9 4 16. So this is the result for this comprehension. Right? So first always the iterative statements will be executed, then based upon the condition, if you are writing any condition, that condition will be verified, and if that condition is true, then only the pair will be formed and it will be created in the dictionary. So this is how the dictionary comprehension will be working. So with the help of dictionary comprehension also we can create a dictionary. Right? So hope you understood this creation, how to create a dictionary. Now accessing. How to access the elements or items of a dictionary. So coming to this previous sequences like list, tuples or set, so with the help of index values we will access the elements. So here we are having keys and values. A pair of elements we will be considering as a single item or single element. So we can access the values of a dictionary with the help of keys. So here there is no concept of index values, right? So here we are having the keys and values. So by using with the help of keys, we are going to access the corresponding values. See. So with the help of keys, we can access corresponding values, right? So we can see that dictionary is equal to name ABC DAPT CSC R number 1 2 3. So there are 3 key value pairs. Okay, so this dictionary forms 3 key value pairs. If you want to access these values, that can be done with the help of the corresponding keys. So DICT of, and here also we will use the square braces for accessing the elements. So in the square braces, instead of writing the index values, here we will write the keys. So dictionary of name. Similarly DICT of DEPT. So this is a string, so we have to enclose in square curly quotations. Dictionary of R number. So this will return ABC as a result, and this will return CSC as a result, and this will return R number as a result. Okay, so this is how we can access the elements of a dictionary. So with the help of the keys, so all these are the keys. Okay, so all these are the keys. That means the left hand side which we are writing to the column, those will be considered as a keys, and right hand side are the corresponding values. So with the help of key names, we'll get the values of that corresponding keys. And also there are 3 methods, so which we are going to see in the further sessions. So items is one method. Items is one method which will return all the elements, all the key value pairs. Key value pairs. It will return, I mean it will display all the key value pairs of the dictionary. And values, it will return all the values of a dictionary. All the values of dictionary. Similarly, there is a method called keys. It will return all the keys of the dictionary. So these methods we will see in the further sessions. So just I am saying for the for an idea. So there are different methods like this to access all the elements at a time from the dictionary. So items, values and keys, right? So this is how we can access the elements or items from the dictionary. So hope you understood these sessions. So dictionary, it's a key value pair. So we have to write the multiple elements, that means the multiple key value pairs separated with a comma enclosed in a curly braces. So key, colon, and we have to represent this key value pair with the help of a colon operator. So key, colon, corresponding value. So key 1, value 1, comma, key 2, value 2, comma, and so on. So this is the representation of a dictionary. So example, let us take an example. Some name ABC, some R number 20. So let us take only two elements. So these are called elements, and these two are the keys and these two are the values. So how to access all these elements? So this is how we can create a dictionary. So this is how we can create a dictionary, and how to access the elements? We have to access the elements with the help of keys. So instead of using the indexes, here we will use the keys. So if you access the with the help of the key, the corresponding value will be retrieved. Right. Now in today's session, we'll see a few concepts, a simple concepts, that is adding new element to the dictionary, modifying the existing element, deleting an element. So we'll consider one dictionary, then we'll see how to add one more element, that means a new key value pair into the dictionary, and how to modify the existing element. So already we are having a few key value pairs. We will consider some example. So how to modify, and deleting, how to delete the elements. So how to delete a single element and how to delete multiple elements, or how to clear all the elements. Right. So one by one we'll see, and then we'll go with the implementation part. So I will show you how to create, how to access, and how to add, modify and delete in the Python interpreter. Right. So first one is adding. Let us take an example. Some D is equal to, so let us take name ABC, number 23, branch CS. Right. So here we are having a dictionary with a three key value pairs. One is a name, number and branch. So here the keys are name, number and a branch. Values are ABC, 23, CSE. Right. Now how to add a new element? So in order to add a new element, simply we can write the syntax as D of, so the dictionary of the key is equal to value. So these are the new key value pair. So these are the new key value pair. So we can write, if you want to add one more element into this dictionary, you can simply write it as D of course is equal to BTech. So if you add this one, so this is a new one. So course is not there in the existing keys and BTech is not there in the existing values. So if you write this one and after print this one, so you'll get all these elements including the new thing, course, right. So simply by using as an assignment operator, we can add an element into the dictionary, right? So once again I am repeating that here instead of using the index values, here we will use the keys. Okay, in order to access the elements or adding the elements or deleting the elements or modifying elements, we'll use the keys. So the corresponding values will be modified or updated, right? So this is how we can add an element, a new key value pair into the dictionary. Now let us see how to modify. So how to modify? Simply, so in order to modify also we have to use the existing key, and that will be done with the help of assignment operator. So existing key is equal to new value. Existing key is equal to new value. See, if you use here in the above example, so in the above example we are having some 4 keys, name, number, branch and course. So I want to update this course, right? Then simply D of course is equal to MTech. Then if you print this one, if you print this D, simply the course value will be updated. So for everything we have to use the keys. Okay, then deleting the elements. Deletion. So how to delete? So here also we can use del method, a del keyword, and clear function. Del keyword and a clear function. So first let us see the del keyword. So if you want to delete any one element or any one key value pair from the dictionary, we can use as delete, del. So this is used to delete one or more elements, and this will delete, clears all the elements, right? So the syntax for this one is del keyword followed by dictionary, give the key, so that will be deleted, that element will be deleted, that current, right? Or simply, so this will delete the given key pair, and DICT, it will remove the dictionary from memory. So that means everything will be deleted. It removes the dictionary from the memory. DEL dictionary. So here we are not specifying any keys. So it will delete everything. Similarly, DICT dot clear function, it will clears all key pairs, all key value pairs from dictionary. So three ways we can delete an element from the dictionary. So one is DEL keyword. So DEL followed by the dictionary. We have to specify the key, right? So instead of using the index, we have to specify the key, so that corresponding key pair will be deleted. And DEL dictionary, it removes the dictionary from the memory itself. So the complete everything related to the dictionary will be deleted. And dictionary.clear function, it will clears all the key value pairs from the dictionary. Right? So hope you understood this one. And now we'll see the implementation of everything in Python interpreter. So we will see how to create a dictionary, and we will see how to access the elements of the dictionary, and we will see how to add, how to modify, and how to delete all these things. So DEL keyword and a clear function, so that your doubts will be clarified, right?
Right now we'll see the implementation part of the dictionary concept. So first we will create a dictionary. So we know that the dictionary is a collection of key value pairs, right, which are enclosed in between the curly braces separated with a comma. See, so D is equal to the curly braces open. We have to write the keys. So name, and we have to specify the key value pair with the help of this colon operator. So key colon value, we have to write the value separated with a comma. Multiple elements will be separated with a comma. So R number colon 23, branch CSE, right. So this is how we can create a dictionary. So now a dictionary is created with 3 key value pairs. So that is a name, R number, and a branch. So now if you print this D, you can get all these things. Okay, so now, so this is how we can create a dictionary. And how can I access the elements, these key value pairs? So in the previous concepts, that means if you consider the list concept, so we'll access the elements of a list with the help of a index. Here we'll access the elements of a dictionary with the help of keys. So similarly, the syntax is same, but instead of using the index, we will use the keys. So if you access the name, so D of print D of, you have to give the name, then automatically that particular value will be returned. That particular value, the corresponding value will be printed. Similarly, print of D of R number. So we can't access the keys with the help of values. Okay, we can access the elements only with the help of keys. So here the keys are name, R number, and a branch. See, I will show you. So if you access this one, so it will consider as a key and it will return an error. Okay, key error, because here ABC, we know that ABC is a value, but interpreter will consider this as a key which is not available in this dictionary. So it returns a key error.
So this is how we can create and access the dictionary elements. And if you add one more element in the dictionary, so that is also with the help of this one. What is the syntax? The dictionary followed by the new key is equal to new value. By using the assignment operator, we can add more elements into the dictionary. So just I will add one more element. So d of course is equal to btech, right? So already course is not available in the dictionary. Courses are not available in the dictionary. So we are now adding that course into the dictionary concept. So print, if you print D, we'll get a 4 elements: name, R number, branch, and a course. And one more thing we have to remember, that the keys should be identical. The keys should not have any duplicates. So see, if you give a duplicate key, so D of, see here, this is a way how can we add the elements. Okay, now we will modify and later we will see the duplications, right? So just we will modify an element. So that is also done with the help of the assignment operator, right? So the syntax is same. D, give the existing thing course is equal to mtech. So this will override the value of the course key. So if you print this one, you can get the new details for the course. So if you observe here, so here we have created an key value, new key value pair as a course btech, and in the next thing we are just again assigning a mtech as a value for the same course. So it will be overriding. So no duplicates will be allowed here. No duplicates will be allowed, right? Now we will see the deletion, how to delete. So deletion can be done with the two functions. One is a delete operator, del keyword, and the clear function. So if you use a del, we have to specify the key, right? Del followed by dictionary of, specify the key. So it will delete one element. Okay, it will delete one element. See, if you print D, so here we can get only 3 key value pairs because we have deleted the 4th one. Next, we will assign this dictionary to one more thing. So A is equal to D. So now all the elements, so by using the simple assignment operators, we can assign the complete dictionary to one more variable. So now I am assigning the variables, I mean the elements of D to A. Now A is also a dictionary with the same elements, right? Now let us use a del command, del D. So it will remove the dictionary from the memory. Now if you print this D, we'll get an error. Name D is not defined because D is deleted from the memory. Not clears the elements, but it will delete completely from the memory, right? So we are having one more dictionary A. So here we will use A dot clear. A dot clear. So this will clear elements from the dictionary but not from the memory. So if you print A, you'll get an empty dictionary. Okay, you'll get an empty dictionary. So in the previous case, if you use a del followed by the dictionary name, it will delete the complete dictionary from the memory. So we'll get an error called a name error, that D is not defined. And also there is one more method that is there. So that is a pop. We have to specify the key in the pop. Okay, so let us create a dictionary with a duplicate names so that you will understood. Some name ABC R number 23, some R number 34. See what we have observed. So in the creation we are giving name as a key and R number as a key, and in the name we are specifying ABC, and in the R number we are giving two values, one is the 23 and another one is 34. So the last assigned value will be assigned to the key. So here first we have assigned to 23 and next we have assigned 34. So only 34 will be overridden to the 23. So not both. So here the one thing we have to remember is the keys are identical. So that means there must be no duplicates in key. Key should not be repeated. And the last recently assigned value will be available in that particular key.
So there are different built-in methods available for this dictionary. So let us recall the dictionary concept. So this dictionary consists of key value pair, right? The key value pair which is available in form of tuple, right? And this is a collection of these key value pairs enclosed in the square braces and separated with a comma, right? So this dictionary is equal to empty square braces. This is nothing but an empty dictionary. Right. Now we'll see different methods available in this dictionary. Now, this is all about the introduction to this dictionary concept. We'll see the methods. So first method, copy. So let us take this D is equal to dictionary, some name, colon, ABC, some R number, colon, 1, 2, 3, some course, colon, BTech. So let us take, this is the dictionary available. Now copy. So this will just copy the key value pairs into another variable. So that means if you apply this D dot copy, automatically one more copy of these key value pairs will be available. So the same thing will be available. Whatever here, the same thing will be available here. And if you assign this to another variable, suppose A is equal to D, then A will be having the same thing. That means similarly, this is almost equal to A is equal to D. So all these three key value pairs will be assigned to A also. That means a copy will be created, a reference. So in Python, there will be no other memory will be created. So for the same memory, one more reference will be applied. So A will be referenced to the same key value pairs. In this case, copy. Now, clear. So the name itself indicates clear function will clear all the items in the dictionary. So we call these key value pairs in the dictionary as a items. So it will clear or it will remove all key value pairs. All the key value pairs. So after applying this clear, so this will be D dot copy. So that means a dictionary dot copy, the syntax. And this syntax is D dot clear. where D is a dictionary. D is a dictionary, right? Dictionary variable dot clear. So it will give an empty dictionary as a result. An empty dictionary as a result, because it will clear all the items of the dictionary. Items. We just now we have seen that this key value pair is called as a item in the dictionary concept. So these items, it will display all the key value pairs, all the key value pairs available in dictionary. Right? So it will give a complete D dot items. D dot items. The syntax is D dot items. So that means, see, here we are not taking any argument, here we are not taking any argument, here also we are not taking any argument. So there are no arguments, zero arguments. Just we will call these functions with the help of this dictionary name, D dot items, D dot clear, D dot copy. Similarly, keys. So in the dictionary concept, the first one we call it as a keys, and the second one we call it as a values. So all these first attributes we call them as keys. So this function will give all the keys available in the dictionary. So here also we are giving nothing as a argument, zero arguments. So this is also called with the help of the dictionary name. So it will give, or it will display all the keys in dictionary. The syntax is D dot keys. So here also there are no arguments, zero arguments. And the next one is values. Values. So the second one in the key value pair, the second one is a value for the given attribute. So this values method will display all the values of the dictionary, right? This will display all the values of the dictionary. And here also we are not giving any arguments. It doesn't take any arguments, zero arguments, right? And it is called with the help of the dictionary name, right? So it displays all the values in dictionary, right? So this is called with D dot values. So this will give the same dictionary, this one, and this will give the name, only these keys, name, R number, course, right? This will give ABC 1, 2, 3 and BTech, right? So first I will explain all these things, and then later we'll implement this by using the Python interpreter, so that you will get clarified about all these methods, right? So these are the few methods, and next we'll go with the next one. The next one is update. Update method. So this update method will take an argument as a dictionary. So this is used to add one or more key value pairs into the dictionary. It is used to add one or more items into existing dictionary. Right? So let us take this one example. So this syntax is, for this update is, so update D dot update. So here D is a dictionary name. So D dot update, open the curly brace, and here you can go with the key value pairs which we want to add for the existing one. So here I will take a branch, right, and also I will take some place, right. See, here I have taken these two items which are not available in the present dictionary. So here we are having a dictionary with three key value space, name, odd number, course, and branch and place are not available in the dictionary. Now by using this update, we can add these two key value pairs into the existing dictionary. For that we have to pass this dictionary as a parameter to the update method, right? And see, here we have to give the key value pair placed in curly braces. This is very important. So we have to place this one in curly braces. Then only this update method will be valid. Okay. So this one is a D dot update curly brace key 1 colon value 1 comma key 2 colon value 2 comma and so on, close this curly brace, this one. So this is the syntax for this update method. So hope you understood this update method. So this is used to insert one or more items into the existing dictionary. Now we'll go with the another one. Delete. So how to delete an item from the dictionary? So for that there are two methods, that is a pop and pop item. So first let us see this pop function. So this is used to delete or remove an item from dictionary, and it will return the item or the value, which is removed, right? It will return the value which is removed. So value of a key which was removed, right? So here there will be one argument, that is a key. So there may be two arguments. So syntax, I will give you the syntax for this pop. So D dot pop, you can give a key comma value. So we can give it to both the key and value, and this value may be optional. So that the value may be given or may not be given. So if you give only the key, then automatically that particular item will be deleted and that particular corresponding value will be returned as a result. Right. So if you delete deep dot pop of, let us take a course, and just giving only one argument, that is also a key. Course is a key. So the result of this one is BTEC. It will return the value corresponding to the given key. It will return the value corresponding to the given key which was removed. Now if you immediately print this D, we will get only the two items, that is name A, B, C and R number 1, 2, 3. Only two items will be available. Right? The third item is removed and that value will be returned. So this will be the result for this method. Okay, you can use the value or you may not use the value. So this is an optional argument. It is an optional argument. We can specify or we may not specify. Right? So this is all about this pop function. It will take 2 arguments, and the next one is pop item. So if you don't know about the existing key values or existing items available in the dictionary, if you don't know about the existing key value pairs in the dictionary, then directly we can go with the pop item. So it will remove the recently inserted item. The recently inserted item. So in this example, what is the recently assigned item? This course BTech is recently assigned item, right? So name ABC, second one is R number, the third one is a course BTech. So this item is the recently inserted item in the dictionary. So this will be deleted, and the same thing, the value will be returned. So the value So the value of removed key value pair will be returned. So simply the syntax is, so here we are not giving any argument. So we don't know about the keys. We don't know about what are the keys available in the dictionary. Then we will directly go with the pop item. So D dot pop item. So no arguments are given. So immediately what is the result here? The result is BTech, because the recently added item is course BTech. Now if you print the D, then we'll get only the 2 items only 2 items will be getting. Only 2 items will be getting. Right? So this is a use of pop item method. Now we'll go with the another method. Get method. Get method means it is used to displaying the corresponding value. So here it will take 1 argument. That is key. That is a key, right? So the syntax is D dot get of key. So automatically it will retrieve the value of the given key. It will display the value of given key, right? So here it is only 1 argument. So example, if you use some D dot get R number, D dot get R number. So in the dictionary D, what's the value of this R number? 1, 2, 3. So it will return 1, 2, 3 as a result. So get means retrieving the values of a given argument key. Here key is only 1 argument taken. Right. Next, from keys. From keys. So here it will take 2 arguments. One is a tuple of keys. So here remember, all the keys can be formed as a tuple because a tuple is a constant, right? So it is a immutable. So we can't change the values of keys. So all the keys can be formed as a tuple, and we can pass that tuple as one argument, and the second argument is a value which will be applied for all the keys in the tuple. Let me explain here. So here the 2 arguments two arguments. One is a tuple with the keys, another one is a value for all keys, the same value for all the keys. The syntax for this one is, so first let us form a tuple. So let it be T is equal to A, B, C. T is equal to A, B, C, right? And let it be the same value to be assigned for all these three keys. So a value can be V. V is a value that can be 0. So we have to initialize a 0 for all the keys. Okay, we have to initialize the value 0 for all the keys. Then you can go with D dot from keys. D dot from keys. First one is a tuple or a sequence. So we can also give the sequence, right? So we can also give a string, right? Now here we are giving a tuple. So in between the parentheses we are giving the three characters. So it is a tuple. So we can pass this T comma the value V. So that means a 0. Value 0. So this will give a dictionary with a key 0 comma 0 comma 0. So this will give the same value for all the keys in the given sequence. So here the sequence is tuple we are giving. So here in the tuple we are giving the three values, three elements. These three elements are keys and we are assigning only one value for all these three elements. So this result D dot from keys, T is 0 gives, T is having three elements, so A assigned 0, B assigned 0, C assigned 0. So this is the key, this is the value. If you want to give the same value for all the keys, we can go with this from keys, right? Then, and the last method is a set default. So last method is a set default. So this is will also take two arguments. First one is the key, second one is the value. If the key is already existed in the dictionary, there will be no change, and if this key is not available in the dictionary, this newly inserted key will be applied to the dictionary. See, D dot set default, I am giving R number 1, 2, 3, right? So this is a syntax for this one, set default key comma value. So set default key comma value. So here I am giving R number 1, 2, 3, sorry, 4, 5, 6, R number 4, 5, 6. First this function will check for this key available in the dictionary. If this key is available in the dictionary, then this value will not be changed and this will be the result. 123 will be the result. Okay, that value will not be changed if the key is available in the dictionary. And if this key is not available in the dictionary, percentage, then this will be inserted into the dictionary, right? Now 90 will be returned, and if you print D, you will get name is equal to ABC, R number is equal to 1, 2, 3, course is BTech, and now the percentage is 90. This will be inserted with the given value. This will be inserted with the given value. So this is a set default. So if this key is available in the dictionary, there will be no change and that value will be returned. There will be no change, nothing will be done. And if this key is not available in the dictionary, then that will be inserted into the dictionary in such a way. Right? So this is all about these dictionary methods, a few methods. So we have seen a copy, clear, next items, keys, values, get, pop items, update, from keys, and set default. So all these are the different methods available in the dictionary. So now we have seen the syntax for all these methods and the working of all these methods, and now we'll see the implementation, how actually the work is going to be done while implementing these methods by using the interpreter. So let us move on to the interpreter.
Hello friends, just now we have seen different methods available in the dictionary. Now we'll see the implementation of each and every method. First of all, let us create a dictionary. So I'll call it as D is equal to curly braces. So we know that dictionary elements will be a key pair values, key value pairs separated with a comma and closed in a curly braces. So I'm just taking an example, name, excuse me, some ABC, some R number, some 1, 2, 3, course, BTech. Yes. So just now I have created a dictionary. Now let us check it once. Print of D. So this is a key value pair. We know that this name, R number, and a course, all these are the keys, and ABC, 1, 2, 3, and BTech are values. Now let us check one by one. First of all, I will show you the copy function. So it will create a copy of this dictionary. So some B is equal to D dot copy. So that a copy of D will be assigned to variable B. Now let us print B. So it's a copy of D. That's nothing but B is equal to D. Right? It creates a copy of a given dictionary, and if you are assigning it to the any value or a variable, so that will be assigned to that particular variable. Right? Now clear. So it will clear all the elements of the dictionary. Now I will give you an example. B dot clear. So it will clear all the key value pairs from the dictionary. So if you try to print this B, you will get an empty dictionary, because previously we had 3 key value pairs in the B, and after executing the B dot clear, we are having the empty dictionary. Right? Next, so we call each key value pair as a items. So if you want to display all the items from the given dictionary, we have to use the method called D dot items. So it will give the dictionary items in the form of tuples. The key value pair will be in form of tuples. So here name and ABC both are in a tuple. R number 1, 2, 3 both are in a tuple, and a course and BTech both are in a tuple. Right? So here the first one is a key and the second one is the value. Right? And if you want to access only the keys, then we have to use the method called keys. Right? D dot keys. So then it will give a list of all the keys available in the dictionary. Right? If you want to access only values, then D dot values. It will give the complete values of them. So ABC, 1, 2, 3, and BTech. All these 3 are the values of the given dictionary. So if you observe this D you can know that the key value pair name IBC R number 123 course BTech, right? Then if you want to get a value for a particular key, then we have to go with get method. So D dot get of, here we have to place the key. So if you want to access the name, so just give the argument as name, right? Then we'll get the value of the particular given key, right? Here we have given a key as a name, so we have to get the value for the given key. So ABC is the value for the given key name, right? Next, pop function, right? Pop. So get D dot pop. Here we have to give the whatever the key value pair which we want to delete, that should be given. So I will give some course. Sorry, this is a course, comma. What's the value here? BTech. So it will delete that particular key value pair and it will return the value which was deleted here. If you try to print this again after deleting, you will get only 2 items. So before we have these 3 items, name, R number and a course, and then we are applying the pop operation. Pop means deleting. So here it will take 2 arguments as an input. One is a key, second one is a value. So whatever the given key value pair in the pop, that will be deleted and the value will be returned, right? Next, if you don't know about that particular key value pairs, you can directly go with pop items. Pop item. So this method will delete the recently inserted item. See, what is the recently inserted item? R number 123. So first we have created name, then R number, then course. So already we have deleted this course, then recently added or recently inserted item in the dictionary is R number. So it will be deleted and that will be returned. So if you print this after pop item, you will get only one key value pair. Right? Hope you understood this one also. Then we will go with the from keys. So D dot from keys. Here also we have to give the 2 parameters. One is the key, another one is the value. Right? So here it takes this first one as a key and second one as a value. Right? The first one as a key and second one as a value. So here it forms a dictionary with all the keys with the same value. See, observe N, A, M, E. Here it creates a 4 items with the different values or with the same value. Right? The same value will be applied for all the keys. See, let us take example. Some A is equal to, we have to consider these keys in tuple, right? So I will consider it as A, B, C, right? Sorry, I have taken A, so let us take D, E, B, C, right? So if I want to give the same value for all these keys, D dot from keys A, comma, ABC. So it will give the pair. So it will form a pair, right? So whatever the keys we are giving in the tuple, for all the items, it will give the same value. So ABC will be available, ABC is assigned for all the keys available in this tuple A, right? So if you want to give the same value for all the keys, then we have to go with from keys. Next, set default. So we have to set a default value. So if the key value pair is available, so first let me we will use the update method. So if you want to insert more number of items, so here we are having only one element, so print of D, we are having only one thing, so D dot update. So here we have to take curly braces and you have to give the key value pair, so 1 2 3, so comma, next course, BTech, right, close. So I have completed. Then, so if you observe here, so we have updated the D with again 2 more elements. So previously we are having only one item, one key value pair, that is only name, and after updating this R number and course, now the D is having the 3 key value pairs, right? So that by using this update, we can update a more number of items into the existing dictionary. Now we can set a default value for the key specified. So D dot set default. Here we have to give the key and value 2 parameters. So let us take R number, comma, give the value. So let it be 254. So already this R number is available in the dictionary, right? R number is available and the value of R number is 123. In such case, it doesn't change anything. The set default doesn't change anything. If this R number is not available, so see, I will just delete that one, pop R number, comma, so it will delete it, right? So the second value, the second argument, that is a value, is optional. I am just giving the key number, a key name, so that it will be deleted. Now if you observe this print, so we are having only 2 things, there is no R number. Now I will apply the set default method, set default, right? Now I just want to give a default R number as 254. So now R number is not available in the dictionary, so it will be created now. It will be created now. So if you print this D, now you can get the R number inserted at the last with the given default value. So by using this set default also, we can add the new key value pair. So if this key value, if this key is available in the dictionary, the old value will be remain same. That means it doesn't change anything, right? So these are the different methods we have seen in the today's session. That means these are the methods can be applied for the dictionary.
So the major usage of writing these functions is reusability, in order to achieve the reusability. So reusability means once we write any function, that function can be called a number of times. That means we can use that function in many programs, right? So in order to rewrite any logic, we can write a single generalized function and we can make use that function number of times. And also easy debugging. That means the finding and rectifying the errors will be easy for the user if we write these functions. So in the absence of functions, if any program needs more lines of code or more complex logic, then it would be difficult to find the error. In case of logical error, it is somewhat difficult to find the logical errors, right? So if that can be written in functions, then automatically this debugging process will be easier for the user, right? So the major reasons to writing the functions is reusability and for easy debugging. Now, so similar to the variable in C language, we have seen the function, declaration, next function call, next function definition. So these we have seen in C programming. So here we can avoid this declaration, because so first we have to start writing the function definition and then we will write the actual program. So here we are not writing the main function, so I am just mentioning as a actual program, right? Instead of using the main function, I am using the actual program. So first we have to write the function definition and then we have to write the actual program where this function call is included. So that's why this function declaration is not needed in Python programming, right? So how this function definition can be done? So here in the function definition, so let us see that. So what are the parameters involved in the function definition? Function definition. So first one is every function should start with def keyword. So we are having the def keyword. So all the functions should start with def keyword, and every function should have a name. Should have a name not equal to any keyword. So the same rule we have applied in C language, right? So we have to give one name, specific name to the function, because this is the user defined function. So the user is writing the function, so we should give some name, and that should not be equal to any one of the keywords. So we have discussed the keywords in the previous session. So just go through that keywords session. So this name should not match with any one of the keyword. Next one is parameters, or we can call them as arguments. So parameters or arguments are nothing but the inputs given to that particular user defined function. So this is an optional. So every function may have the parameters or arguments, or may not have the parameters or arguments. So it can have 0 or more parameters or arguments, and this should be included in between parentheses, right? So first we have to write the definition, def keyword, then we have to write the name, and then we have to write the parameters or arguments in between the parentheses, right? This one is an optional. Next, fourth one, every function name with or without arguments should end with colon. So because in our C language we are not using the curly braces, so instead of representing the block of statements, that can be done only by using the indentation. So here, to achieve the indentation, we have to use this colon, right? Next, every function will be having some return. So that return can be any value return or an empty return. So finally the control will return to its calling function. So every function will return to its calling function, that may be an empty return or any value return, right? So return, right, it can be empty or a value return. So in C language, every function will return only a single value, right? It cannot, that means a function cannot return the multiple values. But here in Python programming, so function can return multiple values to the calling function. That is done only by using tuples, in the form of tuples, right? So in case of returning the multiple values, that will be done only by using tuples. So here the multiple return can be accepted. Multi-value return can be done using tuples, right? So these are the some important points while writing the function definition, right? So first it should start with the def keyword. Next it should have some name which does not match with any one of the keywords, and then we have to write the parameters, that means inputs to the function. That may be an optional thing, and these parameters or arguments must be included in between the parentheses, and after the parentheses every function should end with colon. So this gives the indentation, that means a block of which represents the block of statements. Next, every function will return the control to its parent function, calling function. So that can be an empty return or a value return. Here the multi-value return can be done, that means one function can return multiple values, and that can be done only by using tuples. So hope you understood this function definition, right? Now let us move on to the function call. Function call. So as we discussed in the C programming, we have to write this function call in the main function or some parent function, that is called as calling function, right? So here also, while writing the program, we have to declare this function call, and whenever the control executes this function call, automatically the control moves to the function definition, right? See, so here the function call also have function name. Here also the function name, arguments or parameters, right? The only thing is these function name and parameters should be equal to the function definition, right? So the same function name should be written in function definition, and the same number of arguments or parameters should be written in function definition, right? The number of arguments should be equal in both the function call and function definition, and the function name should also be equal in both function name and function definition, right? And this function call will be written, and whenever the control comes executes this function call, automatically the function definition will be executed. So let us see an example so that the doubt will be clarified, right? And as I said before, here there is no question of function declaration, because the function definition will always start at the beginning. So first we have to write the function definition, then only we have to write the actual program. See, function to add two numbers. Function to add two numbers. So first we have to write the function definition, right? So function definition, we have to write def, some add, write the parameters, some a comma b. Use the colon because this represents the indentation. Now here we can write sum is equal to a plus b, and next we have to write return, or directly we can write a plus b in return, right? Return sum, right? Now write the actual program. A is equal to typecast, because the input function always take the string. Enter first number. Next b is equal to, so reading the two values, input values, input enter second number. Now write the function call. Result is equal to add of a comma b. So this is a function call. Here see, the function name in both the function definitions are equal. The number of parameters in both the function definition and function call are equal. So here we are passing two arguments, here we are calling the two arguments. Right? Now print the result. Print result is equal to res. So this will give our result, right? First we will read two elements. So this I am calling as an actual program. Actual program. This I am calling the user defined function. User defined function and the actual program. Right? So we have to write the function call in actual program and the function definition at the beginning of the program. Right? So there is no question of function declaration. So hope you understood this simple concept, the introduction, basic introduction of functions in Python. See, the main difference between the local and the global variables is scope. Scope of local variables will be only within the function. Where the variables have been declared. So here we can call it as declared or initialized, right? Next, global scope will be and throughout the program, entire program, right? So how this variable can be treated as a global variable, how these variables can be treated as a local variables. See. So in C language we have seen that whatever the variables we are declaring above the main function will be considered as a global variables. So here also the topmost variables, that is above the user defined functions, are treated as a global variables. See, example, let us take an example. A is equal to some 20, right? Next. So, as we have seen in the previous session, every user defined function should start with def keyword. Def followed by function name, right? Display. So here there are no curly braces, so we have to represent a block of statements by using indentation. So that can be done by placing the colon after the header. Now let us write the print A. So this ends the user defined function. So here I am writing the normal function, that is display. So let us write here inside user defined function A. Display, just this is a function call. Next I am writing the print, I am printing the outside the user defined function, right? So this is the small program which gives an example for global variables. See here, always a function that is a user defined function should be written at the topmost, right? So after the user defined function only we have to write the function call. So here the variables which are initialized above the user defined function are treated as a global variable. So this one will be treated as a global variables, and after the user defined function the function call should be written, right? So this is the function call. So this is the inside the user defined function. Now a is written just above the user defined function, so a is a global variable. So a value can be used in the entire program. That means it can be used in both the user defined function and the main function, right? So for easy purpose just we call this program as a main function, right? This is the main function and this is the user defined function, right? So here what is the output? First it will display inside the user defined function 20, and next it will print outside the user defined function 20. So here in the user defined function we are not declaring or initializing any variable. Even in the main function itself we are not declaring any variable. We are declaring and initializing a variable just above the user defined function, which will be considered as a global variable, and that value can be used in both user defined function and the main function, right? So hope you understood this global variable. What about the local variable? So whatever the variables which are declared within the function, either it may be user defined function or it's a main function, so that scope will be limited to that function only. So in which function we have declared a variable, that will be only used in that particular function. So for example, here let us take some b is equal to 20. Display b is equal to 20 inside the user defined function. Let it be write a. Write one more print function. Print local variable b, right? So what is the output here? First display function will be called, the function call will be executed, so b is equal to 20, print inside user defined function, a is equal to 20 will be printed, right? Let us take b is equal to 30. Next print local variable, so local variable will be printed as 30, and then outside the user defined function a will be printed as 20. If we write the same statement here, local variable b, so it will result an error because here the b is not initialized in the main function and b is initialized only in the user defined function. So it is a local variable, so this one is a local variable where this scope can be used only within the user defined function. So it cannot be used in main function. Or if any variable is declared in main function, let it be c is equal to 40, and if you try to print the c in a user defined function, here also it is an error because here c is a local variable, so it will be used only within the main function. So that is the main difference between the local variable and the global variable, right? See, let us see one more example. A is equal to 10, def display column print global A. Next b is equal to 20, print local b. Write the main function display. Next c is equal to 40, print local C print global A, right? So this is a small example. So just we have seen in the just now. So here B is a local variable. So here it will be printed as 10 because A is a global variable. Local variable it is printed 20. Here it will be printed 40. It will be printed 10. So here A is a local variable. A is a global variable, and B and C are the local variables. So B is a local variable for user defined function, and C is a local variable for main function. Now, so what is the value to be printed if the local variable and the global variable are of same name, right? So if the local variable is also having the same name, A is equal to 40, here we are printing A. Print A, right? So if the local and a global variable share the same name, the first preference will be to the local variables, right? So here A is a 10, which is a global variable, and here again we are declared A, which is a local variable, and we are trying to print A. In the absence of this one, A will be printed as 10 because it's a global variable. So with the presence of local variable, the first preference, the first preference is to local variable. If local and global having same name, if the local and global are having same name, the first preference is to local variable. Now here A is a local variable and as well as it is a global variable. Now if you write a print in this main function, it will print only the local variable output. That is, here the output will be 40. And here if you print A is equal to 20, A is equal to 20, here A will be printed as only 20, right? C is equal to 20, D is equal to A plus C, print D. See here C is equal to 20, both are the global variables A and B. A is equal to 20, C is equal to 20, both are the global variables, right? So coming to the main function, it will display, A will be displayed, so 20 will be displayed, and after that here A is equal to 40, so A will be 40 now, and then D is equal to A plus C, D is equal to A value is 40 because the first preference is to local variable, so 40 plus C is not initialized, so C is a global variable, we have to consider the global value, that is 20. So the output will be 60. So here 20 will be printed, here again 20 will be printed, here 40 will be printed, and the result 60 will be printed. Hope you understood the difference between the local and global variables. So the main difference between these two is scope, where we have to use these variables. Types of arguments. So there are mainly 4 types of argument, that means 4 different ways we can pass the arguments. So first one is required arguments. Second one is keyword arguments. Third one is default arguments, and the last one, fourth one, is variable length arguments. So as we have discussed in the previous sessions, what is meant by argument? So these are arguments are the inputs given to the function, right? So these arguments can be optional. So we can pass the arguments from the function call to the function definition, or we may not pass the function, these arguments from the function call to function definition, right? See, first let us see one by one. Required arguments. Here in the required arguments, number of arguments should be same in both function call and function definition, and also positions should be same. The position should be followed, right? So this is the first point, and this is the second point. These 2 points are important in required arguments. That means the number of arguments which we are passing from the function call should match with the number of arguments we have written in the function definition, and also the order or the position should be same. So here we can write this: order or position. Order of arguments must be same in both the function call and function definition. Let us look at an example. So a function, user defined function should always return at the above the main function, right? So and it should be started with the def keyword. So def some display a comma b. Put the column for indentation. You can print here, print a comma b. Write down the main function here. That means a function called display. Some a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. So automatically 10 will be assigned to a, b 20 will be assigned to b, right? Now the output for this one is 10, 20, because here see the first point, the number of arguments should be same in both function call and function definition. So this is the function call, this one is the function definition. So in the function call there are 2 arguments, in the function definition there are 2 arguments, so those are equal. And second one, the order should be followed. So here a and b both are in integer type, and a will be printed here 10, b will be printed here 20, right? Or else see, right here 10 comma 20, 10 will be assigned to a and 20 is assigned to b. So here the output will be 10 and 20. If you replace this one with 20 and 10, the output will be 20 comma 10, because 20 is placed at a, 10 is placed in b, because the position, it will follow just the position of this arguments in the both function call and function definition. So the first position is 20, here the first position is a, so 20 is assigned to a. Second position is 10, and here the second argument is b, so 10 is initialized to b. So a and b, if you print a and b, 10 and 20 will be done, right? So this type of arguments we call as required arguments. So the number of arguments should be same and the position should be followed. The order or position should be followed. Right. Coming to the second one. Second one is keyword arguments. In this keyword arguments, the initialization of arguments which are declared in a function call will map with the arguments which are written in function definition based upon the keywords, not about the position. Here, order or a position is not required. Initialization can be done initialization will be done based on keywords. Keyword, that means name of a variable. Here the keyword means a name of a variable, right? So let us see example. So here once again I am saying the order and position is not required. So rather than giving the order, we will give the names to the arguments in the function call, so that it will match with the arguments which are written in function definition based upon the keywords written. See example, def display a comma b print a comma b. Write on the main function display function call. Here I will write b is equal to 20, a is equal to 10. Right? Now the output will be 10 comma 20. So this is the function definition, this is the function call. So here we are using the keyword arguments. So in the function call we have to give the names for the arguments and initialize the values to the names. So here the mapping will be done between the function definition and function call by means of the keywords or the names. So here b is equal to 20. So the same name should be given in the function definition. So b will be mapped with the argument which I have written in function definition. So b is 20, b is equal to 20. Now b, the 20 is assigned to b here, and a is equal to 10, and 10 will be assigned to a here. So the output will be 10 and 20. So in the first case, that means in the first argument, that is required argument, we are not mentioning here the names. So just we are writing the 20 comma 10. So 20 is always be initialized to a, because here we are not given any names, keywords, right? Here we are not giving any keywords or names. So just it will follow the order of declaration, right? So if you give the names, in the function call, automatically it will follow the keywords, not the positions, right? So this is the keyword argument. So rather than following the position, it will follow the names. Hope you understood this one. Next, coming to the third argument. That is default argument. Here, first thing, number of arguments need not be same. This need not be matched with both the function call and function definition, and some of the arguments will be considered as default arguments, right? These 2 points are very important with default arguments. Let us take an example so that you will understand. Give def display name course is equal to BTech. So here in the function definition we are taking 2 arguments, one is name, another one is course is equal to BTech, and I am printing here print name, similarly print course. Writing a function call display name is equal to some ABC, comma, course is equal to MTech. Again, I am writing one more function called name is equal to PQR right. So if you execute this one, so here in the function definition there are two arguments, one is name and another one is course. So in the function calls, here we have written two function calls. One is first in the first function call there are two arguments, one is name and another one is course. In the second function call we have written only one function, only one argument, that is name, right? So here in the second function call the number of arguments are not matching with the number of arguments in function definition, right? And some of the arguments will be considered as a default argument. So in the second function call the course will be taken as a default argument. So what is the output for this program? So after executing this first function call we will get ABC MTech. So this is the first function call. After executing the second function call we will get PQR BTech. So here we are not mentioning any second argument, but here in the function definition the second argument will be taking as a default argument. So if any argument is not mapped, is not initialized in the function call, from the function definition it will be taking the default value. It will be assigned to that particular variable. So hope you understood. Here the number of arguments need not be same in both the function call and the function definition, and some of the arguments will be considered as a default arguments, so that will be assigned to the variables. This is about the fourth type of argument, that is default argument. So coming to the fourth one, so fourth one, variable length arguments. So here the name itself indicates the function definition will accept the arbitrary number of arguments. That means in some situations user may not know how many number of arguments will be taken from the function call. So that's why this, in such cases here the function definition provides the it will accept the number of arguments, n number of arguments, right? So here it will accept arbitrary number of arguments, any number of arguments. It can be any number of arguments, and this can be done by placing star as prefix to the argument of function definition. So in order to accept the n number of arguments from the function call, in the function definition we have to place this star symbol as a prefix to one variable. So this star represents, it will accept the variable length arguments from the function call. See, example, start with def, the display, I will add star, courses, I am printing the courses. So whenever you put this star in front of this variable, it will be treated as a number of values presented in the courses. That means simply we can say it as a sequential data type, right? Now courses will be having an n number of values. For I in courses, print I. Write down the function call, display BTech, MTech, MCA, MBA, right? So here in the function call we are passing the 4 arguments, but here in the function definition we are giving only one argument, but in front of that argument we are placing the star. Here placing the star in front of this argument indicates that it will accept a variable length argument. So this will give the output as, it will print all the courses, BTech, MTech, MCA and MBA, right? So it will accept the n number of arguments to that particular variable and it will be displayed. So this is the variable length arguments. So at a glance I will repeat the 4 arguments. So there are 4 arguments. One is a required argument, next one keyword argument, default argument and the variable length argument. So in the required argument, the number of positions, number of arguments should be same in both the function call and the function definition, and it also follows the initialization will follow the position or order of the arguments declared in the function call, right? So in the coming to the next one, second one, that is a keyword arguments. So here the number of arguments should be same, but it doesn't initialize based upon the positions, it will be initialized based upon the keywords, that means the names given in the function call. And coming to the default arguments, here also the number of arguments may not be same in both the function call and the function definition. So some arguments will be considered as a default arguments and that will be directly assigned to the variables. So those arguments cannot be passed from the function call to function definition. And coming to the last one, that is a variable length arguments. Here in some situations user doesn't know how many arguments will be taken from the function call. So in such cases we can place one variable and just add the star symbol as a prefix to the variable in the function definition. That indicates it will accept the multiple arguments from the function call. So in this example, see, in the function definition we are writing only one variable, so which is prefixed with the star symbol, that means it will accept a multiple arguments. And coming to the function call, we are passing the 4 arguments. So directly these 4 arguments will be assigned to this single variable. That means we can call it as a sequential data, right? So hope you understood these types of arguments.
So now let us see the implementation of these types of arguments in functions. So as we have seen in the previous session, there are 4 categories of arguments, 4 types of arguments. The first one is a required argument, keyword argument, default argument and variable length argument. So coming to the first one, that is required argument. In this required argument, we have seen the number of arguments should be same in both the function call and the function definition, and also the initialization will be done from the function call to function definition based upon the position of the arguments. So we should not change the position of the arguments. See, let us see the required arguments first. So every function starts with def. So next function name followed by arguments a comma b. So I have printed a and b here. Now let us write the display function, display of 10 comma 20. So if you observe here in the function call, so this one is the function call, and in the function call we had given 2 arguments, and in the function definition also we had given 2 arguments. So this count should match in both the function call and function definition. And coming to the initialization, it just follows the position of the arguments. So here the first argument in the function call is 10 and the first argument in the function definition is a. So 10 is assigned to a, and second argument in the function call is 20 and the second argument in the function definition is b. So 20 is assigned to b. Now a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20 will be printed. Let us see that. So first we have to save this. Arg1. So a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. See, let us interchange this one, 20 and 10. Now the first argument of function call is 20 and the first argument of function definition is a. So 20 is initialized to a and the second argument in the function call is 10 and the second argument in the function definition is b. So 10 is assigned to b. So if you print a and b, we will get the result as 20 and 10. Let us see that. Yes, a is equal to 20 and 10. So blindly it will follow the position of the arguments, and also the number of arguments should be same. This is all about the required arguments. Now let us see the keyword arguments. So as we have seen that in the keyword arguments, the number of the assignment of values from the function call to function definition will be done based upon the names of a variable. So we have to give names of the variable. See, let us start. Def display a comma b, print a is equal to a, b is equal to b. Let us write the function called display a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. Now let us save this. Arg2 so we'll get a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. And if you change this one, if you write a b is equal to 10 and a is equal to 20, so even though the first argument in the function call is b, that is 10, it will not be assigned to the first variable of function definition, that is a. So here the assignment of values will be done based upon the keywords, that means names given to that particular variable. So here b is equal to 10 means in the function definition also it will be assigned to b only. So here we have interchanged the b and a. So previously a is the first argument in the function call and b is the second argument in the function call. Now I have just replaced the b and a, so that b is the first argument and a is the second argument. Whereas coming to the function definition, a is the first argument and b is the second argument. Even though we will get the same result. See, again we will get a is equal to 20, b is equal to 10. Right? So even though the second argument is a, their first argument, even the mapping will be done based upon the names of a variable. Hope you understood this one. Right? So in the first one, we are not giving any names in the function call, and here we have to give the names in the function call. Next, coming to the third one. The third one is the default arguments. So some arguments will be having the default values that may or may not be included in the function call. Let us see this. Def display name is equal to abc, course is equal to btech. Print name is equal to once again write the print statement, name is equal to course is equal to write down the function name is equal to abc course is equal to mcheck. Once again I will write here display name is equal to pqr r3, right? See here we are passing two arguments in the function call, the first function call. So here we have written two function calls with the same name, but the difference is with the parameters. So in the first function call we have passed two parameters, that is name and course, and the second function call we have passed only one parameter in the absence of course. So in the function definition we have written name is equal to two arguments, that is one is name and another one is course. Name is equal to abc and the course is equal to btech. So if you execute this statement, so while executing this first function call, the name is equal to abc and course is equal to mtech will be printed. Name is equal to abc, course is equal to mtech. And while executing the second function call, display of name is equal to pqr, here there is an absence of course, right? So here only one argument is passed, but in the function definition there are two arguments. So here course will be acting as a default argument. So in the function second function call we are just passing the name, so the course will be as a default argument, it will be printed. So if you execute this one, we will get name is equal to abc, the second function call is name is equal to pqr and the course is equal to btech. Hope you understood this one. Here the number of arguments in both the function call and the function definition need not be same, and some arguments will be acting as a default argument, those arguments need not be included in the function call. Hope you understood this. Let us move on to the fourth one, that is variable length arguments. So in the variable length arguments, in some situations user may not know how many arguments should be passed in the function call. So this can be solved by including just a star as a prefix to the variable in the function definition. So if you write this star in front of the variable in the function definition, that implies it is a sequence of variables. So it's sequence of arguments. So it can accept multiple arguments, a variable length of arguments, right? Let us see that. Def display. So here it is a multiple arguments, so we have to use star in front of the variable and write down star subjects for I in subjects print I. So I am just printing the value of I, and now I am just passing the arguments in the function call. Now I am writing the function call display, write the arguments like btech, mtech, mca, mba. Right, here we are passing a 4 arguments in the function call, but in the function definition we have written only one argument, that is also prefixed with star. So if any variable is prefixed with the star, it indicates that it is a sequential variable, that means it consists of more number of values. So here in the function call we are passing the 4 arguments, and in the function definition we have written only one argument prefixed with the star. So this will accept all the 4 arguments into the particular subjects. Now if you execute this one, if you execute this one, see, all the 4 arguments have been printed: BTech, MTech, MCA and MBA, right? So here, if you place the star in front of the variable, it indicates it will accept a multiple arguments. So this is the 4th argument. So hope you understood this for all these 4 types of arguments. The first one is required argument, keyword argument, default argument and the variable length argument.
It's a very important concept. Recursion. So what is meant by recursion? So a function calling itself is called a recursion. That means the function definition and the function call. Inside the function definition, again we will call the same function. So that we call it as a recursion. So function calling itself, the self calling function, right? So here the important thing is there must be 2 cases. One is base case and the recursive case. So we are saying that the recursion is function calling itself. So every time if the function calls itself, automatically it will be going to the infinite recursive calls, right? So there will be no end. So every recursion function should terminate after some finite recursive calls. So for that purpose, for that termination, we will write some base case for terminating from recursion. So after finite number of steps, every recursion function should be terminated. That means it should stop its recursive calls. So coming to the recursive case, here we will keep on calling the function itself. Calling itself, right? So if you write an example so that you will be clarified, you will get a clarification. So the best example for this recursion is factorial, right? So why this factorial is an example for recursion? Because see, let us take this 5 factorial. We can write this 5 factorial as 5 into 4 factorial. In the next step, we can write it as 5 into 4 into 3 factorial. We can write it as 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 factorial. We can write the same as 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 factorial, right? So after finite number of steps, it will return 1, it will return the result, it will return the result, it will return the result, right? So every time we are applying the factorial. So we will write the code just like calling the same function. See, let us write here. This is a very important thing to be remembered, that is 2 cases, one is base case and recursive case. So base case is for terminating from the recursion and recursive case is calling itself. I will write the program so that you will be understood. Factorial using recursion. Def factorial of n is passed if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1. So in the both cases the answer is 1, because 0 factorial is 1, 1 factorial is 1. So here we can write it as return 1. Else repeat the same procedure. Return n into factorial of n minus 1. So that means first 5. So 5 not equal to 0, not equal to 1. So then return 5 into factorial of 4. In the next iteration, 5 into 4 into factorial of 3. So I will trace it, no problem. Write down here, n is equal to, write the main function, n is equal to int of, write down the input function, read the value, enter n value. Next, result is equal to factorial of n, and here print result. So this will automatically print the result. Let us trace it. Let us trace it. First, n is equal to 5. N is equal to 5. Right? Now, n is equal to 5. Result is equal to factorial of n. So result is equal to factorial of 5. So what is the output of this one? 5. 5 is equal to 0, 5 is equal to 1. So it is false. So it will return n into factorial of 4. It will return 5 into factorial of 4. Right? So it will return 5 into factorial of 4. Now, again factorial of 4 will be called. So again factorial of 4. 4 is equal to 0, 4 is equal to 1. Again it is false. So n into factorial of, so this will be given as 4 into factorial of 3. 4 into factorial of 3. Right? Next, again factorial of 3 is called. So function calling itself, right? Factorial of 3. 3 is equal to 0, 3 is equal to 1. So condition false, else part it will return 3 into factorial of 2. 3 into factorial of 2. Next, again 2. 2 is equal to 0, 2 is equal to 1. That means, again, it will return 2 into factorial of 1. So this will return 2 into factorial of 1. Again, see, factorial of 1, 1. N is equal to 0, n is equal to 1. True, return 1. So this function will return 1. So what is the output for this one? 2 into 1. So 2. 2 will be written here. So 2 into 3. 2 into 3. That is 6 will be written here. Next, here 6 will be written. 6 into 4. 4 into 6. 24. 24 is written here. 24 in 5 into 24. So 5 into 24 is equal to 120. So this will be given to result. So in the result we will get 120. Hope you understood. So here this one is the base case and this one is the recursive case. Right? So at some finite number of steps it will be terminated. So from that termination it will be returned to the previous functions. So here it will return 1, so 2 into 1, 2 will be returned. From this function 2 into 3, 6 will be returned. From this function 6 into 4, 24 will be returned. From this function 24 into 5, that is 120 will be returned to result. So if you print result, we will get the 120. The two things we have to remember in this recursion is base case and recursive case. After some finite number of recursive calls, every recursion function should be terminated. Right? So here also there is not much complexity in the recursion. Just only one complex thing is we have to identify the base case and the recursive case. So if you find this base case and recursive case, the logic will be very simple. So hope you understood this one.
Let us implement this factorial program in the Python interpreter. So recursion is the function call calling itself, right? So in every recursion there will be two cases. One is base case and another one is recursive case. The base case is to terminate from the recursive calls, and the recursive case is for logic apply. Right? Let us implement this one. Definition: factorial of n. We are passing only one. Now write the base case. If n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, simply return 1. Else return the recursive call, that is factorial of n minus 1. Sorry. Factorial of n into n minus 1. Right. Now write the function call. N is equal to, first read the n value. After that, function call factorial of n print factorial of is present. Save the program. Run the program. Right. So this is a program, simple program. So this one is the base case where the recursive call will be terminated, and this one is the recursion function. So factorial calling factorial itself. So every time n will be decremented by 1.
So these anonymous functions are also called as lambda functions. These functions are also called as lambda functions. So because, why these functions are called as anonymous functions? Because these functions do not defined by def keyword. These functions are not defined by def keyword, and these functions will return expression but not value. And these functions are one-line functions. These functions can take any number of arguments. Any number of arguments. Right? These functions cannot access global variables. So this is a overview, right? And these functions will be defined by using lambda keyword. So here in Python programming, so there is a keyword called lambda, right? So once go through the keywords concept so that you will be clarified, right? So these functions, these lambda or anonymous functions will be declared by using this lambda keyword, and these functions will return expression but not a value, right? So these functions can take any number of arguments. It cannot access the global variables, and these are the one-line functions. See, let us see an example so that you will be clarified. So it's a very small concept. Right, I will write here. So we can assign this lambda function to one variable, and these functions doesn't have any name. So actually the user defined functions will be having one name, right? So here these lambda functions or anonymous functions will not having any name, but this lambda function can be assigned to some variable. So if you want to add two numbers, so we can write it as sum is equal to lambda x comma y colon x plus y. So this can be written, initialize it to sum, and the syntax for this one is use the lambda followed by arguments colon expression. This one is the syntax. Lambda arguments colon expression. These arguments are written by using separated by comma. So similarly, sum is equal to lambda x comma y x plus y. So we can simply write print sum is equal to sum of 2 comma 3. This will automatically give the result as 5, right? So here x, y are the arguments, and here x plus y is the expression. So that's why we call it as a one line function, and we can have any number of arguments in this lambda, and only those arguments can be used, and it will return expression but not a value. So it will always return an expression. It doesn't return any value, right? So based upon the expression, the inputs will be applied, and do not define by using def, because here we are using the lambda, and this cannot be accessed in the global variables. So global variables cannot be used in this lambda function, right? And function does not have any name. So this function doesn't have any name, but this function can be assigned to a particular variable. So hope you understood. Once again I am writing the syntax here. So syntax for this one is lambda keyword arguments colon expression, and these arguments can be separated by comma. Any number of arguments, we can give any number of arguments, right? So hope you understood this simple concept, that is anonymous functions or the lambda functions, right? So hope you understood this one.
So in the previous session we have seen the anonymous function, that is lambda function, so which is different from the normal user defined function. So here the comparison of user defined function and this anonymous function means, so here in the anonymous function there will be no name given for the function, and it will always return an arithmetic expression. It we can take any number of arguments, and it may not use these global variables. So now let us implement this lambda function. So write the lambda function. So here we will not define or declare a function by using def keyword. Here we will declare using lambda keyword. So I am just writing sum is equal to lambda. Lambda is one of the keyword, and write the expression, arguments. So here the arguments can be written by separated with the commas, colon, and write down the expression ax plus y. Now read the inputs. A is equal to int of at the value of a b is equal to, sorry, input of enter the value of b. Now write down the result. Print sum is equal to sum of a comma b. So here sum is a lambda function. See, we can see that here the lambda function has been written and it is assigned to the variable sum. So we can call this lambda function by using that particular variable sum. So in the print function I have written sum of a comma b, where a and b have been taken as a input values. Now it will automatically, this lambda function returns the expression x plus y, so this gives the output of a plus b. Now let us see the result. So it's prompting for a, prompting for b. Now sum is equal to 30, right? So hope you understood. Here this is a single line function, lambda function, and we can give n number of arguments, right, separated with a comma, and then expression, and this expression will be returned and it is assigned to some variable.
Files. The main advantage of implementing these files is in order to store the output. So far we have seen a number of basic operations and built-in methods where we can't save the output data, whereas in these files we can save the output data. So first of all, the definition of file is nothing but it's a collection of data. It's a collection of data, and there are two types of files. One is text file, another one is binary file, right? So we all know about this text file, so let us see one by one. So how to open or how to create a file and how to perform the reading and writing operations on a file. So in this session, let's have a look on how to create a file and how to close a file. So before applying the reading operation or writing operation on file, first of all we have to create a file, and then we have to open the file in one mode, access mode, and then we have to perform the reading or writing operation, and then the user responsibility is to close the opened file. So every open file should be closed after its use. That means after its completion of reading and writing operation. Right. Now, how to create a file? In order to create a file, that will be happen with the open function, file open function. So in order to open a file, we have to create one file pointer. Here we call it as a file object, whereas in C language we call it as a file pointer, and here we call it as a file object. So we have to create a file object, and then we have to open a file, and it should be assigned to one file object. See. File creation can be done using open function. The syntax for opening a file is file object is equal to open. So this open function will take two arguments. One is the file name .txt, comma, second one is access mode. The file name and access mode. Right? So this file object we call it as file pointer, which points to the content of a file. So immediately after creating a file, this file pointer points to the content of the file. Right? So in the first step, while opening the file, we will write the file name, and after opening a file, the reading or writing will be done with respect to this file object, that means a file pointer itself. So we will not use this file name in the further concepts, I mean further reading or writing operations. In everything we will use this file object. Even to close the file also we will use this file object. Only for opening the file we will use this file name.txt. Right? Now, before opening a file or before creating a file, let us see about these access modes. So how many ways we can open a file? Access mode. So after seeing that, we can go for creation of a file. So access modes. Let us see the access modes. So there are mainly 3 access modes in which the file can be opened. The first one is read mode. Read mode. In this read mode, a file is opened only for reading purpose. Only for reading the content. And second point, immediately after opening the file in read mode, the file pointer points at the beginning of the file. Beginning of the file, right? So here, let us see. File pointer fp is equal to open of one more thing, the open file. If you want to open a file in read mode, compulsory the file should exist. File should exist before opening in read mode, right? See, let us take an example. fp is equal to, fp is a file pointer. Open, let us take some abc.txt read mode, right? So already ABC is a text file. So this is the text file abc.txt, and here we have some data. Welcome to the channel, right? So if this file consists of this data, whenever you execute this one, fp is equal to open abc.txtr, the file pointer will points at the beginning itself. File pointer points at the beginning itself. So after every iteration, the file pointer moves towards its left, I mean right. So it will be incremented by 1 and it will be reading purpose. So if you want to read the data, the file pointer will move towards its right and it will read the data from the file. So whenever you open the file in read mode, the file pointer will points at the beginning itself. And this file, in this mode, it is only for reading purpose, and the file should exist before opening in read mode. This is all about the read mode, right? So next we will go with the write mode. Write mode. This is only for writing the content. File pointer points at the beginning of the file itself, and here the two things will be happening. Two things will be happening. See, the first thing, if the file exists, then file is opened and file pointer points at beginning, right? If the file doesn't exist, so if you want to, if you are opening a file in a write mode which doesn't exist, then new file will be created with given file name. This is very important. So it is in this mode only writing purpose. The file is opened only for the writing purpose, and the file pointer points at the beginning of the file. And here the two things will be happened. If the file exists, then the file is opened and file pointer points at the beginning. If file doesn't exist, then a new file will be created with a given file name. So this is the one process, this is the one way to create a file, right? See, and data will be overwritten, right? So if the file exists, then the pointer points at the beginning and data will be overwritten. Data will be overwritten means if already the data is existed in the file, all the data will be erased with the new data. See, I will let me justify this statement. Data will be overwritten. Why it will be overwritten? So, as I have said, the file pointer points at the beginning. Let us take fp is equal to abc.txt w, right? Already abc.txt is existed with some content in the file, and we are opening that file with w mode, that means a write mode. Automatically the file pointer points at the beginning itself. The file pointer points at the beginning. Now if you are writing the data, all these existing data will be overwritten. So because the file pointer is already at the beginning itself, from here only the data will be overwritten, right? So whatever the data we are writing into the file, that data will be overwritten with the old data, already existing data. And if the file doesn't exist with the given file name, then the new file will be created with the given file name. So this is what happened in write mode. Next, coming to the next one, that is append mode. Append mode. Only to append and write the data into the file, right? to append and write the data into a file. And here also two things will be happen. File exists, then file is opened and file pointer points at the end of the content. In file. If file doesn't exist, new file will be created. And file pointer points at beginning, right? So here also two points will be happen, two things will be happen, file exists or file doesn't exist. So if the file existed, then the file will be opened and the file pointer points at the end of the content in the file. So see, if you open this abc.txt, now the file pointer will be at this position, right? So whatever the data we are writing, that data will be added after the existing content, because the file pointer is at the end of the file. Okay, then second thing, if the file doesn't exist, again here also the new file will be created with the given file name and the file pointer points at the beginning. So if file doesn't exist, new file will be created and the file pointer will point at the beginning. So the data will be written. This is called append mode. So these are the three different modes, the important modes: append mode, write mode and read mode. So apart from these, there are more number of modes. So let me explain that one in a single word. So main thing is read, write, append. Reading, writing, appending or writing, anything. Next, R plus, W plus, A plus. So this is for text files. Okay, R plus means this can be opened in both reading and writing. W plus, this is also for both reading and writing. Append mode, this is also for both reading and appending. Right? So all these are for text files. So all these are for text files. Right? Now RB, reading, WB, writing, AB, appending, RB plus, reading and writing, WB plus, here also reading and writing, AB plus, appending and reading. So all these are the modes for binary files. These are the modes used for opening the text files. These are the modes used for opening the binary files. Right? Whatever it may be. Read mode, file pointer at beginning. file pointer at beginning. Append mode, file pointer at the end of content, right? So in order to for file creation, this file creation can be happened in two ways. One is if you open a file in append mode, or you can open a file in write mode. In both cases, a new file will be created, right? So hope you understood all these things: access modes, read mode, write mode, and append mode. So in these two modes, we can create a new file. We can create a new file in both modes, write mode and append mode. So these are the different access modes. By using these access modes, we have to open a file, and after opening the file, we have to perform the reading operation and writing operation, and immediately after completion of this reading and writing, it is explicitly the user responsibility to close the open file. So every open file should be closed by using this file pointer itself. Now, hope you understood these access modes. So first step, file pointer is equal to open file name .txt, access mode, let it be write or read or anything, and then the second step, reading or writing operations. Access mode. So that can be anything, right? Next, third, we have to close it. File object dot close. So this function will close the open file. So every open file must be closed. So example, fp is equal to open abc.txt in write mode, some writing operation, right? Then immediately after the writing operation, we have to close the file with respect to this file pointer. So if you write this file pointer dot close, this file will be closed. So in order to open two files, we require two file pointers. So one file pointer is not sufficient for opening two files. So if you want to open two files, one is in read mode and another one is write mode, we have to use two file pointers, right? So this is the syntaxes for file open and file close. So in this session, we have seen how to create a file, what are the different access modes, and then how to close a file. Right. So for reading operation, a file should be opened in read mode. For writing operation, a file should be opened in either write mode or append mode. So in the write mode, if file exists, content will be overwritten. So all the previous content will be overwritten. A file doesn't exist, file will be created. So in this append mode, the same, if the file exists, pointer points at end of content. If the file doesn't exist, new file will be created. Right? So a file can be created in two modes, either write or append. So after opening the file, then we have to perform the reading and writing operations. Let us see the reading operation, or first we will see the writing operation. So there are two methods. One is write, another one is write lines. Write function, write lines function. Right? So the name itself indicates this write function will write a single line, whereas write lines function will write the multiple lines. See, the syntax is, so before going to implement these two write lines or write function, we have to open the file. So we have seen the syntax in the previous session. File object is equal to open some abc.txt and in write mode. So if you want to write this, if you want to write the content into a file, we have to implement this one by using the file pointer f1 dot write, and this will take one argument, that is string. So whatever we want to write into a file, that should be written as an argument. Right? So always it will return the string. It will write the string into a file. So string consists of alphabets, numbers, symbols, and everything will be comes under this string. Right? So anything can be written into a file as an argument. So we have to pass it an argument. See, example. First, I will open a file, fopen abc.txt, write. Next, f1.write. So we have to write the string directly. Welcome to Python. So automatically this content will be written into abc.txt. Right. So this is the first, in order to write the content of one line. So it will not consider as the new line character, right? So whereas if you want to write the multiple lines, go with this one. So here also we have to implement this by using the file pointer. So write lines, f1 dot write lines. So here let us see the example. See, f1 dot write lines, give the list of lines. So first of all we have to write the lines in a list, and the list should be passed as an argument to write lines. See, example, f1 is equal to open abc.txt, write mode. Next, lines is equal to, I am creating a list. Hello, welcome, Python programming. So here I have written three elements as a strings, and these three elements I have written in a list called lines. So you should pass these lines to the write lines. Now here write f1 dot write lines of lines. So this will automatically write all these 3 lines. Right? Hope you understood this one. Okay, so these are the 2 methods to write the data into a file. Now let us see the reading operations. Here, similar to the write function, the reading operations are also of 3 types. And we have to implement this reading operation by means of this file pointer. So first of all, in order to read the content of a file, we have to open that file in read mode. So first one is read function. So we have to implement f1 dot read. Here the argument is bit positions. The one argument it will take a bit positions as an argument. So here whatever the bits you have mentioned, those bits will be displayed on the screen. For example, the text is hello, welcome, and if you are trying to read 5, f1.read 5. So this is the content available in abc.txt. So I have opened this abc.txt in read mode, and then so whenever you open the file in read mode, the file pointer will be at the starting position. So f1.read of 5. That means from the starting position 5 bits will be read and it will be displayed on the screen. So 5 means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the output for this one is hello. And immediately after executing this one, the file pointer will be at this position because already 5 has been displayed. Again, if you write one more statement like read 5, from here itself it will count 5. So space is also a character 1, 2, 3, 4. So this output is space WEL C. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? This will be printed. Now after executing this one, the file pointer will be at O. File pointer will be at O. So if you write again the statement f read of 3, this will give OME. Right? So every time the operation is executed, the file pointer will be moved towards its right side. Right? So unless you close the program, close the file and open the file pointer doesn't comes to the beginning of the file. So here this bit positions is an optional thing. So if you mention here the bit positions, that many bit positions will be displayed. Or if you are not mentioning here, if you are just writing as f1.read, this will return everything, all the content of the file. Hello. Right. So this bit positions is optional one. So we can specify the positions, how many characters we need to read, or if you want to read everything, just we can ignore this bit position. Just we can write f1.read. Everything will be printed. If you display some number, that many characters will be printed, and the file pointer starts moving from its right, from the beginning to its right. This is about the read. Next, read line. See, the second one is read line. So let it be here there are 3 lines: hello, welcome, Python programming. Now if you open this abc.txt in read mode, and if you are trying to implement this read line, so whenever we open this file in read mode, the file pointer will be at the starting position, right? Starting position. So if you implement this read line, the first line, the content of the first line will be displayed. So hello will be printed. So everything in the first line, everything in the first line. So after executing this one, the file pointer moves to the second line, because every content, all the content of first line is displayed. If you are implementing this read line in the same program without closing the file, right? So if you close a file once and if you open the file, automatically the file pointer again points at the beginning. So unless you close the file pointer doesn't change its position, right? So here, after executing this first read line, the file pointer will be at the second line. So again, if you execute this read line, it will print welcome. Now the file pointer moves to the beginning of the third line, because second line, the complete content of the second line have been printed. Next, again, if you implement the same thing, read line, once again, the third line will be printed. The third line will be printed, right? So read line means reading entire line, content of single line. So whatever the content having in the line, that will be printed. So this is, it doesn't take any argument, right? It's an argumentless. It doesn't take any argument. Next, the third one is simple thing, that is plural. Read lines. Read lines. So it read lines means reading the content of all lines. So F1 dot read lines. So it's a multiple lines, right? So this implementation of this function will return everything. Hello, welcome, Python programming. So all the lines will be printed, right? So hope you understood this one. Then let us see an example. So just we will write a program to write the content and to read the content. First, in order to write the content, we need one file pointer. So first we have to create a file. So F1 is equal to open take the same file name abc.txt write. So in write mode, that means a new file will be created. So immediately after executing this one, so one file will be created. One file will be created with abc.txt and the pointer will be at the beginning, right? Next, f1.write welcome to Python. So after executing this, now it will be written welcome to Python. Now the file pointer points at this position, right? Now f1 dot close. So automatically the file pointer has been closed. Again, open the file pointer in a read mode. Open abc.txt read mode. Automatically this will be in read mode and the file pointer points at this position. Next,
So if you write f1 dot read, it will read everything, but it will not be printed on the screen because it will be in buffer. So we have to assign a variable and then we can print that variable in so that the content will be displayed on the screen, or directly we can call this in the print function. So print f1 dot read. So from the beginning itself everything will be printed in the output screen. Everything will be printed. So welcome to Python will be printed, right? So hope you understood this one. So let us stop here. So in this session we have seen the reading and writing operations on files, reading or writing data on files. So in that we have seen the write function and write lines, and read line and read lines. So here the major important thing is the position of the file pointer. So unless you close the file, the position of the file pointer will never come to the beginning of the file, right? So the file pointer keep on executing the statements. The file pointer also moves from the starting position to towards its right.
So the main advantage of file is to save the output, right? See, let us write the program. So in order to implement this file, first that can be done by using one file pointer. Let us take f1 as a file pointer. F1 is equal to open sum hello.txt is a file name. I am opening in write mode. Hello.txt in write mode. So after implementing this one, the text file has been created and the file pointer points at the beginning of the file. Now start writing. F1 dot write. Write the content. So f1 dot write, this write function will take only one argument, that is a string. So whatever the string we have to enter into a file, write into a file, that must be written here. So after executing this, the file, the data has been written. Now close the file. F1 dot close. So let us execute and check whether the file has been created with the given text or not. Excuse me. Hello.py. Sorry. File1.py. Now I will execute this one. Run this file. So nothing has been printed, but we have to check whether the file has been created or not. So now the question is where the file has been created. So in order to check whether the file has been created or not, just import the OS and write OS dot get CWD. So if you implement this one, we can get the current working directory. That means where these files has been saved. So in G Python programs. Now our file has been created in that particular location. Let us check. In G there is a folder called Python programs. See, here we can find the text file hello. See, hello.txt. Welcome to Python programming. Just now we have created the file, right? See, right. Now let us read the file. Now again open the file in read mode. Next f1 dot read. So it will read the data from the file and it will be holded in the buffer. If you write the print function, it will display on the screen. Print f1 dot read. Run this program, save. So the data has been, I mean that the content which we have, which is available in that particular file has been printed on the screen. Welcome to Python programming. And if you give the argument 5, so only 5 characters will be printed. Hope you understood this one. Then again, if you print f1 dot read of 4, so well WLCO space T, because so after executing the first statement, the file pointer is at the 6th position. So 5 positions has been returned to the screen, and the file pointer points to the 6th position. From the 6th position, the 4 characters will be printed here. So unless you close the file pointer never goes to the beginning of the file. So f1 dot close. Right? Now let us see the multiple lines. New file, f1 is equal to open some mlines dot txt w f1 dot lines is equal to, give the list, welcome, give the slash n, new character, space, Python programming. So I have written 3 statements in a list, right? Now I will write this lines, f1 dot write lines of lines, then f1 dot close, and let us execute this one. File 2, execute this one. So let us check whether the file has been created with the given text or not. So if you see here mlines.txt, so 3 lines has been created. So if you observe here, the 3 lines has been created, right? Now let us read the same data. Again f1 dot f1 is equal to open mlines.txt, read mode, f1 dot read line, just I am executing the read line, f1 dot close. Just I will write it in a print so that it will be displayed on the screen. So welcome, that's the first line. So if you implement the same thing, so now the file pointer will be in the second line. See, welcome Python, 2 lines have been printed. If you implement this with the lines, read lines, now everything will be printed. Welcome Python programming. The list, complete list will be printed, right? So hope you understood this one. Now let us try with the append mode. If you append one, if you open this mlines text in append mode, and try to write one more line. So after executing this one, just we will check in the program itself. See mlines.txt. So there is the fourth line, that is hello. So that means in append mode the file pointer points at the end of the file, end of the content of the file. So whenever you are writing the data will be appended. So without overwriting the old data. So the previous data will be remain same and the new data will be appended from the end of that particular file. So if you read it one, f1 is equal to open mlines.txt, read mode, print f1.read, f1.close. So if you execute this one, all the complete content will be displayed on the screen. So hope you understood this simple files programs. So read mode, append mode, and write mode, and a read function, read line, read lines, write function, and write lines.